Good afternoon, everyone. Welcome back to another Canadian Weather Live stream. We are looking at Saskatchewan today, and we already have some cold core funnels that have happened. We were monitoring the area for severe storms, which are going to happen later on. However, there's a line of storms around north of Saskatoon that are producing what we call cold air or cold core funnels. Braden Morriso has been on that last 40 minutes or so. He's already posted several of them, so that's why we're jumping on a little bit early today. So again, this is for Saskatchewan. I'm going to bring it up. There is a tornado watch that was put out there. Again, this is around Saskatoon, and then we have a severe watch as well down towards Regina, and then all the way to the North Dakota border by Estevan. So that's what we are watching today. I'm going to go through this really quickly. This is the line of storms that has been producing those cold core funnels, and I'm going to show you guys some of those on video here from Braden Morriso, but this line essentially along here has been producing them, and this is slowly drifting northward. So this is the area that we are paying attention to, and unfortunately with these cold core setups or cold air funnels, they are very difficult to spot on radar. So this is where having somebody on the ground helps out. So let me quickly shift over here. I'm going to bring up Braden's video. So Braden Morriso, if you don't follow him, I'm going to share this up here. This is his Twitter page, Braden Morriso. You can see this right here. We've got a cold core funnel. Now, cold core funnels generally are not very dangerous. They usually don't come down to the surface for the most part. However, if they do, they can cause some damage, usually in a rating of like EF0, which is about 130 kilometer-hour winds max. Obviously, that can cause damage. So for the most part, they will stay up in the sky. However, you're going to see a video here from Braden where we may have had one causing circulation on the ground. So this is the first video that he sent or posted up. So that video was near Colonsay, Saskatchewan. That was 50 minutes ago. And then we have another video here. I'm going to pull it up. This is another couple of, looks like, cold core funnels happening here. So again, we are getting a lot of storms showing that, and that's why we have jumped on here to let people know for the folks in the Saskatchewan area, so you can see that. Just saying, same thing, that's around Colonsay, Saskatchewan, 46 minutes ago. And then we have another slender funnel that you can see on this video here, same area, obviously, as well. And there's a couple more that I'm going to show you folks. So definitely getting a little bit of a quick start here to this setup. And again, we are expecting severe storms. This was a what Braden is calling a tornado near Meacham, Saskatchewan, just north of Saskatoon. So this one was pretty intense in the sense that very laminar funnel, quite broad too, so fairly good size to it. And sometimes these are the ones that can get to the ground and obviously cause a bit of circulation on the ground and could cause damage. So let me get back to the main screen here. So I'll bring this up. I'm going to pause this video and I'm going to explain a couple things. So the problem with these is that they are very, very hard to spot on radar. And that's the biggest problem, is that if we go into our radar here and I change over to our velocity scan, you cannot see very much in terms of reds and greens together of any brightness that we would typically see with circulations. And because they're usually fairly weak and they're low on this below the storm. So again, it's tough to pick up because above this storm there's just very cold air, warmer air at the surface, and that's what's causing these conditions. So just going to be difficult to spot anything, and that's again why I'm happy that Braden Morriso is out there reporting. And if you don't follow him, you can follow him on X and Facebook, and he's a very good resource for severe weather. So that is what is happening this afternoon. Just, expecting severe thunderstorms, mostly big hail, possibly in this up to 1 inch. So that is what this big yellow box is for. So I'm going to just read off the tornado watch that was put out by Environment Canada. This was 1 hour ago. Conditions are favorable for the development of severe thunderstorms, which may produce a tornado. A broken line of thunderstorms currently north of Saskatoon has produced numerous funnel clouds. Early this afternoon, this line of thunderstorms will carry an elevated risk of landspout tornadoes for the next few hours. So that is what prompted, reports of funnel clouds prompted that to go out. So again, it's going to be very hard for us to spot them on a velocity. So I'm going to do my best to get the information out there for people out in Saskatchewan, with obviously great help from Braden. As long as he's going to be posting, I'll be able to get it out there. If you do have in this area and you do have a funnel you've seen, please either send us a quick email at canadianweatherlive at Gmail, which is at the top of the screen, just to let us know. Obviously, a picture or a video would be great. We also run a Facebook page called Canadian Weather Live Reports. And so here you can post photos anytime as long as they're related to weather. There are 2 very basic questions you need to answer to get into that group. If you don't answer them, it automatically rejects you. So just keeps the trolls and the bots out of that page as much as possible. So that's another page that we are running. So let me switch over and take a look at the severe watch that obviously covers a fairly large portion of Saskatchewan. So I'll click on that and we're going to look at this thunderstorm watch right now. Issued about an hour ago, and they're saying conditions are going to be favorable for development of severe thunderstorms that may be capable of producing strong winds, large hail, and heavy rain. We're talking hail 2 to 3 centimeters, which is basically 1 inch roughly or less. 30 to 50 millimeters of rainfall and 90-kilometer-hour wind gusts. And they're saying isolated tornado or 2, so you can see that the atmosphere already has quite a bit of vorticity in it. Temperatures aren't typically what we would expect for a tornado setup, but the dynamics are in place that there's a lot of shear and not a lot of cape. So that's what's going on as far as that's concerned. So again, a lot of stuff going on here early on, and we will try and keep you guys up to date on it. And if you do have questions, by all means, throw them in the chat. I want to make sure I don't have a lot of comments in the chat right now. I know we do have about 100 people watching. So I'm going to be monitoring Braden's social media accounts just to see whether he posts anything else. His last one was about 25 minutes ago. So we're good friends with Braden, and thankfully he's, allowed us to post his stuff on the live stream so we can get that information out to folks. So again, right now, the area that we are paying attention to is just this broken line of thunderstorms to the north of Saskatoon, and kind of where we've been seeing the funnels has been in this general area. You can see that along 16, that's where the original ones were listed as far as what Braden was reporting. We've had reports of other ones as well. And then there was Meacham, which was somewhere over here, I believe. Give me a sec. Bear with me. I'm trying to find it. They don't always pop. There it is. There's Meacham. So that was the other area here along Highway 2, it looks like, in Saskatchewan. These storms to the north were the ones that were producing those funnels. So Environment Canada is saying that this possibility or threat is there for the next few hours. So we'll keep an eye on that. And then again, we are looking at possibly seeing storms firing later on that are going to be severe. So give me 1 sec. I'm just going to double check that I'm not missing anything here. And I actually need to switch up something here. I'm going to join this. There we go. Okay. Okay, Connor, also for those that know Connor, he'll be here in the chat in a bit. And we'll keep an eye on that. We are also live streaming on Facebook as well, so we do have quite a bit of multitasking going on today. Thank you, Rick, for being in there. So again, right now, not a whole lot to report. As far as warnings or on storms, because the only thing we have currently, I'm going to check for storms down here in the south. So we do have some storms trying to cross over into Saskatchewan from North Dakota in that far southeast corner. I believe Oxbow is somewhere right here where they had a tornado a few weeks back, about 10 days ago, I guess. And so there's some more storms coming across. Those are not severe warned yet. So we're paying attention to all of that as things go on. So Stubble Jumper saying we had 76 millimeters this morning at Spalding area north of Watson. So lots of rain, and there has been over the last couple of days. I did a live stream on Saturday, obviously, as storms moved off the foothills in Alberta, crossing Alberta, ending up in Saskatchewan, and eventually making their way sort of into Manitoba. So lots of saturation out in certain areas of Saskatchewan. So good to get that information. Thank you very much for that, Stubble Jumper. And again, the area of concern that we are paying attention to are all these storms to the north of and northeast, I would say, of Saskatoon. Those ones are the ones that are producing those cold core funnels. So it's definitely showing its potential already, as we've had 3 or 4 of them, especially from Braden being reported, and I've seen other reports of them, but Braden, obviously, we are allowed to share his content. We don't share people's content unless we have permission. A lot of platforms will just use content, and yeah, we'll do that without permission. And then, chasers spend a lot of time and money getting after this stuff. So let me mute one of these servers here. I think that's the one I need to mute because I'm getting a lot of beeping in my ear. I just want to make sure I've got that shut off. So that should be good. And I also don't want it to be, irritating people on the stream. So yeah, that's kind of where things are at right now. I wish I had more to report. If you have some questions, by all means, throw them in the chat. I will do my best to answer them. And if you're new here, this channel is run by myself and Connor Mockett. We are storm chasers in Eastern Ontario. So we are covering across Canada now. We started a year ago. We just passed our 1-year anniversary 3 days ago. So it's definitely a situation where we're looking to get information out to folks and be able to report to them when there are severe conditions. We're not here to report that it's raining. That's not what our purpose is. We are here for the severe weather events so that people can get that information and get either shelter or out of the way of whatever may be coming. And so if you haven't joined, would love to see you subscribe to the channel and turn those notifications on. Jen Henningsen saying, I saw a post from an hour ago of a funnel cloud forming in Saskatoon. Yes, there's again been several of them. We've shown some videos early on here. I can just bring up Braden Morisseau's social media on X, and I can stream that or show you guys how many he's posted. So this is over the last one was 30 minutes ago. So we have several obvious funnels, as you can see here. Straight down here, he's been reporting for the last hour. So again, most of these funnels do not come to the surface. They are what we call cold core or cold air funnels. And they usually just stay aloft. However, Braden had one that was virtually on the ground, and he reported it as a tornado, which means he saw some kind of circulation on the ground. I trust Braden 100% for what he's reporting, and that's what makes the difference with everything that's going on. And there's no reason, Jen, to be sorry. We only jumped on 17 minutes ago. So thank you for asking the question. Hopefully people, getting that, I'm sure you're not alone in the chat here. So again, just trying to get that info out. So the area we are paying attention to is right along in here. That is our area of where these cold core funnels have been happening as these storms have drifted north. So I'll show you what's been happening this over the last few hours. This is now 1:30 p.m., but you can see how they kind of popped right along that 16 basically and are twisting up as they move forward. So again, the watch for the tornado watch that was put out is good for the next few hours, was what the wording was in that. So I can pull up that tornado watch again. It says expires in 4 hours. Conditions are favorable for development of severe thunderstorms, which may produce a tornado. And they're talking about that broken line of thunderstorms currently north of Saskatoon has produced numerous funnel clouds early this afternoon. This line of thunderstorms will carry an elevated risk of landspout tornadoes for the next few hours. So again, not the traditional tornado setup where you've got really hot temps, lots of moisture, and that can produce very strong tornadoes. The good news with this is that landspout, cold core, or cold air funnels are generally on the weaker side. Unfortunately, what that means is they're very hard to detect on radar with our tools that we have, which would be our velocity scans, which I can switch over here. So if you're new to the channel, anything red is moving away from the radar, green is moving towards the radar. But generally what we're looking for is a tight area where you have really bright greens. So the brighter the color, the higher the wind speed in that. And you want reds opposing of that with, same kind of brightness of colors. The problem with these cold core funnels, they're not attached to a mesocyclone above it. So they are much lower in the storm, the rotation aspect of it, and radar, the further you get away from it, the higher up it reads. So they are very notorious for not being easy to discover just looking at a velocity scan. And the other thing is that our velocity scans, or all our scans, come in every 8 minutes from Environment Canada. So you can have one of these happen within that 8-minute window and it will never get detected. Usually they're very short-lived, these cold core funnels. So that's the other thing, is they're quick to produce, they're quick to dissipate as well. So hopefully we don't hear anything as far as any of these touching down or causing any damage. That would be the ideal scenario today. But we'll keep an eye on things here. I haven't had anything posted from Braden here in a bit, so that's good news. If there's anything happening, again, he's usually on top of it. So let me just switch over here, and I'm just changing some of my properties. There we go. Perfect. Okay, what else is going on? Miss NASCAR Princess, good to see you in the chat from the Deep River area. That's in Ontario. We've got some storms happening in Eastern Ontario. I'm going to quickly swing away from Saskatchewan, but that's our primary area of focus today. We are originally out of this area, so that's what a lot of our viewers are from there. That's why we're getting questions and comments. But Eastern Ontario, we're just going to have isolated showers. There may be thunderstorms, but yes, you're getting, right now, you've got a storm right above you in the Deep River area. It's just regular tiny storm. Might have a bit of lightning on it. But that's all that's going on back here. And we do have storms way to the north here around the Val d'Or area. These are severe warned for heavy precipitation, not for winds or hail or anything like that. It's just lots of rain is the potential. So that's why this severe thunderstorm watch is out in the northern portion of Quebec. So that's just a rundown of what's happening there. You can see our temperatures in Saskatchewan are very cool. We've got 16 degrees, 15, 13 north of Saskatoon. So again, not your traditional setup as far as severe weather is concerned. We are seeing temps down south climbing a little bit here. And that's where the more traditional severe weather will be later today. We are on very early at this point, so just to monitor that funnel cloud situation there. So let me just shut these things off just so it cleans up the screen a little. And then I'm going to switch to from radar to our satellite imagery. And I'll tell you that obviously I'm going to show you how this is direct satellite imagery from covering obviously more than just Saskatchewan. But what we can see is all those clouds that are out there. That is what's causing the cooler temperatures. But where the area has that black, that is warming things up because they're obviously getting quite a bit of sunshine. So that's going to raise the temperature and destabilize the atmosphere. I wonder if I can actually draw here. So you can see out here, I'm going to show you this area right here. This is the low that's spinning basically. So if I drag the mouse, you're going to see how it's moving. You can see that spin happening, and that's what's giving us our weather today. It is going to move further eastward throughout today and tonight. And that's why you've got those storms kind of going different directions. In the south, they will be a little different than they are currently in the north. So that's what's transpiring at this point. And again, I'm going to go back to radar here. Some of these storms are starting to throw a few lightning bolts on it. Right now, it's just heavy rain, and again, that potential for funnel clouds to happen. So that's the main thing that we're talking about here. What else? PB Storm Chaser saying, good afternoon, guys. Good to see you. As always, we're going to continue to pay attention. I'm just going to be refreshing Braden's feed here. I will monitor velocities, but it's going to be very hard for me to pick up on it, especially because we have that 8-minute window. And these things are generally weak on velocities. So what else is going on? Grifter reminds me of hurricane's tail tornado line spinning up. Yeah, and so that low that I was showing you is what is kind of marching across and giving those kinds of things. So Sean asking, when do you think this hard stuff will reach the east side of the province? So I can kind of throw... there's going to be stuff coming from the south, so it's going to be far sooner down there than it is up here, and I'll show you what the north is doing. It's essentially spinning obviously counterclockwise, and you're seeing those storms coming up. Esterhazy would be right down here, and I'm starting to learn all the cities. I mean, again, I'm from Eastern Ontario, and I've spent a lot of time chasing out west. But Esterhazy is just outside of that severe component. But again, weather doesn't care about imaginary lines that we draw. They can happen anywhere. But I'm going to show you what the storms are doing in the south. These are coming out of North Dakota, and they have got more of a northeast trajectory on them, almost slightly east. So they are tracking completely different than the storms up to the north because of that spinning effect that is happening. So so we will monitor that. So to answer your question, Esterhazy would be later on, depending if storms fire southwest of it, because obviously to get up into this area here, let me just hit my tool. So to get up roughly in this area, storms are going to have to come from this general direction. So we're waiting for stuff to fire in the U.S. or, you know, the very southern portion of Saskatchewan and moving their way up there. But I wasn't expecting to be on. It's 3:40 p.m. Eastern time. I wasn't expecting to be on for at least another hour, but we'll see whether that's the case as storms do fire to the south. So we are paying attention to this line up here. That's the current situation, and the rest of it, we do have storms that could happen. And that's why we're here. So as they pop, wherever that happens to be, we are going to monitor them. If they go severe warned, we will highlight them, track them, show you where they're headed, and kind of give you a rough idea on timing. But the thunderstorm watch or severe watch out is good for another 7 hours. And so it's basically... you know, for the rest of the day, you're talking 7 hours, you're talking 9 p.m. roughly is when that expires. So the other thing is, because the temperatures are so cold, or I shouldn't say cold, cool, in Saskatchewan, as soon as that sun goes down over the horizon, that's when you're going to lose all that energy for storms to kind of continue or sustain. So the severe threat after dark will drop dramatically. That at least is what we're expecting with these, with the system coming through and the way models have plotted stuff out. Okay. So Sean, hopefully that answers your question. Um, Perfect. What else is going on here? Nancy, what date is this broad? We are live right now, Nancy. This is today, June 22nd. Date and time are at the very top of the screen as well on the broadcast, and it's in the description as well. So yeah, that's 100%. We are today. This is live. I can answer you and all that kind of stuff. So this is what we do on the channel: is we broadcast live when severe weather is going to impact somewhere in Canada. We are brand new in the sense that we've only had this platform for the last year. I've got 12 years of storm chasing experience. So does Connor Mockett. And I've seen 94 tornadoes throughout my chasing career. So I've seen every fashion of severe weather that there is to be seen. And it was a hobby for me in the sense that I did it for myself. It was my vacation every year to go to Tornado Alley. And now I'm sitting in front of here and helping people get the information. That's essentially what I'm doing now. So my physical storm chasing side of things is on a bit of a pause while we build this platform. And for anybody that's just jumping in, thank you for tuning in. And again, we are concentrating on the Saskatchewan side of things. I'm just looking over here. Whenever I hear that beep in my software, it's telling me I've got a severe warned storm. So right now, this is in Quebec, just so folks understand. I'm just going to take a look here. Why is that not updating? Huh. So this radar that's closer to it right now is not reading anything. So they've put a severe warning anyways on a storm here to the very north along 167 on the Quebec side. But again, these are for heavy rain. That is the primary threat there. So I'm going to stay focused here as much as possible. And we'll see whether there's more information to report. And if you do know of anything going on, please, as long as you guys are putting accurate information. I don't want any misinformation as well. So that's basically the biggest thing we don't want is misinformation in the chat. So please make sure whatever you're reporting is accurate and we can somehow confirm it. And that's basically what it's going to be as far as today. Wesley saying funnel clouds images being posted right now from Saskatoon and Colonsay. And yes, I'll bring it back up just to show people why we jumped on. This is from Braden Morrisseau, who's under these storms. He's an Alberta storm chaser. I'm sure if you follow storm chasing, you're familiar with him. But over the last hour, he has posted several of these videos of funnel clouds. So please follow him on X or on Facebook. He finds severe weather wherever it's happening in Canada and the US. And then the biggest one we had here was this one here near Meacham. And I hope, again, I'm pronouncing it properly. But this is what he had. And you can see that rotation right here is fairly strong on this one here. The good news is, again, with these cold core funnels, the max wind speed generally, and again, this is just historical, is about 130 kilometers an hour, but they don't touch the ground very often. So that's the good news for this. There's just funnels in the sky, obviously scary if you're not sure of what's going on or you don't understand what is happening. But that's why we're here to walk people through it. So we kind of help turn the temperature down with people having storm anxiety. We know that's a thing. We are not a channel that uses clickbait or fear mongering or any of that kind of stuff. You know, we want to get you guys accurate information so that you know whether you need to be concerned or not and whether you need to get out of the way of it. This one storm here by Aberdeen, what this is showing right here is our density of precipitation. So when you're around the light orange to yellow, green, and blue, that's on the very light side of precipitation. When you start getting a bunch of darker orange, red, and then pinks and purples, that's where you're on the high end of the precipitation scale. So this storm has a bit of intensity on it in terms of precipitation. I'm going to see if there's any evident rotation. And again, I don't see that right now, but it's not likely that I'm going to. So again, eyes on the ground is what makes the difference here. And that's why I'm so thankful that we have Braden, we may have later on another storm chaser out in the southern portion of Saskatchewan. Not sure whether that'll be the case or not, but as these southern storms start to happen where they may pick up in severity, that's where we will monitor that, and we may have somebody on them as well. Braden may actually end up even dropping to those later on, depending on what happens here. So a bit of a strong sell here by Humboldt as well. So do not discount those ones. It doesn't take much for these funnels to appear. So PB Storm Chaser saying Chasma is down. Okay, so that's why I couldn't read anything. I should have actually checked that. Thank you very much for let me know that. And it's been down for 2 or 3 days, so definitely not a short-term thing. That's on the Quebec side. Chasma is one of the radar stations. So all of our stations start with CAS, and then obviously where they're located. So we have different radar stations. So if I click on this, we've got a radar station here by Radisson. So it's CASRA. That's where our radar station is located. And I'm trying to see where the next one, so we have one down by just to the west of Regina, and then over in Manitoba would be another one, and then on the very edge of essentially Alberta and Saskatchewan, another one as well. So right now for today, we're going to be using this radar here just to the northwest, the Radisson one, and then obviously down here by Regina, we'll be using that one later on. So that's kind of the game plan. Nothing super exciting right now. Obviously, those funnels need to be taken somewhat seriously because they can form quickly, but hopefully most of them will stay aloft, meaning above the ground, and not touch down. They don't touch down very often. It's quite rare, but you never know what weather's going to do, and it does what it wants. So at the end of the day, so let me just double check here. I'm going to see still nothing on Braden's page, which is good. If there's anything happening, he's very quick to post. And if anything got dangerous, for example, if one of these was down on the ground and heading for a populated area, he would even call us to let us know if he has the time. And I'm just making sure my phone's all configured as well. What else? Okay, so yeah, so that's where we're at right now. Again, if you do have questions, as I've been going through the chat here, I know it's not a super busy stream today because it's a little bit outside of where we've traditionally covered. But this summer we've expanded all the way. We haven't gotten into BC yet with any severe weather, but if it happens, we will cover it out there. But we've basically been in Alberta, Saskatchewan, Manitoba, Ontario, and Quebec. Maritimes, we haven't seen a ton of severe weather out there yet this year. It's been a little cooler for the most part. So again, we will cover that. If there's, for example, nor'easters late in the year, we will cover those as they move up the coast. Connor and myself even chased Hurricane Fiona. I believe that was 22 when that happened, and we went out for that event as well. So I'm just getting a comment from one of my moderators, so just checking to see what's being said here. Yeah, so there's a lot of posts of these funnels. Obviously, people are seeing them because, as I've shown on Braden's feed here, he's posted several of them. Again, I'll just bring them up for others that are just jumping in. So this is over the last hour or so. Colonsay was where the original ones were posted, but Meacham was the strongest one, which is this one right here. So that video itself, that one was pretty intense. There were even times where there were multiple funnel clouds, I want to say right here. So you can see that there's a funnel that stretches in one area to the left, and there's another one here on the right-hand side originally in it. So that storm actually had 2 funnels at the same time, but they are not getting to the surface, which is obviously good news for the locals. And, so again, I hope I'm not reporting any kind of damage or anything in that regard. So what else is going on here? Currently in between Warman and Osler. So Just going to see where that is. I don't recognize those names right now, but yeah, so you have storms kind of to your northeast, to your north, and obviously that Aberdeen storm has got some strength to it just based on precipitation. And then there's another one here tucked in along 784 just to the east of there. So again, these can be quick spin ups. They're very hard to detect on radar. And I'm not sure if this is noise. So this has my attention. So I'm going to just take a look at this just to see. And I'll tell you, I'll explain noise. That, okay, let's take a look here. Let me just do something, see if this is outside of the storm. But as you can see, those funnels do stretch out. I'm just going to switch over. It sort of could be in the right place. Again, with these funnels, it's hard to tell. There may be some minor rotation there just to the south of Aberdeen. I'm just going to switch it up here and zoom back out. But what I'm talking about radar noise, this stuff that looks like Christmas confetti, that is radar noise. Your velocity scan should look like this. One color, whether it's red or green, not with this kind of confetti stuff in there. And sometimes you do get these showing up and causing incorrect information to come out. It's a software issue, but again, this may be rotation. It seems like it's in the wrong spot and it's one color, so that leads me to believe that that's not actually anything that's going on. But again, just talking about these setups, that rotation will be very hard to pick up on these storms as we go through the day here. So let me just take a look here. There's even a bit of hail showing here, possibly by the storm that is Highway 2 and 5, kind of southwest of Bruno, it looks like. Just directly north of Meacham is essentially what it is. But these bright pixels of pink, that's where you start to see pea-sized hail, that kind of thing. So that was definitely in the forecast. That's the first scan I've seen of any kind of pink on our velocity scans. So we need to pay attention to that just for the hail aspect. Obviously, pea-size isn't very damaging, but obviously that may indicate a storm that has a little more intensity to it. So what else have we got here? Noticing that the entire system seems to have a counterclockwise rotation to it. Is that contributing to the possible formation of tornado activity? So yes, that's normal. The low is off to the west, and I can actually show you on satellite. I will bring that up here, and it's anytime you have spin in the northern hemisphere, it's counterclockwise. So you can see here where we have that rotation spinning around right in this area here. So, and that is moving eastward. So you can see how these storms are kind of circling up and then spinning off of that. So that does add to that vorticity, which is what is causing these funnels today. So that's what you can see right from satellite as to what is happening with these storms as they move through. And again, it's just this one line right now that we are paying attention to. So what else? JB saying not again, what a summer. And yes, there's definitely been quite a bit of activity out in Saskatchewan, Manitoba. The craziest stream I've ever done was a couple weeks back in Manitoba and Saskatchewan, but Manitoba, Winnipeg had tornado warnings going through it. It was not a pleasant day for anybody involved. We were on for I do want to say 10 hours, something like that. So it was a very long day. Jose saying Canada is probably a tornado season. We are definitely in that window for more tornadoes in Canada than obviously the rest of the year when it's cold and snowy. So I'm just going to switch back here, just make sure Braden hasn't posted anything. He hasn't, so that's good. Yes, we are in that peak of the season. June, July, August kind of is the 3 months where across the prairies and even in Ontario, Quebec, we get tornadoes happening. So we are in that window for sure. And Gayla, good to see you as always, out of Colorado, if I remember correctly. So good to see you in the chat. Maddox Macaulay saying, will there be more stuff later on developing in the south? And yes, that's what this big yellow watch is out for. This is for later on for storms down in that area. This was our primary thing that we were setting up for to live stream. But because we were starting to see funnel clouds being posted and consistently, we did jump on the live stream. So yes, down in the south, Regina, Moose Jaw, down all the way to Estevan, that southeast corner, we do have storm potential for severe storms. We're talking 90-kilometer-hour winds, 3-centimeter hail or 1 inch roughly, and quite a bit of rain. I'm just going to double check what they're calling for on the rain. They're talking 30 to 50 millimeters of rain, and an isolated tornado or two are possible in this large watch area. Now, that could have been, again, I didn't write it, so I don't know, but the watch for that extends up to where we've had these funnel clouds. So they may have been referencing that area in the isolated tornado or two in terms of the possibilities. So further south, I don't think there's as much potential for tornado. I do think we are going to have some decent hailstorms that are going to come through with that, heavy precipitation and obviously the stronger winds, straight line winds. So that's the expectation over the next few hours. I don't expect those to fire. Let me just take a look here. Still have nothing in that area. I've switched to the radar just out of Regina, but we're seeing those storms crossing from the Dakotas. That's a closer radar that I'm looking at right now. So in the very southeast corner, just kind of south of Oxbow, unfortunately, I know exactly where that is now, just because of the tornado that we were, when we were live streaming, we were reporting a tornado on the ground heading for that area. It kind of came back across at Portal. Southeast of Estevan, and so I've like I said, I'm familiar with that area because I called out tons of town names on that stream, but these are just thunderstorms at this point. Maybe hail in it, but I doubt it at this point, and only a few lightning bolts. Our temperatures, which I'm going to check down there, bear with me, and let's throw that on here. So south of the border, we got about 22 degrees Celsius. In Estevan, it's 19 right now. When was this reported? Let's take a look at that. So that was 19 right on the nose, and that was updated 18 minutes ago. So expectation temperature-wise was around 20, might sneak into 21, depending how much heating there is. So it's definitely getting to that point where we've got those temperatures, and you can see the difference in the temps. Yorkton right now is at 15 degrees Celsius because it's still under that cloud cover, whereas Regina will be more in the sunshine. If I switch over to satellite, there's your imagery right there to indicate what's going on. And this is high-res imagery now, a new feature. So we can see that sunshine, and then you see all these little pockets of clouds. I call that popcorn storms or popcorn clouds. They're cumulus. And what happens is that cumulus starts to build and eventually gets agitated if temperatures get warm enough, and one of them goes off, and then you have a storm that starts building. That's essentially what happens. So as chasers, we watch where this Q field forms. So I can zoom in to get the higher res one there back. So this is what we're watching as this transpires today, and keeping an eye on things. But Regina now jumping and showing 20 degrees Celsius. That was reported an hour ago, so we're probably going to see a bit of a bump in temperature there in the Regina area. And then let me move back up here to this line. Again, a few areas that seem intense for precipitation, but it's not going to take much for these to put out those funnel clouds that we've been seeing. So I'm going to double check here to see if Braden's got anything that he's put out. He hasn't yet, so... Maddox Macaulay saying, will that be moving north? No, the storms in the south are going to be moving more northeast or east, depending on timing because of that low coming across. Depending when the storms fire, will tell you what direction they're moving in. So I'm expecting more northeast to east would be my estimation at this point, based on modeling and based on what is unfolding today at this point. So we are again watching this line right up here for those possible funnel clouds. Even this one here by Humboldt could be potential, even though it's outside the box. As I've mentioned before, storms and weather do not care about imaginary lines, so it is close enough that I would say the possibility is there. So today, if you're up in this area, and these are moving essentially north at this time, so if you are anywhere north of this, just stay weather aware. Again, they're not super dangerous, but if one was to touch down, they can have winds of about 130, which obviously will cause damage. You don't want to get caught in that, but the vast majority of the time, those funnels don't make it to the surface. They're just not strong enough is essentially what it is. So what else? Gail asking, do tornadoes happen mostly on the plains? Obviously up the center of North America is where they happen, and that's just to do with the Rockies, the jet stream, and the Gulf of Mexico moisture available. Those ingredients is what basically drives where those tornadoes happen mostly. And so you're talking up the center of the country, which is the prairies or the plains, that kind of thing. But we do get them in Ontario. We get them on the east side of the U.S. Like, they happen in quite a few spots. Obviously, in the summertime is where the high season is for that. So what else have we got here? Okay, so I'm caught up on comments there. Hopefully I'm not missing anything as well. Let me just take a look here. Cullen say, okay, I'm getting so one of my chasers is in Saskatchewan. I'm saying Colin, but it's Cullen say. So I am mispronouncing it, but thank you, Curtis, for letting me know that, because I try not to mispronounce things, but there's just so many city names out there that I definitely don't know them all. Okay, let's swing back over here and take a look. So we haven't had a funnel report from Braden, and I haven't had any comments of any that I can see anywhere at this point. I'm just looking at all my monitors. I've got 4 of them essentially. So I've got 3 right in front of me, 1 to the left. And I'm just trying to monitor as much as humanly possible. So we haven't had anything in the last hour, which is great. Like I said, that's good news. This storm by Aberdeen probably has pea-sized hail here just south of Edinburgh. Again, this is moving basically north at this time. So that's one area of heavier precipitation. And then obviously this one here, Prudhomme, to the southeast of there on Highway 2. It looks like there may be tiny amount of hail in that, but it would be extremely tiny. And the Humboldt storm doesn't show currently any hail in it, but heavy precipitation in that. So yeah, definitely one of those days where this will be a longer stream, because again, we're waiting for those storms to the south to start firing. And if those start going off, then we're going to start covering that severe component of it to the south for all of those that are under that severe thunderstorm watch, across this area here. But we did start out quite early. So Todd saying, I like this very much. I have a roofing company. This is great. Thank you. Thank you all. And I'm glad that this is helping you guys out. That's what we're here for. If I was talking to myself, I probably question my life choices. But, again, those that are new, again, Saskatchewan is a newer area for us. We've done a few streams out, this way. But this is what we do. We basically walk people through severe storms and hopefully tell them that, it's not as bad as you need to think that, or worry about. If it is serious, if we, for example, have a tornado warning, you'll see my demeanor changes, and it's just about the data. We're talking about life safety at that point, and that's a little different than obviously hail damaging stuff. I mean, obviously nobody wants that, but when it gets to life safety or very strong straight line winds, we had a stream the other day in Manitoba where we were seeing some 130, 140 kilometer hour winds. That will blow stuff around. Doesn't need to be spinning. It will just blow over smaller buildings, that kind of stuff. So again, when it comes to life safety, you'll see my demeanor changes a little bit. So if we take a look at future radar, we can tell the direction the cells are wanting to move currently. Yeah, the future radar, depending what model it is. The problem is that that future radar is not something that's, it's a computer trying to predict what's going to happen. Obviously, direction of travel with storms, it will give you an idea. But again, it's only one model. When we do forecasting, we look at 5 models. I look at 5 models and I try and figure out what they're all thinking because they all have a different interpretation of it. I'm not a fan of futurecast radar because it's presented, as far as I'm concerned, it's presented incorrectly, because it should be said that that is a model and it is a simple interpretation of what might happen. And we get a lot of questions in the chat where it's like, oh, I'm in Melville. It says it's going to be red above my house at 11 p.m. What? That is not something that's necessarily going to happen. More than likely it's not going to happen. So that's one of the things that we try and educate people on is, you know, predicting weather is very difficult, and we all know this typical line, the weatherman's always wrong but yet keeps his job all the time. Weather is, there's so many things that are, you know, going on that affect it as to what's going to happen over the next 12 hours, even 6 hours. Can be completely different than what was expected. So, so yeah, again, in the south, we are expecting northeast path on these storms, or even eastward, depending on when they fire, as that low moves through. So that's my best comment I can make on that. I don't want to make, I will never make a prediction of certainty in regards to that stuff, because it's just too difficult to be 100% with that. So. What else? Yeah. Okay, perfect. So we just had another radar scan update here, and I'll show you guys what's transpiring here. You can see how this whole thing is spinning. It's a very large rotating system, essentially, and you can see it's counterclockwise. Those storms fired. I believe that's Highway 16. Yes, that's Highway 16 coming into Saskatoon. They kind of fired right on that, and now are rotating upwards, and they will do, you know, the rotation as the system moves through. So you can see down here that storms are rotating southward, and then eastward, and then northeastward. So that's why I say it depends when they start going south of here, or south of what we're looking at right now, because where the low will be will determine what direction the storms move in. So I know enough to get into trouble, I always say, with weather, but one of the things I'm good at is understanding what's happening in the moment, or currently, what I call nowcasting. That's my strength for sure. So there is some rotation here on this storm. Just on the North Dakota side. It is far from the radar. Well, it's not far from the radar. I shouldn't say that. So let me just take a look at velocities here. It is not a very tight rotation. This is just a new software feature off those US radars that it's been trying to detect. There's a bit of rotation there. So this little indicator, this is still on the North Dakota side. And it's only at 41% confidence, because again, this doesn't look like anything at this point, but it's telling you that there is some rotation in storms. And I kind of want to go back in that statement. So a lot of platforms will go, oh, we've seen rotation. Oh my God, you need to, you know, it's the end of the world. Rotation is normal in thunderstorms. It's how much it's rotating and how tightly it's rotating that is the question. So, you know, all these softwares that will pick up rotation is never going to be as good as a human looking at it and being able to assess what is happening. So this is just like an early indicator. Hey, you may want to pay attention to this storm. So it throws up this little rotating thing, which is great. It's fantastic. But until somebody looks at it, it's you know, as far as I'm concerned, it's only kind of a what am I kind of trying to say here? It's not a band-aid. It's just something that will get your attention, but doesn't necessarily mean anything's going on. Again, that is on the North Dakota side, and we do have rain showers east of Estevan and then to the southwest and south of there as well. But those are just showers at this point. Some of them are heavier, and you can see the lightning bolts kind of tucked in around Carnduff. So obviously quite a bit of lightning associated with that. So let's move back up to the north here and we'll watch these storms north and east of Saskatoon. And again, right now, Aberdeen storm, these are not moving very quickly. I mean, our last scan here was at 2:05 p.m. Saskatchewan time, so that's about 5 minutes ago. These are not moving very quickly. I'm just going to back it up here. So this is our current scan, and if I back it up, you can see how they're not moving just because they're so close to that rotation of that system moving across. So let me just swing this down here. What else have we got here? Brenda's saying looks like a mid-latitude cyclone. I would have to honestly see the exact definition to say yes or no on that. And again, I kind of deal more with the individual storm stuff. Obviously, I understand the process that's taking place. I just don't know if we could categorize it as a mid-latitude cyclone. I just need to know what the specs are for that, and I don't know them off the top of my head, so I would have to look that up. And again, I'm happy to say I don't have the answer. I'm not going to speculate or guess or do any of that stuff, because then that gets incorrect information out to folks, and we definitely don't want to do that. So we'll swing back to this. So this area basically stretching all along here is where we've been seeing those funnel clouds. Most of them have been on the east side of Saskatoon and to the northeast of there. We did have down here, Cullen we had one down there, and then to the north of it as well. But that seems to be the only areas that we've had so far this afternoon. So let me just double check here. Braden still not reporting anything from under those storms of since the last one, which was near Meacham, which is over an hour ago. So that is good news for folks on the ground right now. And then we're just waiting for those storms to the south to kind of pop, and then we'll have something to report on there. More than likely, based on that, I actually have what's happening with the storm in southeast Saskatchewan. So Damien, that is just right now heavy showers. I can switch back to that corner there, just on the North Dakota border. They are just lightning thunderstorms with heavy precipitation. I currently don't see any hail on the Saskatchewan side, just a lot of rain. And let's take a look at velocities in there. There is some rotation, and again, this is normal. So what I'm going to show you here, this storm indicating this rotation right in this area, it is somewhat normal that you have rotation. And this, excuse me, that's not the right part that I wanted. Let's get rid of that. So this is an area that is rotating. If it was to tighten up and those pixels were to brighten, then we need to start paying attention to it, whether something's going to happen. But again, for tornadoes, I don't think the parameters are there, but you never know with Mother Nature. We can have what we call mesoscale accidents, but they're not truly accidents. It just means we don't understand it, because weather does what weather does, and it has been doing it for a very long time. So let me just kill this off, bring it up. So these are moving kind of northeast again, with a bit more easterly on it, but you can see that line of storms just kind of over the last few hours. This is basically 3 hours, no, sorry, this is 2 hours roughly, 2 hours, 10 minutes, 2 hours, 15 minutes roughly. So you can see that they're just tucked into that corner. Nothing severe warned at this point, so that's good news. It's just lots of rain. I know that area over the last couple of weeks has had a lot of precipitation. So something, obviously ground being saturated doesn't help when there's more rain on the way. Okay, I was going to check something here. Let me just take a look. Okay, still nothing from Braden. I'm going to check a few other things while I've got a bit of time here, and we'll scroll through a couple more things and then just keep on top of what is happening as far as that's concerned. Let me see here. Let me bring up, I'm just going to bring this back here and see if I can run through this. Sorry, I'm just pulling up a video here. So these are some of the original funnel clouds that happened. This is well over an hour ago. This is probably an hour and a half ago. I'm going to bring them up just to anybody that's jumping in. This was why we've come live, because there's been a lot of these funnel clouds. So I'm going to share that on the screen here. And this is from Braden Morriso. He's been following these, but this is roughly an hour and a half ago that these were forming. This was at Cullinsay, along that Highway 16. That's why you're hearing that big transport truck and the road noise, which I can turn down a little bit here. We don't need to see that. But obviously there you can see the rotation in the storm on the lower level, but this cloud isn't getting to the surface, this funnel cloud, and they generally don't. So that's the good news for the day. They're very rarely on the surface. And then we have another video up here. Same thing, very quick shot of this one here. Turn down the audio. This one has two funnels, and again, this was on that Highway 16, and you can see that there were a couple of funnels indicated there. So we can switch back out. And then he reported a few more here, as you can see, and this was the last one by Meacham, and I'll bring that up. And you can see that obviously this funnel is much more, it's a lot thicker of a funnel and closer to the ground. So this was obviously getting everybody's attention. If you were in the area, that's not something you want to see coming out of the sky. And again, Braden Morriso, he's generously allowed us to share his media when he's out in front of storms. So definitely give him a follow if you don't already, which I suspect a bunch of you already do. But he is definitely a fantastic chaser. So we love having him on board with us, helping to get the word out when there is weather. So Damien, I'm glad we could help break that down for you, and we will continue to do so. I'll be here again. I'm expecting to be here for probably the next 6 hours or so, maybe less, but at least another 4 to 6 hours roughly is what we're talking about. So let me just switch over here. I just noticed that Rick was sending me something here. That was 10 minutes ago. Yeah, just heavy. Okay, so this is Highway 11 at Warman. So let me see. I can bring that up. We do look at some of the traffic cams sometimes, so we can get some images. But let me just bring this up here. This is Highway 11. Warman facing south. This was at 2:02 p.m., so about 15 minutes ago. So you can see it's just regular rain at this point. There's no real hail or anything like that. This is just regular storms. It's that cold core setup that is causing those funnels. And again, thankfully, they usually don't touch the ground. So that's the good news. Rick asking me, is the fridge stocked? Yes, I've got my food ready to go. I've got water, and that way I don't get yelled at. Melissa, one of my moderators, she likes to make sure we're eating and drinking, obviously, water, because we're on here for so long. So if you guys have questions, throw them in the chat there. I'm happy to try and answer them as best as I can. I don't always have the answers, but I will do my very best. And we're just waiting for this stuff to start happening down south. We are starting to see more 20 degrees Celsius, which is what we were expecting on models, that we might get to 20, 21 degrees. And we are starting to see that happen, which is obviously destabilizing the atmosphere a little better. Hopefully we don't have anything major going through Regina this evening. I know that one is obviously quite a populated area. And this 20 degrees was reported, sorry, it was 19 minutes ago. Yeah, it was 19 minutes ago. And we do have, switching to satellite, we do have quite a bit of sunshine right now in the Regina area. Essentially a clear area just to the west between, halfway between Moose Jaw and Swift Current, roughly, stretching back to the east, almost just to the east of Broadview. So that's what's going on there. And this is a kind of a bigger zoomed out image of what's happening. But when we do have that black area, that's basically no clouds, and that will heat the environment and destabilize the atmosphere a little more than where you have cloud cover. For example, Yorkton, just on the edge of it, still showing 16 degrees Celsius. So that's why you're seeing the differences in the temperature at this point. So okay, let's take a look here at the storms. Aberdeen, a little weakened on this last scan, a lot less red in there. We do have Humboldt, north of Humboldt, definitely heavy precipitation in that storm along that Highway 20. So where you see those dark reds, that's where you're getting that really heavy precipitation. And then Prudhomme, just to the east there, 27 and 2. You've got some heavy precipitation along there. I'll take a look at velocities on this. And again, might not see these funnels forming just because they're so notoriously hard to pick up on when we get the scans coming in, because they are on the lower end of the storm. They are not attached to a mesocyclone per se, so it doesn't stretch up into the atmosphere. So the radar, the further away from radar you are, the higher up into the storm you are reading, essentially. So I'm just taking a look here. There's a couple of tiny little cells starting to pop here northwest of Saskatoon, so I'll keep an eye on those. But this is just regular showers with barely any lightning. It's just those funnel clouds are the issue at this point. So just going to take a look at a couple other things here. Okay. Nothing to be too concerned about in my chats, so that's good. And yeah, we're just at this point we're somewhat sitting and waiting, and I'm just monitoring again Braden's social media just to see if he's posting anything. But so far I haven't seen. It's been about an hour since he's posted anything on social media, and I'm just going to check if I've got anything on my phone here. Nope. Okay. Perfect. Okay, we're caught up at this point. Okay, so after asking what about Regina, so again, we're talking later on this evening. This is when storms are going to start firing down here. We are expecting them to come kind of from the southwest of Regina right now. I'll grab radar. There are a few little storms in this corner over here. Just going to see if there's any closer radar that I can use, which right now I can't. There's not much closer to that. Yeah, so this is just a shower. There's nothing there, but it may be an indicator of storms trying to start getting organized. And again, they're going to come from the southwest, moving northeast or even eastward, depending on when they fire. So this is much later on for the southern portion. The early part was obviously these funnel clouds that we're getting up in Saskatoon or north of Saskatoon along that Highway 16, stretching up from there. So that's this line that we see on our radar software here. So yeah, so that's basically where we're at this point. So southern portion, south of Saskatoon, we are talking later on for these storms. And the biggest thing that we're talking about with those is those stronger winds. 90 kilometers an hour is what's out for this watch. And we are talking 3 centimeter hail. I'm just going to pull that up, which is just around 1 inch. And they are talking 30 to 50 millimeters of rainfall possible. So those are the main threats. They do mention isolated tornado or two. So that may be on the table for that southern portion, but I suspect it's more for this northern stuff where the tornado watch went out shortly after the severe thunderstorm watch went out. So, and again, it's to do with funnel clouds. So I'll read that I haven't done that in a bit here. So I'll pull up the tornado watch around the Saskatoon area, just saying that the conditions are favorable for development of severe thunderstorms, which may produce a tornado. And they're talking about a broken line, which is the one we've been highlighting of thunderstorms currently north of Saskatoon, has produced numerous funnel clouds early there this afternoon. This line of thunderstorms will carry an elevated risk of landspout tornadoes for the next few hours. So this is actually expiring in, it says expires in 4 hours is what they've got here. And this was issued probably 2 hours ago. So still a little bit of time, but we are monitoring that, and hopefully that helps answer questions. But I will be on here covering the southern stuff once those storms start to fire, and then we'll have a better idea of trajectory, where they're headed, and if they're going to be severe warned or not. So right now, with the way things are on our software here, I'll bring it up full screen. When you see a thin yellow line, that is a watch. Same thing for the tornado, except it's red. When we have warnings, I'm just going to take a look. You can see the difference here. So this warning that's on the far right side of the map, that is a warning because it's got a thick yellow box and the color inside is much darker or more less opaque. Thank you. That's the word I'm probably looking for. That is a warning. So right now we just have watches out in Saskatchewan, and we're going to monitor things. So it's not going to be very exciting right now. However, later on, things could pick up in intensity. And again, we will stay on top of it and advise people as things move along here. So what else? Johnny Fastbuck, I'm just going to switch back to this. Saying 4 millimeters in Martinsville, but an absolute deluge in Warman around noon to 1 p.m. Johnny, thank you very much for that update. Appreciate that. Barb saying stay safe, everyone. And yes, 100%. That's what we are all about here, is making sure we get the info out as quickly as possible and get it into the hands of people that need to know about it. So again, right now we are just watching this line march forward, and you can see that rotation on radar. It's so obvious as this is marching, the low is coming from the west, moving eastward throughout today and tonight, essentially. Okay, perfect. Okay, and I've just got some more comments here, but I can't obviously. Give me 1 second here. Okay. Yeah, so that's what's taking place right now. Again, we do have these storms going around, drifting north of Saskatoon, even north of Martinsville at this point. Some heavy rain tucked in there where you see those reds, dark reds and oranges. That's heavy precipitation. And we have had a few funnels this afternoon. So that's basically what's gotten us going today. And again, we are early on at this point. So okay, and we're getting comments. Sorry, Rick is helping me out here. One of my moderators saying that on the North Dakota border, just to the south of Estevan, they're talking about hail. So I'm going to switch over here just to see what we've got. It's hard to read this, but they are talking about hail. If I was guessing about hail anywhere, there would be just to the southeast of Portal, these 2 pixels of pink. That may be an indicator of pea-sized hail or smaller, so nothing hugely concerning. Same thing here. Carnduff, the storm that is directly south of there, has those couple of pixels of pink, which is nothing, again, to get too concerned about. There is quite a bit of broad rotation, but again, rotation is normal on these storms, so red and green, but it's over a very large area. It's not tight, and they aren't super bright on either side, so again, not as concerned about that as far as rotation is concerned. And then let's just see here. What radar are we on? We are on the US radar, and it updates much sooner, which is one of the things I really like. There's a bit of rotation in this storm here, so where we're seeing these bright greens next to reds, this is on the North Dakota side. I'm going to pay attention to it. We'll see whether that amounts to anything. But for now, I'm not concerned about it. Again, rotation does happen in storms, so what else have we got here? Todd saying cloudy, very light rain and decent winds. Rains most of the morning. West Central Saskatchewan, being Unity, I believe. So thank you very much for that update. It's always great to get information from folks who are on the ground because we can't see the bottom part of the storm. So there's some rain starting to wrap around coming back in here. You can see that. This might push up into Saskatoon, sorry. So right now it's down kind of to the south of Conquest. And this will wrap up and maybe get into Saskatoon. But again, this is just rain. There's not even any lightning on that right now. So I'm going to just show you guys how that's pushing up. It may not get into Saskatoon, but it'll rotate around it essentially. So we'll see if that's the case anyways over the next little bit here. And just jumping on to check a few other things as I do. Okay. Just checking on a status of a couple of things. Like I said, we may have a chaser later on. Not 100% sure if that's the case or not, but on that southern stuff, we may have a live stream from the field as well. And let's just double check on Braden Morso here just to see if he's posted anything. So he's on the Humboldt, Saskatchewan storm. This is from him 4 minutes ago, so I'm bringing this up. He's right here saying strong rotation north side of Humboldt, Saskatchewan, which is one of the storms I pointed out. I'm going to bring this up full screen here, and we'll bring it back to the beginning. And you can see that rapidly rising scud right in here. So that's being drawn into the storm, and there's rotation wrapping around in here. So that's what Braden is pointing out. Again, this is north of Humboldt. So we do have to pay attention to these storms because, again, that funnel cloud situation is still present for the next several hours. So that's what's taking place there. So that is literally 4 minutes ago from Braden. So let me bring this back up. I'll zoom into our radar and we'll take a look at it right here. This is the Humboldt storm right here. So that is where Braden is underneath at this point. So that video you guys just saw is from that storm. So, and it is tracking north at this point. So let me just check something here. I believe I've got Connor ready to come into the stream possibly. So let me see if I've got Connor streaming or not. I don't know if he's ready yet. No. Okay, so I don't see his stream, so I'll come back to him in a second there. And if Connor, if you can hear me, when you're ready to go, just send a message in the chat, please. That way I know to bring you into the stream. Melissa, good to see you. One of my moderators, thank you very much for jumping on. So far it's been fairly quiet. Everybody's behaving themselves, so that's always a good thing. We haven't had to kick anybody out that I've seen yet. So again, we're pretty good about, just having, we don't get nonsense in our chats usually for the most part, but if we do, we definitely will eliminate those people because we want to make sure that we're not sidetracked with misinformation or nonsense. So it's about getting that information out. So that rotation that we just saw in the video is from the Humboldt storm. I'm going to see if I can see any rotation. There is a tiny bit of rotation right here that's showing in this. That would be right there in that area roughly. So we'll see if that continues to pick up. But again, our scans are about every 8 minutes. So that rotation can ramp up and even come down within that 8-minute window, and we don't see anything. So that's where Braden is right now. And then again, we do have some more stronger precipitation here kind of to the, where are we? 27 and 2. So this is Meacham, I think, was to the south maybe, but I could be wrong. Yeah, way down here. But again, around the 2 and 27 east of Prudhomme. That's where all that rain is tucked in between Prudhomme and Bruno, basically. Heavier precipitation in that, but there's only 1 or 2 lightning bolts. So not really packing a huge punch. So that is good news in that regard. So, okay. What else have I got here? Okay. Just gonna check on a couple other things here. So it's like I said, it's good that we've got Braden on post and stuff. We're able to relay that information to you guys. And actually, I should be reposting all of this stuff. I'm got too many different things going on, so a lot to remember to run this live stream and make sure we get information out there. So Skywalker, that's pretty funny. I appreciate anybody who has joined our channel and who has subscribed. Again, if you're talking severe weather in Canada, that's what we're covering. We've only been around for about a year, so we are looking to grow the platform. You can definitely subscribing and hitting the like button is free. So we appreciate when people do that. It helps us get out in the algorithm and get people seeing the information that they need to see. That's what we're all about. You can find us on Facebook as well. And actually, while we've got a minute here between scans, I'll bring this up. This is where you can find us right now. So obviously you can email us if you have questions outside of the stream. It's weather related. We're happy to chat with you. Obviously on Facebook as well. We do have a merch store, so if you want to check that out, it helps support the channel and you get something nice out of it. We've got shirts, tank tops, mugs, all sorts, stickers. We've got all sorts of stuff over there. So you can check that out, obviously, here on YouTube, Instagram, and X. So we are growing things out with the platform. So that is where you can find us currently on that. If you want to support the channel, there's a couple ways you can do it. We do accept Interac E-Transfers. Anybody looking to donate. We also have coffee, or Ko-fi, I call it. And then super chat and stickers in here. That helps us, grow the channel and expand on everything that we're doing here. So let me head back to the main channel here and see if I'll leave it right here for now. You can also scan the QR code at the top. That will also get you in touch with us as well. So if you've got a phone and you're staring at the TV screen, that's a good way of doing it. So Hayden, good to see you in the chat. Thanks for becoming a member today. Welcome to the Sunshine Club. So you now have access to a bunch of different custom emojis, and you get your little badge next to your name as well. So thank you for that. We really appreciate it. I'm going to reiterate just what I showed about 4 minutes ago here from Braden. This is the Humboldt storm. So that would be this one here. It is showing some rotation, a lightning strike, and heavy rain on it. I'm going to pull it up here on what Braden posted there on X. Excuse me. So you can see rotation on this, but again, above that dollarama, you can see this scud being drawn up into the storm. So that storm is breathing well, and that's what's pulling things up. But we also have rotation in the storm here. You can kind of see it around this area in here. So again, that was posted about 8 minutes ago, the storm north of Humboldt at this point. So Braden's still continuing to track everything for us. And we'll bring up this one here, and I'll pause that video so we kill the audio, and then we're good. Perfect. What else have we got here? Okay, I think I'm caught up on comments. So right now, the area we are talking about is, again, north and east of Saskatoon, along this line that is drifting north. I'm going to set that up. And then I'm just going to get Connor in here. I'm going to see what we have here to get his stream up and running now that he's off work. And he's starting his second job, which is us. Here we go. Properties. Bear with me for a sec. Okay. Okay, let's see if that works. Okay, Connor, it looks like I've got you on screen. Welcome to the live stream. It's been an interesting one. Definitely wasn't expecting to go on that early, so
yeah, I
we'll
was
see.
bit surprised at how well it's gone out there for him.
Yeah, Braden has definitely been on it as always. And again, if you folks don't know Braden, I've been friends with Braden since 2014. So I've known him for 12 years, and he's the tornado whisperer in Canada as far as I'm concerned, and one of the best guys across North America for sure. So if you want to learn anything, definitely pay attention to what Braden has to say. He definitely knows his stuff. So definitely one of the best out there for catching tornadoes. Okay, so, and he made the drive from Alberta for this event or setup. So that always tells me if Braden's driving out for it and he's investing the time and effort, you need to pay attention to the system, because he rarely misses. I mean, he's pretty good. So, but we all miss at some point. So, Mr. Grumpfer, hi all. Is there much more activity in Saskatoon? Right now, there isn't. It's all rotating around Saskatoon at this point. We are expecting severe weather later on. Right now, the only thing we're watching is this line that kind of started up around 16, moving north-northwest. But mostly north. That's the initial line with those funnels. But you can see there's rain wrapping all the way around, and it's going to come back into Saskatoon. I don't know that it will be severe. We're expecting severe kind of further to the south at this point. So we are going to continue to monitor that. Connor, obviously being in the chat now, helps that he can more eyes on radar. And we do have a little beam that just fired here. So this is going to be, where is this? This is northwest of Ogima. Or southwest of Milestone. So I'll back it out. You can see this one little storm that just decided to go, and that's usually an indicator of a storm that has gone through and busted through the cap, and is now in the last 3 scans does have lightning already on it. It is moving northeast. This is just a rain shower at this point, but that is something we are going to have to keep an eye on, because that's kind of where we were expecting that severe weather to be happening. So we may be having that initiation taking place right now. And just looking down to that North Dakota, Saskatchewan border down by Estevan, still seeing tons of rain, but not really any heavy indicators of any hail, other than maybe here south of Carnduff. These storms are basically moving eastward. There's a few pixels of pink, so there may be pea-sized or smaller hail. So things are starting to maybe get going, and that's why we're here. So great timing on your question, and it prompted me to take a look around. So thank you for that. And what else have we got? Okay, so Connor, I know I updated your audio settings, so I'm curious if you've been typing or not on your keyboard.
I typed one button.
So when you're not talking, just go ahead and type something. I'm curious, because we had some audio issues, and I've input some filters that may have solved that problem. So I'm curious if they're working or not. Oh, okay, so this I'm going to pay attention to. There is a funnel forming northwest of Humboldt on this storm. So this is right now from Braden Morrisseau. So I'm bringing this up. This is this storm right here that is around the 20. Dead Moose Lake and Waldsee Lake. Let me show you guys here. This is a funnel trying to form here. So this is from Braden Morrisseau just now. Obviously, again, we're talking about those cold core setups, which tend to be weaker, but this is what's taking place right now. So again, this is to the south of Fulda, southwest or west of Marysburg, roughly. And that was that storm that we were monitoring some rotation on, and we'll continue to do so. So let me swing that back and stop this loop from happening here, and switch over, and then I'll switch my radar here, and let's go on velocity. So there is some rotation, so you do have a bit of red and green together Again, not going to be super indicative on radar when we see these because they are weak and they are low in the storm, which radar generally doesn't see, and there's not a traditional mesocyclone above it in terms of what you would have with a supercell tornado, that type of thing. So this is the storm. Let me just draw here. So that's this storm right here that we were showing the video on, and it is north, and it's moving essentially almost due north at this point. So that is, again, getting reported here. That was 5 minutes ago when he originally set that up. So we need to pay attention to that because, again, it could intensify, and we'll see whether I'll monitor his page, or actually Connor maybe can even do that, but I'm doing it at the same time. Awesome. So yeah, we're just, like I said, we're just paying attention to as much as we can just so that we get that information out. But definitely a decent funnel indicated on this storm moving north around this area here. So again, let me just zoom in here. This is near Dead Moose Lake and Waldsee Lake, heading north. I did draw a line over that, so let me get rid of that. Fulda, and again, hopefully I'm pronouncing that right, but this is to the west of Marysburg, moving north at this point. So we're going to watch this storm. I'm going to back this out, and you can kind of see how this has transpired this afternoon over the last few scans. And that storm is showing more intensity because it does have that red and that dark red in it. So it's maybe trying to ramp up there. Just taking a look here. Yeah. Kevin asking about wind speeds in that one. Again, it's not showing, based on the video I'm seeing from Braden, not really strong winds on these ones here to the north. On the surface, the only real wind will be in that cold core funnel. I'm just going to take a look at velocity here and do a scan. And again, see right here, we're only talking 20 to 30 kilometers an hour in those winds. This is aloft. This is at 8,000 feet. So that is not on the surface. 8,000 feet, you're almost, you're probably 2.5 kilometers up in the sky where this radar is reading because of the distance from radar. So again, not really indicative of being able to see that rotation or those stronger winds at the surface, but based on the video, I'm confident that the surface winds are not super strong at this point. It's just that one area of tight rotation that seems to be the main concern there. So just look at here. Okay, perfect. So yeah, I think we're good. I do have your audio turned down a little bit, Connor. I just want to see how it behaves.
Yeah, I was typing, so.
There you go. So we've kind of solved our problem. Technology, it's great when you know how to use it. So we're constantly trying to update the platform, and we're constantly doing things to make things better. There's hasn't been a day that I haven't been working on it, or Connor hasn't been working on things to improve our platform. And again, we're trying to grow this out. So we appreciate all the support, people watching and subscribing. That's the easiest, and hitting that like button definitely helps us out a lot. But thank you to folks who became a member today. And obviously that helps us out as well. So just having a look here. So we'll wait for our next scan here. This one was at 2:41 p.m. From the Environment Canada radar. Obviously, this is all live data in the sense that 8-minute increments. So we are about 7 minutes into that. So we should have a new scan here very shortly, and I'm going to keep an eye on that. So, okay, perfect. So, I'm just looking at some comments in here, just making sure. Okay, nothing so far. I'm going to check on that storm to the south, actually, while we're at it. So this storm continues to intensify. It's all by itself here, somewhat isolated to the southwest of Milestone, but right now that is just a really heavy rainfall in a tiny little area. It does have 3 lightning bolts, so this is just getting going. I'm going to take a look at temperatures out in front of that. And then we'll see whether this is getting into so there's some 20 degrees Celsius roughly to the north of that. I'm just going to take a look. That was about an hour ago, just over 20. So again, we weren't expecting really warm temps today, but 20 Celsius may be enough to get it going for those heavy rainfall. And obviously the hail up to 1 inch essentially. So what else have we got here? So that's where we're at. I'm going to double check, see if Braden's got anything else coming in here. That's 12 minutes ago still. So we'll continue to monitor that and pay attention as this storm moves forward. This is our latest scan here, just came in. Not much change in the strength of the storm or in terms of reflectivity, how much rain or precipitation there is. It is now essentially over Fulda, that Highway 20 and kind of Dead Moose Lake. Let's take a look at velocities on there. There is rotation in this storm, and you're seeing these brighter pixels of red and green. So again, still indicating slight rotation. Nothing that would, get me super excited in that sense, but definitely picking up. And we do have along that Highway 2 around Prudhomme. I'm going to take a look at velocities on that. You can see the difference in the velocities here. Sorry, I'm zooming in. That's not what I wanted to do. You can see how the red is very faint here for directional speed, but here on the Humboldt storm, which is one that Braden is on, it definitely has some brighter red pixels. So that's why we are paying attention to it, obviously because of what Braden has posted, and we're seeing some rotation there as well. So what else is going on here? PB Storm Chaser saying storm north of Roche-Beaucourt in Quebec looks to be rotating too. Grayson, good to see you in there. Connor, can you take a look at that storm just to see if that rotation is at all concerning? Or
I did take a look. It's very, very broad. Honestly, it kind of looks a little bit outflowy as well, if I'm being honest, but it's very, very broad. Nothing
that's
too
good.
concerning at this point.
Okay, yeah, so we won't deviate back there. I don't want to bounce around too much today from Saskatchewan. I'm trying to concentrate on this area as much as possible, but thank you for putting that in the chat, PB Storm Chaser. Really appreciate that. Kevin saying a couple of discrete cells. What kind of dew points? Depending where you're talking about, the one discrete cell that we've got here south west of Saskatchewan, or Regina, sorry. The dew points that we're seeing out in front of it off this station is only 10 degrees Celsius or 10.5. So we're in the 50-degree dew points roughly. I don't know if you've got Sasquatch on, Connor, whether you can see a little more. Okay.
Dew points right ahead of it are 54 Fahrenheit, so right around where you were saying Celsius wise there. And further in the extreme southeast corner of Saskatchewan, where those other storms are, it is in the high 50s. So not much moisture today.
Yeah, it doesn't take as much moisture as well out further west you go, but obviously today our main threat is going to be that heavy precipitation with hail. That essentially is what we were predicting looking at models and looking at our forecasts and everything like that. So again, we're going to monitor this one little storm here on its own, just kind of moving, and I don't think it's moving that fast, but I could be wrong. I'm just looking here. No, it's not really moving too quickly. So we're going to watch the development here and just see if that continues to grow and whether there's any intensity. I suspect with those parameters of the lower moisture and the temperatures not being that hot, it's going to take time for these to get organized and mature. So that's what we'll do, is we'll watch those as they go through. So very easy to see this line, this that we've been dealing with for the last almost 2 hours. You can see that kind of rotating or wrapping around throughout this afternoon. So that's where we've been seeing those funnels, and they've been mostly tucked in around this area right here on that far eastern edge of the line. You obviously have more rotation there as you're getting further away from the center of rotation. So that definitely is what's contributing to things this afternoon, and colder air temps as well. So What? Yeah. Okay. So let me just take a look here. Uh, what else have we got here? Oh, got a camera possibly that I can look at here for that storm. So give me 1 second. Thanks, Rick, for sending that. Let me see if I can access that. Oh, yes, here we go. So this is, I'm going to bring this up and share it with you folks. So this is the camera Highway 11 at Warman facing south. This camera here, this is 2:52 p.m. So that's, you can see that storm in that top right corner of the image on the screen currently. So that is where we're getting that data. Or getting that image, I should say, of the storm. So quite dark underneath it, but again, mostly heavy rain is what's going on. But we do have obviously funnels forming as well. So so that's one of them. What else have I got here? Okay. Okay. I'm just seeing some comments in the chat that are pretty funny. So, okay. Yeah, Kevin saying hopefully pocket change hail so they don't hurt crops. And yes, that's the last thing, you know, we want to see farmers getting their crops destroyed, especially this early in the season, you know, and especially with how saturated some of the areas have been. So that is, you know, the hope anyways. But Environment Canada is calling for some storms to be able to produce up to 1 inch, but we will keep our fingers crossed that that's not the case and that things are a little better than that. So this is 2:53 p.m. About 2 minutes ago. This is our latest scan. This storm is maintaining some intensity here. No rotation on it whatsoever. And I'm going to bring this back up. What you see here that looks like Christmas confetti, that is noise in the software for the radar for our velocity scans. I did talk about it early on. But we do unfortunately have that in our radar, so it does make it a little harder to be able to determine rotation sometimes. But with our experience, we're able to kind of dissect that somewhat, but it does make it difficult without a doubt. So again, Little Bean right now just kind of to the north of Ogima. And then it's kind of southwest of Milestone, and it has heading up towards Milestone, roughly where that 6 and 39 would be at this point. But we'll see if it continues to track that way. It's just slow moving and just getting going. So what else is here? It's that gumball asking for location question mark. We are in Saskatchewan. That's as best as I can tell you at this point. That's what we're watching today. If you need to know something a little more specific, please type it in the chat, and I'll do my best to be able to get you some info. So, what else here? Raven Wolf, good to see you in the chat as well. So, always good to see some familiar names and people just consistently in these chats as well. So again, right now, this line here around Humboldt, that storm did have some rotation on it. We did have video from Braden showing that rotation, and we're going to see. He hasn't posted anything new since. So he did post 2 videos here. Again, if you don't follow Braden Morso, you can follow him on X, and he is also under Facebook under the same name. So yeah, the green Jeep, as he's not, you know, that's what he's been driving for the last 12 years that I've known him, at least maybe even longer than that. So Braden's always had a green Jeep when he's out chasing. And again, based out of Cochrane, Alberta, but phenomenal chaser and friend to us. So we're very thankful that he lets us share his stuff so we can get the name out there. So that's basically where we're at right now. So still waiting on some scans here. Again, I know this isn't really you know, an intense stream in the sense that we have a lot of storms that are severe warned or anything like that. But with those funnel clouds, that's why we're here to walk people through it. And again, the Humboldt one right now is the one that we've been paying attention to. We've got about 5 minutes into this latest scan, and we're every 8 minutes, so we're about 3 minutes out. Still showing rotation on this right here, tucked in. There's a small, very weak couplet right in this area here. But again, it's not taking much for these funnels to appear today, so that's why we are monitoring them. We do have some heavier precip to the north of Aberdeen and to the northeast of Aberdeen on 41. There's definitely some bright red pixels in there for heavy precipitation. And then this is just to the east of Prudhomme. It's kind of been sitting there, hasn't been moving a lot. So unfortunately, it's probably going to cause a bit of flooding in those areas because they have been saturated over the last number of weeks. So we'll see if that affects fields in terms of the precip that's in them. So not necessarily the best news for farmers, unfortunately, with all this rain coming through. And just taking a look here to the south, we'll wait for the next scan and we'll go from there. So
I wouldn't actually be surprised if they either expand the severe thunderstorm watch around Humboldt or even the tornado watch side, just because that Humboldt storm is about to leave either of them.
yeah, I agree with that 100%, that if this continues to maintain, they are going to push that north. They haven't severe warned the storm itself because it doesn't meet the parameters for severe, which is in Canada, basically 90-kilometer-hour wind gusts, 3-centimeter hail, and then 50 millimeters of rain, which obviously isn't the case for that, but obviously those funnels definitely are going to get people's attention again. Hopefully they stay aloft, they don't come to the surface. So Kevin's saying, oh wait, okay. Yeah, okay. Well, Kevin just making a comment about possibly something happening next week, but yes, models out. I will tell you, as far as models go, Connor knows, everybody that knows me, I'm a pessimist when it comes to models any more than 48 hours out. There's just too many variables that come into play. You may be able to say, hey, there's a big event or a big system that's going to come through, but how that's going to unfold, definitely a bit of a different story. So I'm a pessimist when it comes to long-term models. So we'll see what happens next week. So there is some potential for net weather next week, but we will update folks on our Facebook page when we do our forecasts or outlooks and stuff like that for certain regions. If there's severe weather coming, we will post about it. So still seeing a bit of rotation on it, not as much as there was earlier, but again, we are starting to get farther and farther away from the radar. And then also there's a storm over here, which does look to have quite a bit of precipitation into it. This is by Borden, just southeast of where the radar is, coming up to Highway 16. There's a ton of precipitation in this. That is all at this point. Let's take a look at velocities. Nothing jumps out at me at velocity, but again, I've been saying it since we got on the stream. It will be hard to detect those cold core funnels on our velocity scans today. So much better than to have Braden on the ground or somebody on the ground reporting to us, because then we're seeing the bottom portion of the storm. So let's just take a look here.
Braden's last tweet there is pretty funny.
Is that some random kid?
I think it is.
Okay,
yeah.
I'm going to share it up here, folks. We can have a little bit of fun with this. I'm just going to see some random individual that Braden has on video here. This is in Humboldt. You can see all that water that's accumulated out of these storms, and somebody decided they were going for a swim and lost his flip-flop back there. So anyways, having a little fun, at least with some of the weather coming through. Again, hopefully we don't report on anything negative as far as, the rotation on these storms and that kind of stuff. That's the last thing we like to do, but we'll keep an eye on things there. I'm just going to take a look, see where my nearest radar, it's still going to be Radisson, but okay, so this storm here, again, a little bit weaker on this last scan. You can just see, I'll bring this up here and I'll bring the colors up. So a lot less red in it than there was here, for example, when we reported on that funnel. So you've got kind of a tight area of red pixelation, gets really dark red, and then it starts to break up. So this is our latest scan at 2:59. That came in just a short while ago. So losing a little bit of intensity, but that doesn't mean that, that it can't try and put down another funnel. So What else have we got here? A lot of comments in here. How do I get your forecast thoughts without Facebook? Okay. Connor. Yeah. Okay. So right now we're still trying to develop things. Obviously, we are growing the platform, and it's just the two of us. Obviously, with a lot of help from people, we have obviously our moderators and stuff like that. We are trying to grow the platform, and obviously, we're doing it as quickly as we can. But we want to make sure we do it accurately. We're not looking to get start covering stuff and not giving accurate information as accurately as possible. So anyways, yeah, that's definitely where we do things, and we do some forecast videos on this channel as well, especially for the bigger events, and we will be doing that more and more often as well. So again, you can stay tuned to this channel or follow us on Facebook, and we'll have that information there as well. So we're going to keep an eye out here. I've got a few storms popping kind of to the east here near Watson, just minor little storms. And again, these are just rain showers for the most part. Let's go take a look at, let's see here actually, which one, that one's too far away. So we'll look at this storm south. Still just rain, barely any. There's one lightning strike on it, so this one's struggling somewhat to get going in terms of any severity, which is good news for anybody that's in the path of this. It is moving northeast, but it is a tiny little storm at this point. There's nothing much to it, and you can see over the last scans that's kind of what's taken place. It isn't moving very far, so I can kind of measure where it started. So it was just there, so I'll do a measurement and I'll move this down. So it has, the leading edge of it has only traveled 24 or 25 kilometers, and that is in the last, let's drag this back. That's kind of where it formed right there. So 217. So it's moved 25 kilometers in 50 minutes basically. So it's not moving very fast at all. It's probably moving 30 kilometers or less per hour. So let me just kill this off. That's our latest scan on it. Heavy precip along that 334 right now, which is just back to the southwest of Truax. So that's where that is. And again, no lightning on it right now, but we will monitor that one to see if anything is going to happen there. I'm going to look at the radar from the US side. These storms are basically marching east along the border. They're not really crossing over per se. There is some moderate to light rain for example, for Estevan. Anywhere you're seeing that yellow, green, and blue, that's on the low end of the scale. The reds, pinks, purples, and darker oranges are on the moderate to heavy side of things. So we still have a little storm here on the North Dakota side, eventually moving into Manitoba. And I'm just taking a look from that perspective to see what Fox Warren sees. So again, rain for Manitoba right now. I know they have a special watch or special weather statement out here. Expires tomorrow, and they're talking about heavy rainfall tonight through Tuesday. 10 to 40 millimeters roughly, and this is in the Manitoba side. And some areas obviously can get more than that. And another area that has a fairly saturated ground there. So again, water will pool very quickly there. And let's go back up to Saskatoon and take a look at that just to see the Humboldt storm. I know we've got a few lightning bolts, so it is picking up a little bit of intensity because those lightning bolts are starting to pop up there. Lake Time, good to see you in the chat as always. Glad you popped in. Obviously, Ontario area, but today we're covering Saskatchewan. Appreciate you jumping in. What else? What else? Well, hello there, Veronica. Yeah, okay. No rain in Perth. Marlene Donahue. Yes, we are. Again, we're covering mostly Saskatchewan today. There's nothing. Eastern Ontario doesn't really have anything other than maybe very isolated storms, Connor.
Yes, correct.
Okay. Perfect. I just wanted to make sure I got that right. And our Toronto, definitely always in most of our streams. Appreciate you jumping in. Good afternoon to you as well. And again, we are watching Saskatchewan at this point. Some intensification on some of these precip cores happening here around Aberdeen. This one to the kind of northeast of Aberdeen. Heavy rain in there with a bit of lightning. And then we have another... it looks like just south of Cudworth, there's a lot of precipitation in there. And then our Humboldt storm to the north of it as well. Just looking at velocities, this Humboldt storm is still showing rotation on it. So that's the one we're keeping an eye on. I'm just looking if there's anything else that jumps out at me, but there isn't. Slow and steady seems to be the pace today with these storms, not really rapid movement. Connor, actually here in Eastern Ontario, we were chasing storms the other day, moving at 80 kilometers an hour. And it's probably a little more specific would be they were chasing us at that speed. You're barely keeping up with them. So a lot of precip here around Borden right now along that Highway 16 corridor. There's a chunk of it. No lightning on this, but this is just heavy downpour at this point up that way. So and then I've got a little storm here trying to do something. Elrose to the northeast of Elrose on 44, just around, what is that? Forgan Flats, sorry. So near Forgan, there's a storm that's got quite a bit of precipitation, but it's just a tiny storm, nothing that jumps out at me of any concern. It's just an area that's highlighted on the radar because it is more intense than the other storms around it. And this little bean here, just to the southwest of Milestone, has an interesting look to it on radar. We got to wait another minute or two for our next scan, and I'll bring up visible satellites. So this is Saskatchewan, the bottom half of Saskatchewan, and you can see how this whole system is basically rotating counterclockwise. And is moving eastward. So that's what's bringing the weather today is this low moving through and, moving east towards Manitoba throughout tonight and into tomorrow. So Connor, we had a question earlier that I couldn't answer, and I'm going to throw it at you to see if you can answer it. Somebody asked if this was that low or the whole system that we have would be considered a mid-level cyclone. And I was hesitant to say that would be the case, but maybe you've got something you can add to that.
That is a fantastic question, and I'm going to have to look into it. I don't have an answer immediately.
Okay, yeah, I again wasn't sure what the parameters were. That was my statement about that, just because I know there's certain parameters that have to be met for things to be considered, whatever title you want to throw at it, like a derecho or derico, depending how you pronounce that. Same idea. Okay, let's take a look at these storms here. 3:05 p.m. Saskatchewan time. We should have a new scan here within about a minute of what's going on. So the fact that Braden's taking videos of kids jumping into puddles doesn't sound like there's much excitement happening, which is, again, could be a good thing. So this is our scan here of the Humboldt storm that just came in. It is now over essentially Fulda. And you can see that precip in there. Let's see if we've got any velocities in there. It is rotating. It's definitely got rotation still on it. I'm going to highlight that. This would be in this area right here, kind of south of town. But we're not expecting strong rotations to be indicated on our radar app, just because radar will not pick up on it in that lower end. But you can very easily see, if I zoom out, most of the line of storms is mostly green, and you can see that highlighted area where there's a little more brightness to the green. So 46 kilometers an hour opposing 12 kilometers an hour in the opposite direction. So it does indicate rotation. It is broad and it's not very strong. The other thing I want to talk about is that it is also 8,000 feet off the ground. And when you're at 8,000 feet off the ground, you're about 2.5 kilometers. So significantly off the surface would be the best way to put it. And I'm just seeing what's beeping here because I just got a beep in my ear. Oh, that's just on the Quebec side. But again, those are just heavy rain showers on the Quebec side, the north of Quebec. So not the severe component that we were expecting out here. So those are just for heavy rain. Let's take a look here. Yeah, this storm is definitely struggling here. I don't think this one's going to do much of anything, just to be honest with you. So, yeah, Kevin's saying that little storm keeps trying. It does. It doesn't want to go away, but it's also not doing anything essentially. And I'm just noticing some temperatures actually out here. Just south of Regina, we're showing 21 degrees Celsius, which was kind of what the max I was expecting on that. That's 11 Celsius, so that's 54 Fahrenheit dew points, so right on target with what some of the models were showing. Weyburn also showing 21 Celsius, so the temperatures are getting to what models predicted for the most part, and our moisture content is there as well. They've just updated this watch or special weather statement, I should say, in Manitoba, so I'll look at that. Just to see if they've updated anything. I think they expanded it out. But basically, showers and thunderstorms will spread from Saskatchewan into Manitoba tonight and intensifying as they moved east. Some of these heavier showers slow down or stall over some portion of southwest Manitoba heading into Tuesday, resulting in higher precipitation amounts. And they've now said widespread accumulations of 15 to 50 millimeters of rain expected by Wednesday morning. So as this system continues eastward through Saskatchewan, then eventually into Manitoba, obviously going to dump some more rain out that way, which again, that's a fairly saturated area. I don't think it managed to dry out. If there's any farmers in the chat, you can in that area, you can kind of update us on that. But I believe that most of that area was fairly saturated over the last couple weeks. So let's just, oh, there's a couple of storms here by, let's see what these ones are doing. What's our, so what town is this? The friggin' Wynyard. Basically, there's a little storm popping there, but I don't know what my closest radar to it is. Foxwarren's too far. Maybe. No, Foxwarren's too far. So it's kind of in a radar, what we call a radar hole somewhat, and I'll show you what I mean by that. So the storm is right here, zoomed in Wynyard. You've got a radar to the south, you've got one to the northwest, and then you've got one southeast of it. So it's kind of in this farthest from all locations as far as radars are concerned. So we're reading way up in the storm, which is obviously less accurate for being able to relay information as to what is going on. So tough one to call there, but there are a few showers popping there. I'm keeping an eye on this Humboldt one. We're 6 minutes into our 8-minute cycle. So and we'll see what that updates as, whether there's any more rotation on it. And we'll see if Braden has moved on. I'm assuming he's moved on. He's not just sitting there taking videos of a kid jumping in the water, but his nature is to chase the storms. So, okay, what else have we got here? Any comments? So Kevin asking whether these storms will pack enough of a punch if there's, light lawn furniture or trampolines around, or just rainmakers. So this stuff up here, there's not a ton of surface wind on this line here moving north. However, the storms that are expected to fire later on down here to the south, those will be capable of 90-kilometer-hour wind gusts. Also 3-centimeter hail or less, which is roughly 1 inch, and then 50 millimeters of rain. So down here to the south, definitely far more potential for those straight line winds and all of that stuff going on. So we are going to monitor that area and as this gets underway, because we are still very early on in this, just because of those funnel clouds is why we jumped on earlier. So we'll walk you guys through it, and hopefully we're not reporting anything too severe today. Just looking at some of my comments here. Some of the moderators were all watching radar all over the place and commenting that the storms are moving so slow that it's like watching paint dry to a certain extent. They aren't moving very quickly, that's for sure, this afternoon. This is our latest scan here on the Humboldt storm, which I should to the north of it. And let's just switch over. There's still rotation on the southern corner of this. Let me highlight it, this kind of couplet right there. And it's on the southern tip of it. So again, it's kind of in the right place. We'll see if that continues, but it's the only one that's been showing any kind of indication of rotation on it for the most part. So, and again, we did see that video earlier on with from Braden Moore, so showing a couple of times where it did have a funnel and it was drawing up from the surface. So, and these storms look like they're fairly close to the ground, so they are feeding off the surface. So that's what's happening there. Again, not super exciting. Looking at this stuff over here by Borden, the precipitation core on that has gone down, but it really hasn't moved out. I'm just showing you guys what it's doing here. So it is weakening in terms of the amount of precipitation. This is moving westward, maybe northwest at this point. So you can see the difference. We have storms that are closer to that center of that rotation of the low. And if we look, these storms are moving this way over here. These storms are basically moving that way. And then down south here, these ones along the border, let me bring that back up, are moving this way. So you got all sorts of different storm motion, and the one that's down here is moving in this direction. So that's what happens when you have a low that big moving through the area. It affects obviously different areas of the province for direction of storms and obviously the intensity as well. So that's what's happening right now, and we will update as things go along. So this storm is struggling big time here by Truax. It's raining there now, moderate rain, mild to moderate rain right now in Truax, but there is a core of some heavier precip just southwest of there. It is marching up that way over the next few scans. It's just rain and 1 or 2 lightning bolts. So again, nothing too concerning. I'm just trying to see if there's any boundaries hiding out here or anything that might give me an indicator of where we might have something happening, but I don't see that currently on these scans. So that's another good sign for things. Let me kill off temperatures because we don't necessarily need that there. And then we'll watch this. So
if I were in southeastern Saskatchewan around Carnduff and Gainsborough and stuff like that, I would start to worry a little bit about flash flooding with these storms that are just sitting there basically.
yeah,
It's kind of like a Montreal situation.
Yeah, so we witnessed the other day, we were live streaming obviously for Ontario and Quebec, and we were covering actually multiple areas, even Alberta. And these storms are not moving quickly, but they're just dumping precipitation. And you can see what Connor is referring to. They're starting to intensify right on the border, right by Portal. And you're getting those orange, dark orange and reds in there. And they're not moving quickly, so these are going to cause, flooding, obviously in those areas. So this is slow moving, and that definitely could be an issue for some folks, and that's why that severe watch is all the way out there. And if Environment Canada starts to feel that there's quite a bit of rain that has happened there, they may throw that severe out there. Let me just take a look here. We can actually see storm precipitation totals right now. So just on Highway 8 south of Carnduff, we are showing right now 5 inches of rain right here to the southeast, right at the North Dakota border. There's, and again, this is radar indicated, so it's not an exact science, but 5 inches of rain. We're calling, what is that? That's just under 100, that's over 100 millimeters of rain. So you're talking a significant amount of rain has fallen in this little area here, right on the border itself. So let me just take a look here. Other areas, those are all on the North Dakota side, but 2 inches of rain here, kind of where you're seeing those greens. So still decent amount of rain. Also, just across the border here into Canada, 2.5 inches of rain. So lots of rain falling with these storms because they're not moving very quickly at all, to be totally honest with you. So just a good point to bring up there, Connor. Lots still coming from North Dakota if they are moving in that general direction. So we will monitor all sorts of different situations for you folks. What is this storm doing? It looks like it's now trying to push again on this latest scan. So you can see what I mean by push again is sometimes you get what's called pulsating updrafts, where the updraft goes up, storm tries to do something, then it falls, and then it gets another intensification. And you can see that on the reflectivity scan we're looking at right now. A whole bunch of red in there and dark orange. Previous scan, much smaller, much less color, and even before that. So this storm is trying to do another push right now, and it's starting to throw lightning bolts, actually. That's another good indicator of intensification. So right around Truax, we can see 1, 2, 3, 4 lightning bolts. So that is also a little hint that that storm is trying to do another push. So we'll watch that one as it goes south of Truax and then heads over to Milestone. That's kind of the path that it's headed to, kind of to the north of Milestone would be my estimation at this point. So let's jump back up here. The storm, this one looks like it's fallen apart. 3:23 p.m. That's 2 minutes ago. This is the storm that was over. It's between Middle Lake and Fulda. It definitely looks like it's weakening somewhat based on the core that I'm seeing there. So I'm just going to zoom out. We'll bring it up to our latest scan here. Yeah, it's definitely gone through some kind of transition there, and it's not packing as much of a punch. There's definitely heavy rain in it, but most of it's moderate to light rain. Southeast of Cudworth, there's quite a bit of rain in there with those darker oranges and reds. Again, marching north, and then the one that's north of Aberdeen has been raining there for quite some time. So I wouldn't be surprised if there was quite a bit of rain accumulating on the surface there, like we saw. That young man jumping into the water in Humboldt area. So looking at these storms over by Radisson, they are definitely losing a bit of their precipitation. They are kind of coming apart compared to what they look like before. If I back it up here, you can see that bright red, and now we're mostly down to yellows and greens with a little bit of orange. So still raining over there, and that's what you're seeing, a lot of rain out there, but things are slowly, I think, starting to transition here where we're going to be looking at that southerly component. This is the one storm just southwest of Regina. We're going to keep an eye on that one. It was the first one to go. We'll see if there's any that follow it. And then obviously the total amount of precipitation here in that southeast corner is going to be the concern in that area. So if anybody's watching from there or knows anybody from there and can let us know, but the radar is showing some areas with 5 to 6 inches of rain already, which obviously would be closing in on that 150 millimeters, but definitely over 100 millimeters at this point in that corner. So definitely an issue with flooding, I would guess, from Estevan eastward along that border towards Manitoba, and obviously tucked in along that North Dakota Saskatchewan border as well. So what else? My hound dog asking, benefits of moving west, it's going to bounce off the Rockies and head back south? No, absolutely not. That's not what's going to happen, and I'll show you what's taking place. I'm going to bring up radar here, turn that off, and throw up the satellite loop, and we'll play that. So what you're going to see is the low kind of tucked in right here on the Alberta Saskatchewan border, obviously more into Saskatchewan, but this is moving eastward. So all those storms are doing is wrapping around that low and coming back. So it's kind of like a slingshot effect if the storms go all the way around. It obviously depends on timing, and as the day carries on, where we get into evening, storms will lose their intensity. But that is your low out there, and that is again what's bringing all this kind of weather. And you can see how everything is starting to trail out of Montana up into Saskatchewan, some of those clouds, and the same thing with North Dakota. There's a couple of storms just hugging that US-Canada border, essentially, in that far southeast corner. So that's what's happening. So no, it won't hit the Rockies and go south. It will wrap around, and again, the low is going to move eastward with it, so it's going to get further away from the Rockies. So what else is going on here? No problem. Glad to answer those questions. And again, if you have any, throw them in the chat. We're always happy to answer questions. So what else is going?
So there's a storm just south of the Manitoba border. If it keeps going towards Manitoba, I would expect that one to probably get severe warned, just due to the hail core. Just beside West Hope, North Dakota, as it moves north.
Yeah, this one tucked in here. It's got some broad rotation on it. It's got a really weird shape to it, but you're right. Basically, all this pink that's in there would be pea-sized hail, or maybe a little bit bigger, but it looks like it's just heading east, no? Or is it? No, it's actually heading northeast. So, but it's very stationary. It's not moving very fast. So good call there. So on the Manitoba side, basically south of Coulter or southwest of Wiskata, maybe a severe warning coming out for that storm if it maintains and continues on its current track, essentially. So we will update you if that happens. We do get those alerts coming up. 3:29 p.m. So this is our latest scan here, and we are starting to see, remember I was talking about this storm picking up intensity. We now have hail indicated in here south of Truax. We've got 4 pixels of pink in this area, so that would be again pea-sized hail or smaller, but this storm is definitely picking up on intensity. You can now see the lightning strikes, and look where they're hitting. I'm more afraid of lightning and other chasers is my 2 biggest fears when I storm chase, because lightning is so unpredictable, and look how far out away from the core of the storm. I can measure that. So the core of the storm is back here. This strike is 3 kilometers out. This one's 5.6 kilometers out, 8 kilometers out. So you've got to be careful with these storms. Like I said, lightning scares me more than tornadoes ever will, because tornadoes are a little more predictable than lightning. But again, that tells us that storm is picking up on intensity. The lightning is picking up. The hail core has gone up on it, or the precipitation core has gone up. So those are all cheat codes in terms of knowing what's happening with storms on radar, just looking at them without being underneath them. So that storm is definitely going to, have our attention if it continues to do that. And going to take a look here. Storm just over 20 here north west of Fulda, or just north of there. Let's take a look at our velocities. The rotation on this scan is looking like it's almost non-existent. So again, that's probably a good sign for all this. This line is losing some of its kick, I would say. And I'm not going to say that the threat for funnel clouds is over, but it's definitely, I think, downtrending at this point. So again, these are moving north. You can see over the last 2-3 hours there, basically it's 3 hours that these have been cycling, and you can see what happened. Those funnel clouds reported a couple hours ago, almost 3 hours ago. We haven't seen a report as far as a funnel is concerned. It's been almost 40 minutes, I want to say, was the last one here. I'm just taking a look. Actually, sorry, I'm lying. It's 55 minutes ago. Not seeing anything in the last hour. And again, these storms do look like they've lost a bit of their punch. You can see here there was far more red in them, far more orange, and now on the latest scan, there's far more yellow. So I can bring that up, and you've got a little bit of orange with a tiny amount of red. That's basically on the north side of Saskatoon. I'm just bringing up what's beeping here. Whoa, there's a heat warning on the Northwest Territories, which is kind of weird to see that, but that's what that is up there. That's a heat warning. Yep, that's exactly. Expires in 5 days, so it's looks like it's going to get hot up there. I can actually turn on our temperature sensors. I think we've got a few of them up there, but let's just take a look. So yeah, right now in the Northwest Territories, it's almost 30 degrees Celsius, and in Saskatchewan, it's 13. So bit of a contrast with that, temperature difference that you see way north, kind of tucked in here. So that's what that was. That's just a heat warning up there, folks. Nothing to worry about. Our severe weather, we're going to continue to monitor down here. So I am watching these storms down here again, 3:29 p.m. So we need about 3 more minutes till our next scan. I'm curious what this little one here, just near Truax, Saskatchewan, throwing quite a bit of lightning and has a few storms popping around it. And again, I don't think that our initiation with these storms is going to be very strong, just because of the parameters that are out there. We're borderline essentially, but we still have that ton of rain tucked into the south, the very southeast corner of Saskatchewan. We've had some areas with 5 inches of rain in there. So those poor farmers, unfortunately, that is not what they want to see, I don't think, because those areas have been saturated over the last little while. So what else is going on here? I'm just checking more comments in the chat here. Kevin saying, got to get this channel's viewership into the thousands. What's up with Connor's mic? I don't know. I hear Connor very well. The mixer is showing his volume almost near the top. So I don't know if anybody can comment whether Connor's mic is not loud enough, or whether, I don't know what, or it's broken up. I don't know what the case may be, but if you guys can throw that in the chat, I will tweak it if I can. Again, we put on some filters on there so that it keeps it only to his voice and not, when he's digging into a bag of chips or typing on his keyboard. So we're keeping it so that we keep the audio as good as possible for you guys. So if somebody can just kind of update that. So what else? Okay.
I think
Yeah.
I think initiation south of Regina there, if it's going to be discreet, it's only going to be for like an hour and a half, and then it'll kind of just turn into that big blob that we see on models with a bunch of rain and just embedded storms.
Yeah, and I'm curious if we do end up that is the scenario. I'm still curious if we end up with some hail in those. I think that's the biggest threat, is just the wind and the hail, essentially. So this is our latest scan, and that storm died off on this scan here. This has weakened significantly. It almost looks like it's struggling with another updraft to the northeast of it that's trying to go at this point. So again, just rain with some lightning here. Nothing to get excited about at this point. And I'm just going to see what Braden's got going on. And obviously for the locals, we hope that we're not on here for a long time, because if we're not on here, that means the severe component has dropped on these, the development of these storms and the outlook for today. But while things are still motoring, we will be here. We will keep everybody up to date. If things tail off, obviously you guys can look outside and see it's raining. But if there's anything that might be of a severe situation, we'll definitely report to you guys while we're live here at this point. So let's take a look here. I'm going to see if Foxwarn has a better look. There's one tiny little storm here, but again, this is just nothing. It's just a Wynyard, I think it's to the southeast of there on 16. So again, nothing to jump out at, but it just, I can see it on the radar, obviously, so pointing it out somewhat. Let me kill off our temps again there. We'll just switch them off. So yeah, right now, south of Weyburn, there's a little storm trying to get going, but I don't know if that's going to pack any kind of a punch It's far out there. I can only see it from the one radar. Again, southeast corner of Saskatchewan is a really difficult spot to read radar, and I'll tell you why. So we've got west of Regina radar, then we have northeast of Minot, and then Fox Warren on the Manitoba side, and you can kind of see it's in that triangle. So that's why I try and use the US radar, because it's a little bit closer here. So it will read, you can see the difference, obviously, what it's reading here. So we do use the US radar at times. It also updates every 3 minutes versus every 8 minutes. So that makes a difference as well. So, okay. Okay, Kevin's saying it's quiet on his end. I'm not tripping, I swear. Sounds good on my end. So Melissa's saying it sounds fine. And listen, this is technology. We've had people, I know I've had people complain about volume about the whole stream, and when everybody else is hearing it fine, and then I found out they were watching it actually like through Rogers smart TV or something like that, and it was just that platform that, you know, was taking our audio down. But anyways, we try and fix things and get them working as much as we can for everybody, but as long as he's not whispering, I think we'll be okay. So yeah, it's definitely it's not always easy, unfortunately. So maybe, Kevin, are you watching this through I don't know what platform you're watching. It says you're on, it's on the TV, but is it through the YouTube app, or is it through like a Rogers smart app? That may answer or help me answer questions as to what's going on with the audio side of things, because I know we do have that issue somewhere. Okay. Yeah, Rick saying that is that Rick saying that he's going to send you or buy you a silent keyboard? That's okay, Rick. I bought two of them, and they were the exact ones that he's got. So Connor just types loudly, I guess. Or his mic is really good at picking it up. That's, yeah, I was just going to say that's basically what's going on. I definitely have a different keyboard than you, but I bought two that I had as spare. And it turns out they're the exact same ones. So he's watching on YouTube Premium. Interesting. Yeah, it's like I said, sometimes it's really hard to understand what's going on. I can't hear Connor, but I can hear Tom. What the? Okay, that's bizarre. Well, I'm gonna crank you to the max. Let's see what happens. I've got you cranked to the max. So it's good that you guys are giving us this feedback, because we want to make sure that we, you know, we can adjust things if we can. So I've got Connor cranked at this point. And we'll see.
This is so interesting for us.
Yeah, well,
Just
again,
from both our perspectives, I like when I listen to the stream on my end, I sound fine.
yeah, well, again, obviously there's something in there, and you know,
Yeah.
more than one person is experiencing it, so it's frustrating for sure. Melissa, sorry, eating ribs and trying to type. Melissa, that's not fair. If you're going to have ribs, you need to share with the rest of the class. You can't just eat ribs and not share with the rest of us. That's mean. Okay, I just got lots better. So yeah, I turned the volume to the max. So, anyways, that this is why we are open to criticism, good or bad, and we'll you know, always adjust accordingly. So glad that has improved things now. So everybody's saying there he is. So good enough. It's working now, so we figured it out. Okay, let's keep an eye on things here. I'm just going to look back down here to the storm south of Regina. 3:35 p.m. So we need the next scan here. I'm curious if we've got two updrafts trying to fight. And I suspect that may be the case, and we'll see if one of them takes over here. This is by Milestone or near Truax, I believe, is the other area. And this is not looking much better. It's just heavy rain and lightning here just to the west of southwest and west of Milestone. So nothing to report there. This stuff up north is very garden shower variety type stuff. Again, I'm not expecting much out of these storms anymore. I'm going to see if Braden has updated anything here, and he has not. So not sure what is going on right now. So Okay.
You are correct about the two updrafts. There is on satellite you can kind of see them, one just beside Milestone, and then the main one that's producing those lightning strikes south of Truax.
Okay.
Um, but there is basically no wind shear going on over there, so that is likely the reason why it's kind of just sitting there and having a hard time.
It's just raining itself out, basically. That's why it's pulsing the way it's
Yeah,
doing it. So we can kind of go through that. So basically, what wind shear is if as you're going up through height in the atmosphere, if the wind isn't changing direction and you're just basically going straight up, once the air gets up there and it starts raining, the rain falls down the updraft and it basically chokes itself out, is a layman's term way of explaining that without getting obviously too technical. But so what happens is it chokes itself out, then it goes up again, and it just does this pulsing kind of effect. But right now, not much going on as far as storms are concerned. There's another small one here north. It's over Gravelberg, but this is just garden variety shower at this point, north of La Flèche. So on the southern end, where we are seeing the most precip is obviously that southeast corner, kind of east of Estevan, towards Portal, and then along into that southeast corner, basically Gainsborough and south. There's quite a bit of rain in there, and it's moving very slowly. The other storm that's getting close to the border here with some of that hail is the one that's in North Dakota, heading up, about to cross 83 essentially, in that southwest corner of Manitoba, and that might get a severe on it just because of the hail if that continues to maintain. I'm actually really
I'm
curious how
just
this is all going to unfold. Sorry.
replaying the satellite here, and I think there is one of the problems that might happen here in regards to south of Regina is the fact that those storms in the extreme southeast corner of the province have pushed out an outflow boundary moving northwest that could cause problems
Okay.
in the Warm sector region, kind of
I think I just
cause
heard
problems
thunder.
in the cause
Sorry,
problems in the sense that storms are going to have a hard time.
which is good for locals. I thought I
Yes,
just
of
heard
course, yeah.
thunder at my house, but I don't. I'm looking at the radar and I don't see that. So, but I'm going to close my windows on my car just in case, because I don't need to go get a car wash of the interior of my vehicle. So, yeah, right now, again, nothing super exciting going on at this point on the stream. Our excitement was obviously earlier. If you are just jumping on, Braden Morso posted a bunch of funnels, obviously near Humboldt. We had several of them. Meacham was several hours ago, and then Colonsay was the other ones. We've got several of them here. You can see on his social media. And again, if you don't follow Braden, please check out his profile on X and on Facebook. He's a phenomenal storm chaser and gracious enough to let us use his media on our live stream while things are going on. So definitely, he's an awesome guy. So definitely check him out. And he's a great resource for anybody that's interested in severe weather and that kind of thing. So, yeah, so right now we're just kind of sitting and waiting just to see what happens here. Um, Curious how many people. Hey, maybe you should throw a poll up there. Actually, no, that'll be too hard. Most people, I'm sure, are watching from Saskatchewan. I know there's obviously some people from Ontario that have been following us for quite some time here. Just curious where everybody's watching from roughly, but let me
Yeah, I'll
see.
throw a poll up just for funsies.
Yeah, but what are you going to put? Saskatchewan and Ontario, or?
Uh, you make a good point.
I was thinking like cities, but then you're just going to start putting, maybe if you guys comment where you're watching from, that would be awesome. Like what city you are in. And that's probably the easiest way to do it. If you guys feel like doing that, throw it in the chat and um, it'll tell us where you guys are watching from. So, okay.
I can go through the summaries from Environment Canada from the rainfall warning in Alberta yesterday.
Okay. Rainfall in Alberta.
Yeah, like whenever we had that rainfall warning the other day in Alberta, there in
That
Edmonton
was
and
two
stuff.
days ago. Yeah, that was
2 days
two
ago,
days
yeah.
ago. Yeah. Okay, yeah. I'm
So
just looking.
Elk Island National Park, 140 millimeters. Stony Plain, 126.
So this is
Edmonton,
all Alberta.
102 millimeters. Yes, all Alberta.
Okay.
Villeneuve, 97 millimeters. Barhead, 87. And then Camrose was at 70, and everything else was below 50.
That is a
So
lot of rain in a lot of areas. So, yeah, we've been seeing that a lot over the last few weeks where we're getting these huge rainfall totals. Montreal 2 days ago got 150 millimeters or more in spots. Do they have a rainfall total for that southern Quebec storm system that we were watching?
they don't. They said was between 100 and 170. They didn't really give specific places and totals.
Well, we know where that 170 would have been because we were monitoring
Yeah.
that kind of almost due south of Montreal. So yeah, that was another rain, flooding type event. Okay, looking back here into southeast Saskatchewan, still getting a ton of rain moving through that area. I'm going to see if the rain totals have gone up on our radar there for this event. And we're still reading the most rain is still tucked into this corner. We've got 5.5 inches. I'm going to zoom in a little more here. 5.5 inches of rain, roughly. This is again not exact, but you can see right on the North Dakota and Saskatchewan border. There's a pocket here of significant amount of rain. Just kind of west of that Highway 8, 3 inches, 2 inches. So definitely some flooding happening in that area with 6 inches of rain. And it's not over with. That's the part that's a little more frustrating for the farmers and stuff. There's more rain kind of back to the southwest and to the west, which is going to make its way there. Hail has died off on that storm that's riding that North Dakota and Manitoba border. So that one there, I don't think is going to get severe warned as it crosses over. And then we have this Gainsborough line essentially of precipitation moving through, dropping through like this. And this is moving eastward essentially. So in that general direction, yeah, definitely more rain coming behind that. It's less intense. Obviously, this is an isolated area of quite a bit of intensity, but it's very narrow. But you're seeing that rain starting to tuck itself into the southeast corner of Saskatchewan and then into Manitoba as well. So let's just take a look back at these storms. Little storm trying to get going here near Tribune. That may be something to pay attention to. We still have these two little cells here near Milestone. That is still continuing, but it's not of any severe category or anything like that, so nothing to worry about there. And then we have just this precip to the north, and just heavy, tiny pockets of heavy rain, but nothing super exciting there. So Sask Humboldt area, people watching from northern Nova Scotia here. Wheels 1393, awesome. That is very cool. Prince Albert, another Humboldt area from Saskatoon, just got here from Okanagan Valley, BC last night. Benjamin, so thanks for tuning in for that. Jacqueline saying Pilot Butte east of Regina, yeah. And Kevin in St. Thomas. Definitely a lot of different flavors in here, so that's good to see. I mean, we've got sometimes we get Helix sometimes comes in here from Australia. We've had Europe. US, we get a lot of people watching. I know Gayla was watching. She's, I believe, from Colorado. So we do get a lot of people who like watching what's happening with weather, that kind of thing, jumping in. So appreciate that. Yeah, Kevin saying hurricane season, Nova Scotia. Connor and I have done that. I did mention it on this stream earlier.
And I'll do it again.
Yeah, I was gonna say, unfortunately, it just makes me want to chase more of them and stronger, because that one was only like a cat. That was what, cat two? I think it just got up to cat two.
Yeah.
That's kind of where it got to, and so now I want to chase a category 3, 4, or 5. But you got to be careful with those storms, because you're in for a ride. Whether you've got to batten down the hatches and hope you found a good spot to ride it out in. Anyways, that's neither here or there. And actually, I wanted to comment. If anybody's a weather enthusiast, I know, for example, I watched Max Velocity yesterday, covering the severe weather in Illinois, and they actually live streamed a team, Otis, OTUS, flying their high powered drones right into tornadoes live on the stream. One day we'd like to get there, but that's there's a budget involved with that. So if we can get to the point where this starts to make some decent money, we're gonna try all. Again, we're always going to be expanding the platform, but it was very cool to see them flying into a strong tornado with their drone, getting absolutely pelted with debris, and it somehow stayed in the air. I have no idea how it stayed up there. But they did it multiple times. Like the one I watched, they probably did it 10 times. They flew in and out of the tornado. And then Connor, I think, was watching later, and they did it again. So if you want to see something neat, go check out Max Velocity in the States. Young man who does a really good job. He kind of inspired what we do here in Canada. Him and Ryan Hall. And but watching a drone fly into a tornado live, that was something else. Okay, so we have a few storms trying to now get kind of popping here, kind of west of Milestone, south of Rouleau, basically in the Saskatchewan side. These are just minor showers, some heavier areas of precip, but a few lightning bolts. Again, nothing severe yet. So we are, what time are we right now? We're 4 p.m. Curious whether this is going to start getting going in the next hour or so. If it drags on much later than that, I don't know that we're going to have the severe side of it that some of the models were showing, and that Environment Canada was kind of predicting as well. So let me just take a look here. Some 20s and 21s, which is where we've got those storms. I'm just looking at the temperatures reporting in here. So a little bit warmer tucked into this south of Regina area. But again, right now things are struggling to get going. So we'll see whether that continues to be the case. Again, the stuff to the north where we had this tornado watch for funnel clouds and cold core funnels. Let me zoom out here. That's probably for Quebec. Yeah, there's still that heavy rain. I'm just going to click on it. It's expiring. So that was just for anybody that watching this severe warning that was out in northern Quebec, north of Val d'Or. That has expired, that severe warning, which means, and they were only severe warned for heavy rain. A common theme, it seems, over what we've been reporting on. Again, Montreal, Alberta, Saskatchewan, Manitoba. Over the last few weeks, we've been seeing some torrential rainfall totals in spots northwest of Winnipeg on that really high-end severe day where there were tornado warnings all over the place. It was like Oprah Winfrey giving out tornado warnings. There were some towns there that had 150 millimeters of rain. Ditches were, there was flooding. We had one of our storm chasing buddies showing us, 2 feet of water up to the garage of homes and stuff like that. So again, it seems like heavy rain has been the biggest component this year that we've kind of seen across the board, essentially. So, okay, let's wait for our next scan. We have a lot of little popcorn storms happening, so I'm going to switch over to satellite here. So we can kind of see what's going on. I'll zoom in here. So the 2 storms that we are watching around that area are right here. There's 2 little updrafts here. There's another one trying right in this area. This is another updraft back here that we can see on satellite. And there's one tiny little one down here right tucked into that area. So those are the ones that we're watching on radar. We can see them obviously on satellite, but that's where we're. So this is south of Weyburn, south or southwest of Regina. Those are kind of where our updrafts are currently. There may be a few others trying to get going, but that's where we're seeing them on satellite. Very easy to zoom out and take a look at that. So let me zoom in and see where it goes to high res. There we go. There's high res. And then this is how the satellite imagery has progressed over the afternoon. So you can see that low off to the north top left corner, and it's spinning as it counterclockwise as it's moving eastward at this point. So we'll see if anything gets going here in the next hour or two. It'll make it challenging for me to keep it entertaining for you guys, that's for sure. So let's kill off satellite, bring that back up, and then kind of go from there. So Kevin asking how you can get in touch with us. You can send us an email, canadianweatherlive@gmail.com at the top of the screen. I'll throw out all our socials. So if anybody wants to reach us, again, canadianweatherlive@gmail is our email. We're on Facebook, obviously here on YouTube, and Instagram and X are two other locations that we do have. So you can reach us there. You can also check out our merch store if you want to help support the platform. We've got some merchandise in there, shirts, tank tops, mugs, stickers, and a few other things that we're kind of growing out. We'll have toques for the winter time. We're going to have some sweatshirts coming up for the fall season, all that kind of stuff. So we're working on developing all that, but you get something nice and it helps support the platform. So, and we always appreciate any support we're getting. What else?
I will be back soon, by the way.
Yeah,
if you're
no
still
worries.
on by that time.
Well, yeah, it depends what's happening here, because if none of this goes severe, I'm not going to sit here just to tell people it's raining, but I can talk a lot, but that's asking a bit much. So, okay, Connor's going off to grab dinner with his wife, and I'm going to sit here and hold the fort down while he does that. What else is going on here? Diane saying Dorval, Quebec, rain for the next week in Montreal West. That's west of me, Pierrefonds. And DDO hip deep in placements, basements flooded. And yeah, that's what we don't like hearing, obviously, when severe weather does impact people. And some of the videos and photos we saw out of south of Montreal, and even in Montreal on the island, we saw huge amounts of water. Not a lot of fun. Road Warrior, appreciate the sub. Thank you very much for that. Our little counter at the bottom doesn't update. It only does it every 100 now. Prior to 10,000, it was every once in a while it would update, but now it's every 100. So I can tell you, if you just subbed, you're 11,275. So we're almost 11,300 subs. So again, thank you for everybody that has subscribed today. Please hit that like button. It gets the video out into the YouTube algorithm, which is always so hard to crack, but we appreciate it. What else have we got here? Gary saying southeast corner getting a good rain and thunder now. And yeah, that is this corner here that we've got from that US radar. It may be, it's still obviously raining quite a bit, because the yellow is kind of moderate rain, but you can see that it might be breaking up a little bit in that southeast corner, less red and more yellow and greens and blues in there. So it may be starting to ease up a little bit in that corner, which would be nice, because there is, again, quite a bit of rain that has fallen just here in this pocket south of Carnduff, right at the North Dakota border, just on the Saskatchewan side. Almost 6 inches of rain has fallen in that area. So not fun for farmers out in that area. So what else is going on here? You definitely did not hear Tom and Connor karaoke, Rick. That is not happening. There isn't enough booze in my house for that. I know I'm good at certain things, but singing is not one of them. So definitely not going to be happening here. Canada has every weather event. We need people like you to keep us up to the minute, life saving, and it can be, and that's why we're here. We're definitely happy to be doing this. I did not have this on my bingo card as my next career option. I've mostly run businesses. That's literally what I've been doing most of my life. And then this kind of took off. We started it as a side project, and again, we've grown so much that we kind of took it. This is my primary thing at this point. So, and we are doing so while we're waiting here. We have a little bit of a side project. We are actually building or trying to build the largest private weather cam network. And we've started obviously here in Eastern Ontario, and I'm just going to swing over here just to show you guys while we're waiting for things to show up. But we've, in the last 2 months, we just started this project, and we've thrown up weather cams. And I can bring up a live feed from them. Bear with me for 1 second here. I'll log into our platform. And the reason I'm showing you this is that we eventually want to get across Canada. That is going to take some time. But that is our ultimate goal, because what it does, if we don't have a chaser like Braden or somebody else on the storms right underneath them, we're not able to see very much. So let me bring up a camera here and I'll show you guys. So this is the camera right outside my house, actually. So this is a kind of a perfect one here. This is the weather cam in Kemptville, Ontario, south of Ottawa, but we have a live view when weather comes in. So it allows me to be able to, provide as accurate an information as possible. I'll show you guys another one here. We have them all over the place. So we have people who host the cameras. We provide the equipment and set them up and install them. But it allows us, as things are moving through the region. This is another one of our cameras. Over a lake, we're able to see storms approaching, and give people an idea of, okay, how windy is it going to be? How rainy is it? How much lightning there is? So nobody else in the country is currently doing this, and that's been a pilot project of ours. So eventually we will get into Manitoba, Saskatchewan, and spread out from there. So we have about 25 of them currently installed, and we're continuing to install more and more of them as we go along. But obviously that takes money, time, budget, all those kinds of things. So when people donate or buy merch or support us, through the platform, then we put it towards those kinds of projects. So it definitely is, we reinvest basically everything back into the platform at this point. So just looking out here at the latest scans, what else have we got here? There's not much. These storms are not looking like much is happening at this point. This event may underperform based on what I'm seeing here. So we got to kind of keep an eye on it. But so when we were looking at models, so it's one of those events that's right on that threshold for severe. And, something doesn't go right, doesn't quite get to the point where it needs to get, and you don't have it happen. So anyways, we're not saying this is over or done with at this point, but I would say up north, that funnel cloud aspect is over and done with up there. I'm wondering if this is still tornado watch, still another 2 hours on this tornado watch, it says. Nothing's been updated there. Last time was 4 hours ago. But none of these storms, I don't think, still have that potential. I am going to look at Braden's profile here and see if we've got any updates from him. And he hasn't posted anything in over an hour. So, again, that's good for locals. Listen, at the end of the day, these storms do impact people. When I'm not having to report on it, that's a good thing for everybody. So, I'm more than happy with that as being an outcome. These storms are definitely struggling down here near Milestone. Just again, regular showers with 3 or 4 lightning bolts. So again, nothing to write home about there. No severe aspect on that side of things. And then the rain tucked into this southeast corner looks to be, again, we've seen it over the last couple of scans. Most of the red has gone away. We've got basically just A bit of orange, yellow, green, and blue, which is on that lower end of the scale for precipitation. The only area that still has kind of that orange is right in this southeast corner, south of Gainsborough, on the Saskatchewan side, sneaking into that southwest corner of Manitoba. But yeah, definitely unfolding a little bit differently than I was expecting today at this point. So Grayson saying, Tom, I run a very small business with my friends for cutting grass, raking leaves, and shoveling snow. That's great. I love hearing about young people, individuals making a go of things and, doing their own thing. I've run businesses since I was 21 years old. So that's 30 years, which is scary. I'm 51 now. That's where I've kind of come from. And the storm chasing was a hobby over the last 12 years. And I posted to social media, but it wasn't something that was my driving point of why I did storm chasing. For me, it was personal. It was what I wanted to do, what I enjoyed. I did it more to share with my family than anything. But now here we are. So anyways, we'll continue to watch this, but right now this is so far very underwhelming. I will say that. So I'm just going to take a look here, see what the temps are doing. Yeah, the only chance we have of anything is right where these storms are happening, and even they are struggling. And the reason I say that, you can see these temperatures right in this area right here. We're showing 20, 21. Those are that's where the slightly warmer temps have been, where that sunshine was on satellite. I'm going to see if there's still sun in there. It's still got some sun, but obviously those updrafts are starting to affect, what's happening there. So you can see our one little storm kind of dead center here. This is the updraft on satellite imagery, so we can see what that's doing. But again, this is the only area of any kind of warm temps. And I'll kind of walk you through. There's 20 degrees Celsius here, which is blue. And the reason why is it's being rounded up. If you look at it, it's showing 19 degrees or 18.9. This one here is over 20 would be my guess. It's at 19.9. So it's 1 degree warmer. Oh, that one just went down to blue. Oh, wow, the temps just updated. Sorry. So while I'm talking about this, they only update once in an hour, but of course it's right when I'm talking. So these temperatures are climbing. So 22 Celsius here, Regina, Moose Jaw. So our warm air is tucked in right around the Regina, Moose Jaw area. So we'll see if these storms, as they progress a little bit further northeast, I'll switch off satellite, move over to radar. So as these storms move northeast, they may get their act together and have some kind of intensification that happens, but that's why we're here. So we'll keep an eye on it and update you guys as we go along here. And I'm just checking to see if we've got any commentary here. Okay. Oh, so I just checking one of my social media pages, and there's a video of the drone filing into the tornado, but I don't have their permission to share it, so we don't put it on the platform. I've mentioned that. But if you want to see, if you're a weather enthusiast and you want to look up something really cool, type in the Otis project, OTUS project, and look at their latest video. It's absolutely insane to watch that drone flying into a tornado, being pelted by debris like trees. We're not talking like little branches. This thing's throwing some large chunks of trees and stuff like that. So yeah, I highly recommend that you go check it out if you are a weather enthusiast. I know it blew my mind watching it on the live stream. So yeah, if you like that kind of stuff, definitely check it out. So right now we're sitting and waiting at this point. Nothing more exciting at this point. Nothing has even gone severe warned. And again, I'm suspecting this cluster around here or maybe further north, something might happen. And the only other thing that we're reporting on right now is that rain in that southeast corner of Saskatchewan, but it looks like that is improving as well. So we'll see. And we did have some models showing some bigger storms going into Regina tonight. That may or may not still be the case. But again, only time will tell. So right now, we are in a bit of a situation where we're sitting here waiting and watching. And yeah, if you have questions, throw them in here. I'll do my best to keep you guys entertained. If you guys do have any questions, I can jump on those. I'm just looking to see if there's any comments in my chats. There aren't. So I might wait till Connor gets back here around, which is 7 p.m. our time, 5 p.m. Saskatchewan time. And I might grab a bite to eat if we're still sticking around. So we'll see how these storms progress over the next half an hour or so. That'll be a bit of a telltale sign here. 4:11 p.m. So this is our latest scan. This one up here just south of Rouleau, Saskatchewan, right by the 39, has one pink pixel. So heavy precipitation in that. There may be tiny hail in it right now, but that's on the very edge of it. That's the only one that's showing any real major intensity. So we'll see if that can sustain and carry through. It is starting to get into those warmer temps because you can see this 22 degrees Celsius out front of it. Dew points are not good though. Dew points are below 50 degrees Fahrenheit, 9.5 Celsius. That's not good for storms. Let me just take a look up here. By Regina, we have 11 degrees, which is a little over. It's like 53, 54 degrees Fahrenheit for dew points. And this is going to be the airport, I believe, and it's about the same. So we may be lacking moisture today, and it may not be enough to get things going. So oh, Grayson, yeah, I forgot you meant. I saw that in the chat that you did buy the Outbreak video game for your computer. So, yeah, if we're playing Wednesday, which we usually do, we can probably get you set up so that you can play with us as a group. And for anybody that's not sure what we're talking about, there's a storm chasing simulator video game. It's actually a couple of friends of ours from Montreal, Quebec area. Mark and David basically designed a storm chasing simulator game. It launched 2 years ago, and we play it as storm chasers because we enjoy chasing storms. But if you're an enthusiast of storms, it's an awesome game. Check it out. It's called Outbreak, but Outbreak is spelled Outbrk. And you can't miss it. So yeah, definitely, we are starting to see more and more people. We did a live stream of it the other day, actually, on our channel. In our library, you'll find that there was 4 of us or 5 of us chasing at the same time, and we just had some fun with it on our 1-year anniversary of our first live stream. So it was just kind of a fun thing, all sorts of stuff like that. So it, yeah, light speed tractors. So wind wise, where specifically do you want me to speak about the wind? Because right now, again, the severe component on these storms, they were talking about 90-kilometer-hour winds. Right now, things are not unfolding the way we expected. They are definitely taking their time once these storms get organized. None of these are showing any really high winds in them. I'm looking at a velocity scan here, and unfortunately, there's a lot of noise in this radar. That's why it looks like Christmas confetti. But nothing of any major, wind jumps at me at this point. So, nope, felt like I had a joke, but no, none. Yeah, it's like I said, I mean, it's, and this is sometimes what happens with weather. My worst bust storm chasing actually is in Saskatchewan. That was 4 years ago, I want to say. There was probably 20 to 30 chasers in the area. We were all hanging out, which is a high amount of chasers for Canada on any setup traditionally. And we were all standing there, and basically it did nothing. We call it a blue sky bust. You sit there and you basically suntan for 5 hours, and nothing happens. So, Yeah. So, anyways, the Saskatchewan definitely was it's my favorite province to chase. I will say that. I love Saskatchewan for chasing. That day particularly can, be erased out of my memory. But again, that happens with weather. Sometimes, it shows how little actually we know about storms and weather and forecasting when we have those kinds of scenarios. So, um, okay. I'm debating playing tonight with the lack of anything going on, Rick saying. Rick is Lanark County Scanner. For those that don't know, he runs that platform on Facebook and has been a great help for us. So, yeah, sometimes it's a great way to get the frustrations out if you haven't seen storms for real. Sometimes it's good to chase them on a computer. So, yeah, anyways, and Grayson, congratulations for graduating. Awesome. And you're a young man, lots of life ahead of you. Okay, so let's look at this storm. This one is getting a little bit of a hail core showing on it. So this is Rulo. Let me highlight this. So this pink area in here is going to be pea-sized hail or smaller at this point. Again, if anybody is near this area or has indication as to what is actually falling on the ground, it helps us out. I'm just going to look here. This is not far off the surface. So again, it's not far from the radar, which tells me that more than likely there is hail falling out of this. It is south of west of that 39, but moving northeast at this point. So this storm has a bit of intensity on it, but again, it's nothing dangerous. It's nothing exciting. It's just showing some signs of life would be the best way I can put it. So just going to show you guys how storms are developing in that south of Regina area. And just watching down here, actually. I'm watching this storm here south of Weyburn. It just basically sits there. Tribune or whatever, it doesn't even really move off. The storm is just sitting there, kind of parked itself and raining. It's moving a little bit, but it's basically stationary compared to the other storms. So again, we'll see. We'll sit here. Hopefully, something does happen here and we'll be able to report on some severe weather for you folks. But if nothing happens, that's fine too. And at least nobody's getting impacted by the severe weather. So, so far with the stuff to the north, if people are just jumping on here, the stuff that was funnel clouds this afternoon, we haven't had any confirmation of any damage or anything like that. So hopefully that stays the way, in terms of we don't get any reports afterwards. Most of them were basically very elevated. We only had one or two that got really close to the ground, but again, they don't tend to be super strong. So, yeah. So Lightspeed Tractor saying storms not being exciting are the best storms. From my point of view, I realize that might not be your niche. So no, again, because of this platform, we are here to help people with storm anxiety as much as we are storm enthusiasts. So when it's me, yes, I'm out in the field. I'll go storm chasing. I want to see the big stuff. That's me personally. There's a reason my persona online for storm chasing was Twisted Brother Chasing, because my whole entire family thought I had a screw loose and I chased Twisted Wind. So that was basically my profile online, because most people don't like storms, but there are some that do. And so we kind of keep that balance. But yes, most people don't, I don't want to tell people that they're about to get hit by softballs or baseball hail. And that's what we call catastrophic hail. That kills livestock. It ruins crops, obviously equipment, so on and so forth. So yeah, definitely, you are not in a small camp. Most people that watch our platform definitely do not want to see the severe stuff impacting them or coming at them. And again, this is why we're here right now. A lot of people wouldn't know whether there's storms headed their way, if anything at all. And because we're here, we can tell you that the vast majority of this watch right now, there's nothing impacting it. And we're just going to keep an eye on this area right here. I'm waiting for the next scan to come out. We are about 5 minutes into our 8-minute cycle. So this one here is just to the southeast of Rouleau, between Rouleau and Wilcox on that 39, just southwest of Regina. So we'll see if that hail core picks up on that storm. If it does, then it may be one that's trying to get going. And then again, we'll watch what's going in that southeast corner. The stuff to the north at this point, Saskatoon, you guys are pretty good. It's only 15 degrees Celsius up there, so all you're going to get is rain. And a good way of seeing how intense storms are is you follow the lightning. Right now, I think there's only one lightning bolt here at the top, kind of northwest of Cudworth. So again, nothing of any intensity. And then the only place you've got lightning down here is this cluster of little storms. That's the only ones that have any intensity on them. So that's an easy trick to see what's going on radar and where you have to kind of pay attention to. So yeah, thank you, Lightspeed Tractor. Well, folks like you advance our knowledge. Thanks for that. And that's part of our kind of mantra, is educating, being accurate, but informative and educational, in the sense that when we aren't here, you can understand when you're looking at radar what you're looking at. And understanding severe storms and weather is half the battle of, not having to be concerned about them. So I'm glad we can help out with that. So, what else? Uh, yeah, Rick was out west doing some work, and he missed the storms in Manitoba. So his family thinking that he's got a screw or two loose. And this storm has, the pink has gone away. It is just heavy rain in there at this point. So this is indicative of what we've been seeing this afternoon. With the lack of wind shear on this, in this area particularly, there's lots of wind shear to the north. That's what was causing those funnels. But with this storm, what's happening is it's going up, it's pulsing up, and then the precip is falling into the updraft, choking itself, and then it starts to breathe again, and then it chokes again. So that seems to be what I'm seeing with the storms here to the south of Regina. We'll see if that changes at all, but right now I'm not holding my breath. Let's put it that way. So let's see what's happening here. Again, very cool up there, 14 degrees Celsius. Yeah, North Battleford. You guys had a tornado warning there 2 days ago, I want to say. But here's the last 3 hours of this system kind of spinning away here in Saskatchewan. So what's going on? Sorry, just checking one of my chats. Just sorry, catching up on a couple of chats there with chasers and things. We're just discussing what's unfolding here, so I'm going to keep an eye on it with them, and we'll continue to sit here and wait to see if anything happens. So what else is going on here? Sire, I believe it is. One of the models, the Her is called, still going, still got Regina 5 to 6 p.m. So we'll keep an eye on that to see if that's the case. That would be that little cluster of storms to the south. But if they can't get going because there's no wind shear, then it's not going to be anything too severe. But that's good to hear. I like getting input from others just to bounce ideas off of. So Jackhammer saying Saskatchewan can have all the crappy weather we had all weekend in Alberta. And yeah, you guys definitely had some terrible weather out that way. And this is kind of the system just slowly walking its way across the country, eventually heading to Ontario, well, through Manitoba and then Ontario and that all that kind of stuff. So Light speed tractor south of what now? So I think it was Regina that I was talking about earlier. We've got these little cluster of storms trying to get going here. And then in this southeast corner, I think we've still got a decent amount of rain. It is softening up a little bit. So most of the red is all south of the border into North Dakota, but you can see that yellow moderate to light rain on the Saskatchewan and Manitoba sides. The border seems to be working like a bit of a storm shield today. So again, just watching these little pop-up storms here just south of Regina. So yeah, definitely not not as intense as we were thinking. Just going to look here by Yorkton just to see what that storm. There's a little storm here, but temperatures are 18 and 17 Celsius, like Wynyard down to Yorkton. In between there, it's not that warm. So again, that's not conducive to storms getting really going. And our only area of warm temps are down here. So, but we're lacking wind shear. So those are, it's always these trade-offs. So what else have we got here? TL Sasky saying just rain in Tramping Lake. So good to hear that. I'm going to pull it up for those that don't know where it is, including myself. See if my software will. Tramping Lake. There we go. You guys are in a special weather statement. Oh, you guys are back to the west. Yes. So there's your rain. So that is just, it's because the temps back there are much cooler. So all you're going to see back on the back side of this, and I'll zoom out here. But thank you very much for the report. Again, that always helps. You're seeing this kind of spin around. That's what's going on here. So that rain is being pulled all the way around, but back to the west, it's much cooler. Those are just going to be rainstorms. There's nothing to be concerned about there. And again, the severe component here, I think in the next hour, if something doesn't happen, we will probably be... it may be a bit of a dud, but there are storms trying to get going right now. You can see all these little popcorn storms starting to fire down here. So maybe one of them is going to get going and could trigger things. So that's what we're sitting and waiting and watching. And yeah, it's not really exciting right now in terms of being able to relay any real information to you folks. But that's what's going on as we sit and wait at this point. And normally if those funnels hadn't gone, I still wouldn't even be on the stream at this point because there's nothing here to really that's severe or that would need to have people get warned of it that are out in front of it. So but once we've started a stream, might as well stay on here and see if we can keep you guys entertained. So Sire saying live temps and dew in Regina are 22 Celsius and dew of 12.3 and rising. Pretty dismal dew points. So 12 Celsius is what is that? That's 55 almost. That's 54 degrees Fahrenheit. And I'm from the storm chasing side of things in the US. They stick to imperial. So when we get dew points of 60, and if you see 70-degree dew points, that's a ton of moisture, which moisture is the storm juice. That's what allows storms to happen. Without moisture, it's tough. Obviously, further west we go, you get what we call continental upslope or forcing, because obviously as things go towards the Rockies, the land is going up. So you're getting closer to those storms. So yeah, anyways, definitely. Oh, there's just an update here for the whole entire severe watch. So let's go seeing here thunderstorm watch. So updated 2 minutes ago. They dropped all the description. There was a description in here of hail, wind, rain. They're just saying conditions are favorable for producing strong wind gusts, large hail, and heavy rain. But what the? They've dropped all the wording out of it. I'm going to wait here to see if they update that. Sorry, I'll because sometimes Environment Canada does that. They'll change things and then they'll, oh, was that another update or is that somewhere else? Oh, that's out east there. So I'm going to continue watching what's going on here. I'll wait to see if they update it again, because if you go back in the live stream, there was definitely um, far more information. And again, it was up to 3 centimeter hail, 50 millimeters of rain, and 90-kilometer wind gust was the max values for the severe side of things. That wording has disappeared. I'm going to continue checking it to see if it gets updated, but right now it's not doing it yet. Yeah, I know they do it fairly quick, so that's why I'm kind of repeatedly jumping into it. Thank you, Sire. I appreciate that. What else? I was going to look something up here. Oh, yes. Okay, let's see. Okay. Okay, let's see when our next scan comes in here. We'll see if these storms are trying to get going or if they're just going to struggle, which is what I'm thinking is going to happen. So this is at 4:29. Again, we just have a bunch of little popcorn storms. Only two of them are showing lightning on them for the most part, and only a couple of strikes. This is 5 minutes ago, so we still need to wait about 3 more minutes before we get the next one. I'm just going to see if anything's happening here. There's a few little storms around Humboldt again, but those are small storms. Nothing of any excitement there. Okay, so again, down here by Regina is the only, I think, area as far as severe is concerned. That's what we're talking about and why I'm concentrating on it. Elsewhere, I think, is pretty much just the temperatures aren't warm enough, and the dew points are questionable even down here. So we'll see. We'll keep an eye on this. We may be camping here for a while, but we may get rewarded with, being patient and then being able to inform you guys if severe weather does happen. I haven't seen this update yet. They haven't updated it for any specs in there. That's 5 minutes ago. So usually they're quick about that. So it's interesting. Wonder what they changed in there. I can't unfortunately tell you what changed because other than the wording disappeared. But southeast corner still watching that. Just heavy rain here east of Estevan. And just gonna see that this is it's camped over that area, so there's gonna be some. Oops, why did that happen? Give me 1 second here. I was trying to drag this. So this rain has just been kind of sitting there, so there's quite a bit of rain in that area. I'm gonna see what the radar is showing now. We do have a way of measuring it from the US radars. Still seeing, this southeast corner. I bet you that hasn't gone up by a whole lot, if anything. Still showing that 5.5. So let's say 5 inches is what we're showing down here. There are some other areas starting to get in that 2-inch range. So these are probably in the 40 millimeter range, roughly, where you're seeing this green. And then south of the border, there's another hot spot. And then there's one more here, very southeast corner of Saskatchewan, 4 inches of rain roughly in there. So again, that is just a estimating tool off the US radar, just watching how much rain is there. But the rain event isn't over for back there. So we're going to have to pay attention to whether that moves out of the area or not. And we're just going to see what's going on here. So okay, seems like weather-wise. Oh, they just updated something on it. What just happened here? So they're updating the special weather statement. So still talking about funnel clouds. This is updated 1 minute ago. Numerous funnel clouds have been observed in and around the Saskatoon area this afternoon. The threat for funnel clouds still will continue for the next 2 to 3 hours before diminishing this evening. So that was around the Saskatoon area, but this watch is going way back to the southwest towards Swift Current and all that. I'm a little trying to figure out what's going on there. This one expires in an hour. But yeah, this big one here again, kind of trying to figure that one out a little bit. Not too sure what's going on there. So this one area to the where we've got the yellow box, we've got two. We've got a special weather statement and a thunderstorm watch. Again, missing some information there. So Hayden saying that there's some stuff coming. So oh, why did it redact or retracted? So they're saying 2 to 3 centimeter hail, 30 to 50 millimeters of rainfall, 90-kilometer-hour wind gusts, and an isolated tornado or two. So that's still, the wording is still in there. So that must be a weather-wise issue. So I'll have to highlight that to them and let them know that their software didn't pick up on that when it came out. So let me actually check. I have another tool here as well that we're building from our end. So give me 1 second and I'll see if I can pull that up with a graphic. Saskatchewan, apply. Okay, so this was just put out. See if I can share this in an easy way. This is yeah, so I see the tool. We have a tool that we're building for alerts as well across Canada. It's still under development, so we haven't launched it. But yeah, again, the wording is 2 to 3 centimeter hail, 30 to 50 millimeters of rain, isolated tornado or two, afternoon and evening, 90-kilometer-hour wind gusts. So additional information, a trough of low pressure over western Saskatchewan will lead to scattered thunderstorms this afternoon. And then it talks about when thunder roars, go indoors. Conditions are favorable for the development of severe thunderstorms that may be capable of producing strong wind gusts, large hail, and heavy rain. So, and that's the watch that was just put out there. So, yeah, definitely weather-wise has a text issue. So, like I said, I'll have to message them and see if we can keep them up onto it. But none of these storms right now, these are just all little popcorn storms going up. So, we'll see if they pick up any intensity whatsoever as they move through the area. So we'll keep an eye on that. Oh, it looks like wording up on, yeah. So Sire saying 13C dew points, and that's in Regina. So that's picking up somewhat. Just going to see here. This was 40 minutes ago. So that's more up to date. So the dew points are going up a little bit. So we'll keep an eye on this cluster and see if anything happens outside of that and kind of go from there. That's our best bet at this point. So excuse me. And then I'll probably grab a lunch break, or not a lunch break, a dinner break when Connor gets back. He can entertain you guys for a little. And we'll see whether we can whether anything will come out of this. So just looking something up here. Where is, bear with me for a second. Okay, so continue to watch what's going on here. So okay, just I'm looking at some data here coming in. Yeah, okay. So we'll see. Again, we're going to have to be patient, I guess, to see if anything severe happens. And obviously, those in front of these storms don't want anything happening, but we're still, with these temperatures, we're still not out of the woods yet in that regard. So it is 4:41 p.m., so we do have more time left. Sunset out there has got to be 9-ish, I want to say. Actually, I can look that up before somebody beats me in the comments. Let me just take a look here. Once the sun goes down, we're definitely talking. Things are going to be on the lower end of things of severe, just because sunset 9:14 p.m. So once that sun does go over the horizon, we will definitely lose a significant amount of energy. What we call diurnal heating, which is that sunlight, and why we've been watching the satellite loop to see where the sun has been shining. You can see this will. I don't know how far back this goes. So you can see how there was a big wide open area there with lots of sunshine for a good portion of the day, and that's why those temperatures are tucked into that area, are the ones showing that 22 degrees Celsius, and everywhere else is showing fairly cool temperatures. So a bit of a cheat code to look where things are happening or have the potential of happening, I should say. That's one of the ways of checking it. So we'll see if this goes. So this is 4:41. This just got updated. What else is going on here? So again, nothing to really report, folks. Here, this is south of Regina, and we have popcorn storms with tiny precipitation cores on them. I'm just seeing here, Milestone has one purple pixel, so we'll see if that picks up intensity, or purple, I should say, pink. When you do get into those pink pixels, that's where you start to get into that small hail, essentially. But you can see there's quite a few scattered storms tucked in back to the southwest, kind of from Regina. So we'll see whether that continues to go that way, and if we do have a storm that decides to go. So still a bunch of rain in that southeast corner, but it is reducing somewhat, but not moving quickly out of that area. So I guarantee you there's going to be quite a bit of flooding kind of south of Carlisle, east of Estevan, all the way to the Manitoba border, is basically where that rain has been for most of the last, we've been on here for 3.5 hours now, and it's been raining basically in that corner for a good portion of that. So okay, just seeing if there's any more comments in there that I need to answer, but there aren't right now, so that's good. I'm up to speed. Hopefully Connor's here back soon from his dinner break. Okay. Yeah, so we're not giving up yet in terms of the stream, so we'll just we'll see if something takes place here. I'm going to zoom back out. So they did extend that land spout funnel warning basically eastward along here. So this line that is trying to fire up here could potentially have, again, those cold core funnels that are happening. You can see them spinning off right here. So we'll monitor that. We still know Braden is out there chasing as well. So I will monitor his social media to see if he posts anything. That's why we had all of that information earlier. And then we'll monitor the stuff to the south. That's basically what we're going to do at this point. So I'm going to see where my radars are. Foxwarren might be closer. It's not. Well, it is. Yeah, it's closer to these storms here. So these couple of storms here by Wynyard and kind of southeast from there, there's a couple of little storms, but they don't look like much. But some of those were the ones that spawned those little funnel clouds that we had earlier, and you can see all the lightning on here on this one little storm, and same with this storm over here. So they are throwing some lightning bolts down here south of Regina. We barely have lightning bolts. We have 2 on this storm. There's a handful on this storm by Milestone, and then 2 or 3 more back to the southwest. So far more lightning up here in that northeast. Sorry, not northeast. Where am I? Sorry. I guess it would be northeast corner of Saskatchewan somewhat. But again, along that 16 corridor, that's where we've been seeing those funnels earlier today. So we'll keep it go from there. So Yeah, there's definitely not enough radars running right now that we can look at it. I see that comment. We need the pass or a Flin Flon radar. It would be nice to fill a gap in here because we do have a bit of a radar hole happening. So, um, yeah, not fun, unfortunately, for being able to report weather accurately in all areas because we do have some that are just far from every radar. Okay, 441, 6 minutes in here, so we should have another scan in the next 2 minutes, and we'll keep an eye on this just to see what's going on and take it from there. They dropped the tornado watch. Let me see here. So, yeah, expires 1 hour. That was, well, that's interesting that it's still there on my. I got two of them in here. Hmm. It says it expires in 1 hour, and they usually leave it up for an hour once they've expired it. So I'm just going to take a look at my settings here. I only got active alerts turned on, so that's interesting, but I appreciate the heads up on that. So this tornado watch up here is expiring, but they did extend the special weather statement for the funnel clouds. And they extended that eastward through this box, through the severe box, and goes over to the edge here. So we've got two of them on top of each other. We have a severe watch and we have that special weather statement, as you can see here. So they're still pushing for those or warning of the possibility of funnel clouds throughout the next few hours, still all the way to the east here. I'm very skeptical anything back to the west would happen, but that's where the box goes all the way back there to the southwest to Swift Current, but I don't see that being the case. So let's zoom in here. 4:47 p.m. This is our latest scan. Again, same thing. They're just storms are going up, getting a little bit stronger, and then getting weak again. So they're pulsing. These are basically pulse storms at this point, tucked into this bottom area here. So. Okay. Start singing to myself. That's not good. Nobody wants to hear that. That's for sure. Okay. Yep. Well, we're caught up on all of that too as well. So, yeah, we are in the hurry up and wait game, as I like to call it, when it comes to storm chasing. We know where we're trying to focus our attention on, but now it's out of our hands, and it's whether Mother Nature decides to do something with these storms, or if they just kind of trail along here slowly without too much going on. So, again, once Connor comes back, I'll grab a quick bite to eat, um, and then we'll kind of walk through this and kind of go from there, and hopefully keep you folks updated. I appreciate everybody that's stuck around again, watching what's going on. So. Right now, south of Regina is our area of focus, and we're going to see if any of these storms intensify to the point where they get to severe parameters. For if you're new and you don't know what that is in Canada, that severe parameters basically means either 50 millimeters of rain out of the storm, or 3 centimeter hail, which is 1 inch, or gusts up to 90 kilometers an hour. So when they hit that 90-kilometer-hour threshold, that's when storms get severe warning. That's the standard or the parameter that they're after. So anyway, so when I've got it, Margaret something saying I'm. Oh wait, it just jumped. What happened there? Oh, it's been retracted. Not sure what's going on. So I was trying to read it, but it disappeared. Anyways, so yeah, we're like I said, we'll just watch what's going on our radar screen, and we'll see whether there's any updates here south of Regina, basically. and I'll actually animate our radar just so that folks can see what's going on here. Obviously no storms there, and so this is over the last 3 hours essentially. So this is 3 hours of radar scan on, obviously around the Regina area. And you can see how storms have developed over the last hour and a half. Quite a few popcorn storms, and then that southeast corner we've had a ton of rain in that southeast corner. Maybe a tiny bit of hail a short while ago, but that's the only area that we've had any real major precipitation. And again, that's it right there from the US radar. So I'm going to just show you how that line has stuck to the US Canada border. And now most of that red is tucked south of the border over there. So, okay. So we'll go from there, and we'll pay attention to that. So, should have a new scan here for this cluster on the screen in about 2 minutes. And we're coming up to 5 o'clock Saskatchewan time. Obviously rush hour traffic in Regina right now. Luckily most of these storms are sticking kind of to the south. They're just rainmakers at this point with some lightning, but they are basically sticking south of that one bypass around Regina. So should stay out of the city. This northern one might skirt into Regina again with just rain at this point. That's all that's going on. So just going to wait here and see what pops up. Going to see if Braden is probably dropping south. He was up north near Humboldt. He's probably dropping southeast from there. So here is our latest scan. This is at 4:53 p.m. One little storm here showing a little bit of pink. So possibly some hail in that right now. Very small, pea-sized or smaller would be my take on it. The storm back here by Milestone throwing a ton of lightning and heavy rain, moving northeast, and all of this is basically moving northeast. But that's the only two storms that do have quite a bit of intensification on them compared to the rest. And you can see here that they're just basically swinging northeast at this point. So we'll watch, again, continue to watch and monitor. That's all we can do at this point. Margaret, the locations are right on top of the radar here. They show you that we're talking about south of Regina, Moose Jaw. I'm not sure. I've got it centered in the screen where these storms are. So if you know where you're on the map, that's where it is. I can't be naming every town or city where these storms are. That would that'd be a little bit labor intensive, unfortunately. So this is all south of Regina at this point. And again, the names of the cities are right there on the radar as well to help. So hopefully that helps you track down where we're talking about. North here, again, this is the line that still has that warning for potential funnel clouds. I'm going to take a look actually from the Fox Warren radar there. This is along Highway 16, Wynyard. Along there, there's a couple of storms throwing some lightning bolts, but temperatures are pretty cool up there. So I don't suspect there's going to be much going on. And again, we're concentrating on this area here right in the center, and we'll see what the next scan brings up. So hopefully we'll have something to report on at this point. If one of the storms does go severe, we obviously will point out where they're headed, draw a line and show you guys what the trajectory of is and what the expected kind of timeline on that would be. So, but all it is popcorn storms at this point right now. And let's just take a look here in this corner. Still a ton of rain down there, but that's it. Okay. I'm going to take a look. Let me see here. Braden, nothing updating on his profile yet, which obviously he's more than likely traveling, trying to get to a different location at this point. So we'll see if he updates anything from there. So just looking back here, trying to figure out if there's anything else going on, but not much at this point. Okay, we'll see how these unfolds. So here you can see how the whole entire system is rotating. This has been the last 3 hours of storms. And that is around Saskatoon, obviously. Going to move to the south here by Regina, and we'll watch that loop because everything to the north, I suspect, for the most part, very little chance of anything going on there. Even the storms in the south here by Regina have better environment, slightly better, but 22 degrees Celsius with slightly better dew points. Obviously, dew points being your storm juice essentially, and they are struggling at this point. So we'll see whether something can kick them off a little bit and whether they go severe. Okay. Starting to run out of things to talk about, which hasn't happened on a storm chase or a live stream. This is just very slow going. Just, nothing happening at this point that, that I can really point out, to be honest with you. It's getting repetitive, unfortunately, folks, and I apologize. Let's see if anything else is happening anywhere else in Canada that I can point out or at least talk about. Right now, just going to turn off our temperatures. Nope, there's nothing left. That Quebec warning is done and over with. So other than the hot temperatures up in the Northwest Territories, they're in the almost 30-degree range, which is crazy to think about. We're just talking about Saskatchewan and in this south of Regina corridor. So man, I think I just noticed something. We did this on one of the other streams. I'm just looking to see. I think, let me just walk this back here. Okay, so in the center of your screen, I'm going to go full screen. We did a little kind of video on our page here. You can see this little cluster and this little cluster here. And you'll watch what these are going to do. They're going to march. I'll back it out a little bit. They just moved forward on that scan. So you can see how they're marching westward. I want to bet that those are trains. Sometime radar will pick up weird things, and because they're moving in a straight line, kind of following each other, I suspect those are big freight trains like Canadian Pacific. I don't know exactly where the rail lines are out of Regina, but that's a little kind of the things you see on radar sometimes. So I think those are trains coming towards Moose Jaw. And then we do eventually lose them, but because they're following the same track and they're very large signatures, again, that's usually a train, if I had to guess. But anyways, we're waiting on things to happen. I'm trying to find things to talk about. So anyways, let's see what's happening here. 4:59 p.m. This is our latest scan. The only storm with pink in it right here is just southwest of Regina, right in the center of the screen here, we've got one lightning bolt and some pink on it. That might have tiny hail in it. The rest of the storms here, once again, southwest of Milestone, throwing tons of lightning and heavy rain, marching northeast, but those are the only two that jump out at me on that. The rest of them are just regular showers at this point. So I'm going to just swing back to this and we'll keep an eye on it and go from there. What else is going on here? So Rick just sent me a satellite shot, and those were definitely trains that I was talking about. The tracks kind of go southeast out of Regina. So sometimes radar will pick up airplanes. It'll pick up trains, as you can see. We saw that in Manitoba. So it's pretty interesting that sometimes you can just detect the weirdest things on radar scans. Over the years, I've just learned that's sometimes what happens with the radar. Yeah, I just saw that, Rick, in the chat there. So, okay. Well, we'll continue to sit and wait and be patient. I'll keep an eye on these storms to the north just to see if they're going to do anything. There's a few clustered up here. Just between Wynyard and what's the other town here? Foam Lake. Along that 16 corridor, throwing a lot of lightning up there, heavy rain, but that's all that's showing up there. I'll take a look at some velocity scans. These two are rotating. So this one over here has a bit of rotation on it. It is far from the radar, but this one right here would have some rotation, and there would be some more rotation back here. That one looks to the one to the north here along 16 where I've got my my cursor. That one does not look to be in the right location for that. However, this one at the bottom has some rotation on it within the storm. Unfortunately, this is 9,000 feet off the ground, so we're getting at almost 3 kilometers off the surface where this reading is happening. So what's happening down at the surface may be totally different, but that has a bit of rotation on it. So that's why I'm seeing, why I'm highlighting it. And they are throwing quite a bit of lightning as well. So those may be storms to pay attention to. They are moving north. You can kind of see what's unfolding here along that 16 corridor. They look to be swinging maybe a little bit northeast at this point, but they're jogging back and forth essentially. So that's where things are at there. Okay, well, let's go back and wait for our next scan and continue doing this for a little while. Unfortunately, if things don't get going here in the next hour or so, I'm not sure if they will. That would be my take. Let's just take a look at temperatures as well here. Bring those back up and just see if the temps are holding or if they're dropping. So Regina dropped by 1 degree Celsius here on the latest update. That one there was 21 Celsius. There's still 22 south of Moose Jaw and south of Regina. There's a 22, and that looks like that's the airport at 21. And then just southeast of Regina, there's a 22 Celsius. They should be updating at any moment here. So I'll keep them on the board just while we wait. Curious what the temperatures are doing here. So again, that was, they only update on the app or whatever once an hour. So it's not live in quotation marks. Up to the minute would be the best way to describe it. So a few more storms in this corner over here. But again, nothing too bad. So it sounds like Braden is on those ones by Highway 16. He's just messaging me the ones that we were just talking about here. So Highway 16 near Foam Lake, southeast of there. This storm definitely has a bit of rotation on it and lots of lightning, which is always an indicator. Same with this storm here, Elfros. I'm probably mispronouncing it, but that storm definitely has a look to it as well. So Those two we need to kind of monitor, and I've been pointing those out for the last few minutes there, just the way they've kind of evolved, and because of how much lightning they're throwing. So we'll watch those as they kind of march northward, and those are the two that jump out at me in this line at this point. So that is up there. Uh, to the east or southeast of Saskatoon, and then we're watching all these storms down here by Regina. And so this is the latest scan. There's another couple of storms popping to the west of Fort Capel, but we do have this cluster tucked in just to the southeast of Regina, going around that bypass on the Trans Canada. There's more hail indicated in this little storm right here, west of Estlin. So this one is tossing some small pea-sized hail in here, just with those darker colors. And again, moving northeast, that may make its way up to that Trans Canada bypass. Are there any other storms? And then this one milestone storm does have a ton of lightning on it, and there is some pink showing in the reflectivity, so we do have some small hail on that storm, and that is right over Highway 6, almost basically down there to the south. So southwest of Milestone is what we're talking about there. And we'll see whether these continue to pick up intensity. I'll take a look at velocities on these actually. So there is a bit of rotation in this storm, but it's very mild. And again, that is normal with a lot of thunderstorms. It's not something to get excited about, but that one does have a bit of rotation on it. So we will monitor to see if the milestone storm continues to rotate. And this one up here doesn't have a ton of rotation on it to any extent. So right now, a hail producer at this point, and we'll see what the next scan shows on that. I'm going to watch these storms up here again, still throwing a ton of hail. We'll look at velocity scan on this one. So we are seeing a rotation couplets. Again, they are high up into the storm, so these are not at the surface, but you've got reds and greens together right here, and on both of the storms. So one to the northwest of Foam Lake and one southeast on the map here. See if there's a town closer, but it's fairly rural out here. So it's kind of northwest of Parkerview or southeast of Foam Lake. That's where this two areas of rotation are. And they basically are moving north at this point. So I can kind of walk the radar through here. I'll go through the last few scans. You can see how they're doing that. They're not moving very quickly. They've almost slowed down a little bit. And they may be attaching themselves a little bit to the surface, which usually slows down the storms. So we'll keep an eye on them as well. So those are our two storms back to the southeast of Saskatoon. And then we're just watching all the stuff around south of Regina, essentially, or around Regina. Sire 605 saying thunder in East Regina right now, and that definitely would be from these little storms. There's three little updrafts kind of to the east of Regina, south of Pilot Butte would be another way of describing it. Those are throwing some thunder and lightning, obviously, but quite a bit of hail tucked into this one little storm back to the southwest of Regina, to the west of Highway 6 at this point. So yeah, we've got about 2 minutes till our next scan, so I'm really curious what that scan looks like for the two storms I'm interested in are this one right here and the one that's down here by Milestone. Those are the two storms that I'm paying attention to in this cluster at this point. And then again, back to the two storms up north between, northwest of Foam Lake and southeast of Foam Lake. That's the two storms I'm watching up there. So we'll keep an eye on that and keep updating. Okay. Just checking to see if there's any updates anywhere else that I can give you guys, but right now we're in the hurry it up and wait scenario. 5:05, yeah. 1 minute till our next scan update here. Keep it in the center of the screen as much as I can. Temperatures update here. 13 minutes ago. So this is still showing 22 Celsius out in Regina. Okay, so the milestone storm still continuing to throw lots of hail. Lots of hail, lots of lightning. Hail core has gone down somewhat. There's only 2 pink pixels here southwest of milestone. So that storm has weakened on the last scan. There's still hail tucked into this storm west or northwest of Estland. You can see about 5 or 6 pixels of pink in there. So heavy rain with a bit of lightning on that. And then again, this storm southeast of White City or Balgoni. Hopefully, I'm pronouncing that right. South of there, there's a hail core showing up here. Just south of the 48, essentially, and again moving northeast. So, those are our 3 main areas down there. This storm has turned right, I believe. So let me see velocity scans. So still got a bit of red and green together. Again, these are high up in the storm. We're reading right now, we're about 9,000 feet off the ground, so about 2.5 kilometers roughly. But we do have 2 couplets showing here. Let me continue to highlight them. So our couplets are right here and right in here. And not the strongest couplets on radar, but again, today we were talking about funnels forming, which is on the bottom end of the storm. The radar doesn't see that, and they can be quick. So, still need to be weather aware, but these 2 storms here marching sort of northeast or east. I'm just looking. You can see how they're just basically northeast from there. I'm just dragging this back and forth to show you the 2 storms in question. And then back here to the south, there's 1 storm basically northwest of Fort Capel. So just basically to the northwest on 727. There's a bunch of rain in that, a bit of lightning, but that storm just decided to try to go. And the rest of it is popcorn storms around the area. So the region south and southeast of Regina is our main area of concentration. I'm looking back into that southeast corner here of Saskatchewan. There's still a bunch of rain tucked in southeast of Carlisle, right to the North Dakota border. So moderate rain to light rain, essentially. So just getting a photo here from one of my moderators. Where is that? Okay, so I'm going to bring this up. This is for the northern storms. So let me zoom back out here. We're talking about these storms that are up by Highway 16, and it looks like hail may be falling on the camera. So let me pull it up here. We unfortunately only have a still image. That's all we get. But this is, let me bring it up here. This is Highway 16 at Shiho facing northwest, 5:09 p.m. So this is about 7 minutes ago. And if I zoom in, you can see these white kind of streaks on the left-hand side. Right in the middle, there's a couple of them. Those look like small hailstones possibly falling on the highway. Right over all that dark green, it's easier to see. So there may be a bit of hail falling out of that. Again, you can see the location of this camera is Highway 16, and that is at Shiho, I believe, facing back to the northwest on the highway. So that's what's taking place there. Okay, so that would be, where's Shiho? So let me see if I can find that on. No, let's see if my software knows where it is. doesn't know where that is. So that's probably an intersection. I'm not familiar with it, unfortunately, but oh, there we go. Found it right there. I was spelling it wrong. Okay, so that's the storm that we are looking at right here that we're pointing out all the lightning and intensity on. It looks like it is maybe putting down some hail, and that would be here on Highway 16 right in the center of our screen here. So 5:11, we're about 6 minutes into that cycle, so we'll take a look at things and swing back down here right now and update you guys. Okay. Oh, I put the dash in the wrong spot on my software, so that's why it didn't find it. I was doing SHE-HO, which is not correct, so that's why it didn't find it. So, okay, and then again, this cluster of storms right around south and southeast of Regina, essentially. So we'll see whether those intensify with any hail. We do have a few pixels of that pink in about 4 spots in this cluster here, so I'll zoom into it. You know, on the 4 corners, essentially, we do have some hail. So, okay, there's our latest scan. So let's take a look here. Only one that's maintained any hail is back here in the corner by Milestone. That is southwest of 39. And let's take a look. A bit of rotation in it, but nothing too drastic, so not concerned about that one. Only 1 pixel of pink here on the storm southwest of Sedley, or south of Lahore, I believe. And then we have the storm southeast of Balgony, 1 pixel of pink, so the hail has dropped on that one in terms of intensity. And then the one storm south of Regina along Highway 6, that one there lost all the hail basically off of it. It's no longer showing it. So we have this scan here where we've had a couple of pink pixels. We've gotten into about 5 to 10 pixels, and then it's completely gone, kind of breaking up at this point. So storms are definitely struggling to get organized in any way. I will take a look back up at these storms here. We did show from the highway, these are farther away. Storm by northwest of Foam Lake or Elfros. That storm has quite a bit of lightning on it with quite a bit of precipitation as well tucked into it. So we're going to take a look at some velocity scans. It is rotating still. This storm is rotating, but this is again way up in the storm. We're talking about 9,000 feet, I want to say. We're 8,600 feet, so we're about 2.5 kilometers up. Whether that rotation is making it down to the ground is the question. I have not seen anything. I'm going to check if Braden has posted anything. I believe he is on that storm, but he hasn't posted anything yet, which is good for anybody in front of these storms. And we are seeing on the storm back to the where is this? Shiho. Okay, so back to the southwest of Shiho. This storm is throwing some hail. We've seen it on one of the cameras, and then obviously a lot of precipitation and lightning involved in that one. So those are kind of the 5 areas that we're looking at. I'm just going to scan back here just to see if there's anything else happening. We do have these storms kind of around the Regina area, and that's a cluster at this point, just heavy rainmakers with some possibility of small hail. And when we're talking hail, we're talking pea-sized or smaller. The only footage that I've seen up here on this storm northeast, it would maybe get up to grape-sized hail based on the photo that we were looking at. That would be the only one I would be, willing to say that on, just based on the photo that that was submitted by my moderator. So. And the camera just went down apparently, so hopefully that's just due to a power outage, I would say. Okay, Corey saying not far from me, Good Spirit Lake. So that was probably in regards to when I was trying to find just gonna see. Oh no, that doesn't come up.
Mhm. Oh, so it may not find the lake up there. So just looking to see if I can find Good Spirit Lake, but oh, there it is. Yes, I found it. It's to the east. So yes, Corey, this is just to your west. It's going to skirt north of you going into Buchanan if this storm continues on the path that it's taking right now. They are moving roughly northeast, but they are crawling. These are not moving at any high rate of speed by any stretch of the imagination. Most of the storms today have been moving very, very slowly. So it's definitely not a high speed day. So um, we are 5:17 p.m., 6 minutes into this scan. So I should get another one here in about 2 minutes and we'll update from there. So, okay. Um, Zoom back out and see what's happening here. Double check our rain totals in that southeast corner in a little bit, but uh, it's definitely interesting to watch these storms that are northeast or northwest, sorry, of Melville. Those are the two that we've been kind of paying attention to. So just watching on the big picture here, those two are getting more organized than the stuff back to the south. And you can see as storms move through, we had some 20 degrees Celsius temperatures. The weather station or mesonet right east of Rouleau in the center here is down to 17 degrees Celsius, so dropped about 2 to 3 degrees as the storms are moving through that area, so cooling things off essentially. So we'll take a look here. Yeah. We should have had a new scan. Oh no, we just had a new scan come in. Sorry, I missed that as I was playing the cycle. So, um, the stuff's near Regina, Pilot Butte. This is just rainstorms with a few lightning bolts, maybe a little hail tucked into this storm southwest of McLean. That definitely has a couple pixels of purple. And then we have one tiny area to the southwest of Sedley with one pink pixel. So heavy rain, some lightning on that. But again, struggling to get anything going there. The storm continues to throw a lot of lightning and precipitation. This is the one that's um, right near Shiho and heading up basically towards Buchanan at this point. And then one more storm here, Elfros. That's the other storm. Still continuing to sustain. We aren't seeing any hail out of it, and they've just severe warned them. I'm just taking a look at velocities. They are rotating again. This is high up in the storm. I keep repeating that because I don't want people to get, um, freaked out for no reason. So there is a couplet right in here. And then there's a couplet back tucked down in this area. There's a bit of radar noise in there, so it does look a little dirty. But they just severe warned this area straight in front of the screen. And let me just delete this and we'll read the warning out that just came out. So thunderstorm warning, 5:23 p.m. Saskatchewan time. Environment Canada is tracking a severe thunderstorm capable of producing damaging wind gusts, quarter-size hail, and heavy rain. And we'll switch to reflectivity. So we have seen on camera this one, and that's probably why they've severe warned it because of the hail coming out of it. So we've had some confirmation of that on cameras. And moving northeast. So we'll see whether that continues to be the case. They are crawling at this point. So that's our first severe warned storm of the evening, and it's almost outside of where the original thunderstorm watch was. And now there's a bunch of updates going on. So let's take a look here. So they've updated the thunderstorm watch. Just saying updated 1 minute ago, and they're still saying conditions are favorable for storms producing strong wind gusts, large hail, and heavy rain. You can see that box was flashing. They now have updated this thunderstorm warning and basically put the parameters in there. Thunderstorm location is near Parkerview, motion moving northeast at 30 kilometers an hour. The hazards within this storm are 90 to 110 kilometer hour winds. Hail up to quarter size or 2.5 centimeters, so just under 1 inch. And then heavy rain up to 50 millimeters of rain. And the locations in the path are Shiho right now. So that is this storm cell right here in the center of our screen. So that's the one that they've severe warned for this yellow box that we have that's gone out right now. So that is our first severe warned storm at this point. Again, just marching very slowly northeast at this point, and eventually will make its way up towards cross 16, which it's kind of stretching across 16 right now, heading up to Highway 5 as well. So and then Sire 605 saying cool outflow in East Regina now, and that's on the backside of those storms, as you see down here. So things are going to be dropping temperature-wise somewhat in the Regina area. We're just seeing this cluster over here, but again, nothing super intense around the Regina area southeast of there. These cluster of storms that are happening that are marching northeastward. These are just thunderstorms at this point. Okay, so that's what's going on there. And then we're watching these storms up here, the one that just got severe warned. I'm going to see if I've got, it says Foxwarren might be the closest one. So that's, the problem is we're between a couple of radars. So Foxwarren obviously on the Manitoba side, but it is a little bit closer, and you do see a bit of pink pixel inside that storm. So I'm going to see what the velocities, it's showing rotation on it as well. Again, we'll see how far we are from Foxwarren. We're even higher up at this point. So Foxwarren is 11,000 feet reading into this storm, which is even higher. That's 3 kilometers plus. So that's not necessarily a good radar to be watching from. Let me take a look at this one. And again, I think we are about 9,000 feet. So we're about 2,000 feet lower, but they are rotating these storms. It is broad. And again, it is high up in the storm. So nothing to get excited about, but they are severe warned for the hail aspect of it. And that's why that warning is out there. So we'll continue to watch as this slowly moves, and they are crawling again. I've mentioned it a couple of times. They are definitely not moving very quickly at this point. So let's just take a look here. Okay. Okay, that's our latest scan here. I'm just going to take a look at satellite imagery. Interesting. It's on the edge of our ability to see satellite in the first place. That's kind of funny. So where is... I'm just looking at the updraft that you can see in the center of your screen. What I'm watching is this is the updraft with the anvil coming off that storm. So the storm is shooting up into the sky, and that's what's causing this anvil to spread out, and that's how you can kind of track where the storms are. Let me kill this off actually and just go right to radar. It's interesting. I'm trying to see. It's almost displaced that radar image, and it's because it's on the edge of it. So I'm curious. That looks like the storm. Well, I'm trying to figure out which one of them are. This is the radar overlaid on it, and I just can't tell where the updraft is for this bottom one. But again, this may be just because of that it's getting on the edge of that satellite imagery, so the angle is different. The further, to the edge you get with these satellites, you do lose that perspective somewhat. So, but there is some intensity there on this storm as it's getting organized. So those two are definitely packing more of a punch than the storms down by Regina. These ones here along 16 definitely need to be paid attention to. Let's take a look down here. We're starting to see things kind of line out somewhat, where storms are firing and just kind of creating a line back here, which obviously reduces their ability to rotate or also get too high-end severe. These are very heavy rainmakers at this point with a little bit of lightning, but a very narrow band essentially of that precipitation stretching back to the southwest of Milestone, all the way just north of Sedley, it looks like, so northeast of Sedley. And this one storm southwest of McLean just has a tiny bit of hail tucked in here because we've got all this pink in here. That would be pea-sized hail or smaller. So that's what's going on there. I'm going to continue to watch these storms up here. We're tucked in between, they're literally right in the middle of Foxwarren radar, which is right on the right side of the screen, and then between this radar just by Regina. Both of them are about halfway, so it's kind of going into no man's land for radar. It's even further from Radisson radar out of Saskatoon. It's on the very edge of it, so we're going to struggle to see this storm too well, unfortunately, because as it moves further northeast, it's getting further away from this radar back here to the west of Regina. And as it's going northeast, it's getting too far north of what Foxwarren can read. So the best radar still will be Foxwarren, but it's starting to stretch what we can observe on radar accurately. So this could be a bit challenging to just keep up with what's going on with those storms there. So we are now 5:35 or 5:34 p.m. And just keeping an eye on things. Okay. Sending some messages out there. Okay. Zoom back out. There's a bit of a line here. Just watching what's happening with this here. I've just noticed this kind of firing right here on the last couple of scans as it's rotated by Davidson. So I'm just a little bit of red in there and orange, so it's got my attention somewhat. We'll see if that continues to intensify, but we can basically see at this point everything that's going on. You can see that twisting motion of the low as it's coming through. So all these little storms firing all over Saskatchewan, and some of them are a little more intense than others, essentially. So I'll wait for the next scan here. Take a look down here in the southeast corner of Saskatchewan, and we'll see if those rain totals have come up. Let's see here. Switch to our U.S. radar. Right on the edge. We're still probably in that 5-inch range. Oh, starting to get to 5.6 inches, so almost 6 inches of rain. At 6 inches of rain, you're talking 150 millimeters in those yellow spots. The greens, you're 2 or 3 inches, so you're maybe 60 to 75 millimeters of rain roughly in these areas. So quite a bit of rain falling in that southeast corner still, and it is slowing down. The rain has moved east of Estevan and is now coming in closer or much more tucked into the Manitoba-Saskatchewan border. So still going to be a bit of rain down that way, though. And I'm going to just continue checking whether Braden has posted anything. No. It's been several hours since he's posted anything, so that's probably good in regards to people in front of these storms, because he hasn't posted anything, or he doesn't have service. One of the two. He could be an area where there's lack of cell service. I'm not familiar with, how good the cell service is up that way. We do have, again, Elfros. This storm does have some hail on it. Probably showing some rotation as well. Again, way up in the storm, it's still continuing to show a bit of rotation. This scan here in the center of the screen, we've got, it looks like it's breaking up a little bit. So I'm just going to take a look here. Yeah, it looks almost like there's a second updraft forming behind the initial one. So we had one updraft right in this area right here, and it almost looks like there's a secondary one tucked into the back, which may indicate that the storm is fighting itself with a couple of updrafts. So that may become an issue as far as these storms sustaining, but that's good for people in the path of it, as I said. So this one here still maintaining its strong core, light, hail, basically pea-sized, maybe to grape, but I would stick around that pea-sized essentially. So, but lots of lightning and lots of rain. It is heading northeast, very slowly going up to Fishing Lake area. And then Kuroki, I hope I'm pronouncing that right, around 5 and 38. It is heading eventually up that way at this point as well. So going to see what these storms look like from different radars, but they're not obvious anyways. So Sedley, you do have some hail here just north of you. This would be, again, pea-sized, maybe to grape-sized hail, just north of Sedley on 33 at this point. So that's the only real intense area of precipitation for hail south of Regina, essentially. So what else have we got going on here? Yeah, that's all I see, but you can definitely tell that things are firing more and more. But the intensity is not going up on these storms. They're just kind of hitting a ceiling and not going any further. And you can see that right now on the last few scans. Yeah, lots of stuff going on here for popcorn storms. Connor, welcome back, sir.
Hello.
How was
I'm surprised you made it through that lull.
Well, we've got one severe warned storm. So, okay, folks, so this is good news here. So you see the box that's flashing, they shrunk it way back. It is now receding eastward because that potential for severe is no longer a threat back to the west. So Moose Jaw, it was all the way back west of Moose Jaw, halfway between Moose Jaw and Swift Current, roughly. So they've dropped that, and I can show you here. I'll draw it out. I'll stop the radar, and we'll highlight the area that has dropped. So essentially that box was kind of down in this area, filling in this, and I'm just doing a rough drawing here. So they have dropped that. So the severe component for Moose Jaw back to the west of this line, which I'm drawing out right here, back to the west of Regina, that conditions are not there. So Environment Canada is dropping that at this point. Let's just see what they've not updated any of the wording in here. This is still the same. However, that severe thunderstorm watch has been shrunk back eastwards, and we are now tucked into the Saskatchewan-Manitoba border down to the North Dakota border, and then back up towards Humboldt and in that area. And these storms that we have severe warned to the north, Connor, I don't know if you've heard anything that's been going on. They are going into radar no man's land.
They sure are. Yeah, that is one of the most classic radar no man's lands in North America, actually.
And it's going to make it a struggle to report on it. I haven't seen anything from Braden, but again, he may be in an area where there's not much cell service. That's the other thing. I know probably along the highway there is. Maybe somebody who lives out that way, you can update us whether there's cell service here along Highway 16 where this severe warning is. I don't know what kind of cell coverage is up that way, but definitely not anything going on there. And this, I'm just seeing a comment that this is expired. This is going to drop in 18 minutes off of our software. I don't know why it's remaining there, but thank you again. Yeah, once again, Flin Flon radar needed. Absolutely. We need something up here because
Yeah.
it is a giant hole as far as having coverage. And I know, for example, Swan River, I talked about that area for storms back 10 days ago. What just happened? My everything froze. Uh-oh. My radar app just, oh, there we go. Came back to life. Sorry. So, yeah, I agree. We definitely need some kind of coverage up there. That's, it's almost shameful at this point, but I'm just trying to see from which radar I can read the storm the best. They aren't moving very far off of where they are. So this is 5:41 p.m. This is our latest scan, and they look to be weakening. Let me just play this here. They quite a bit of intensity there, and they do look like they're weakening right now. So we'll wait another scan or two to make sure, but that is our latest scan for these highways along 16. Again, we've been talking about northwest of Foam Lake, southeast of Foam Lake. They are headed towards Shiho, kind of south of Shiho at this point, and to the east of Elfros is where these two storms are. Hopefully they are weakening based on those last two scans. I'm just looking at the stuff by Regina. The hail signature off the McLean storm along the Trans-Canada here, those pinks have gone away, which means that the hail signature has dropped on that somewhat, so probably no more hail in there. Still a couple pixels here by Sedley, northeast of there for some possible small hail, and back by southwest of Milestone here on Highway 6, again, a little bit of hail indicated in there as well. The pattern has been for the last little while that storms go up, they pulse, they go down, they pulse again. They're just not able to sustain a consistent updraft and intensify, which is again good for the people in front of these storms, 100%. So again, not unfolding the way we thought it would, but it's definitely an improvement in that regards for people in front of these storms. I'm just going to put the satellite radar up here and just see if I can pinpoint. I don't have a pointer for this screen, unfortunately. Can I draw on this? No, I can't. So in the very top corner where you see that black triangle strip where we can't see satellite, you'll see those two updrafts where they just kind of in the middle of that triangle edge of it, you'll see a couple of updrafts trying to go. Those are the two storms that we are looking at right here on our screen in the center, right where this severe warning is again. So along that 16 corridor, Sire saying 5 drops of rain in East Regina, lightning, temps drop to 18 Celsius now from outflow, which, that's, I mean, I'm not expecting much out of these storms to the south. Connor, I don't think you're gonna see much out of them as well.
Yeah, it's the dew points are right around South Regina there, 54, 52, and then there is a little pocket showing on observation here on Sasquatch of just a little bit more wind shear in there, but those updrafts are all fighting each other at the same time as well, so nothing too crazy going on.
Okay. I'm just gonna wait for the next scan here. I'm gonna grab a bite to eat. I'll do it while I'm on stream because there's nothing exciting going on right now. I've just got to message Rick here for a second. Just looking for something here, but yeah, okay. Well, we're still sitting with these couple of tornado warnings. Let me grab my sandwich and I'll eat that while we wait for some more scans.
What's for dinner?
Cold cut sandwich, basically cheese, roast beef, ham.
The go-to.
The easy peasy, especially when you're on stream. I can't really eat spaghetti or something like that. I would make a mess. Okay.
Stoon says, "Great to see a Canadian Weather Channel. Great job," and he subscribed. Thank you, Stoon Norm. We really appreciate you watching and subscribing to the channel.
Absolutely. That's what helps us out. And we just crossed the 11,300 mark. So we gained about 100 and some subscribers today. So thank you to everybody who subscribed, anybody who became a member today. Anybody who's sent us a donation to support the platform, really appreciate it. Again, the good news about today is it didn't unfold as badly as we were somewhat expecting the potential to be, which is, again, when we're talking about parameters, it's the high-end potential. But it doesn't always come up that way. So we'll see whether these continue to march. Again, those two storms that are severe warned are up in that area. Those are the ones that have my attention. The rest of it is just rain showers. So, and we'll be doing more and more streams out west. We are based out of Ontario. Well, my tummy's a little happier. It's only, what is it, almost 8 o'clock here? Yeah, it's 10 to 8 here.
Yeah.
And don't hold it against us that we're from Ontario. I've spent my fair share of time across the prairies.
Yeah,
Alberta,
we both
Saskatchewan.
have together, actually.
Mm-hmm.
We have quite for those of you that are new. Tom and I have quite literally chased across the entire country of Canada multiple times together.
Mm-hmm.
We've chased
I've been
supercells in Alberta, Saskatchewan, Manitoba. We've chased Hurricane Fiona in Nova Scotia in 2022. We've done everything. Few good stories, says Stoon. Yeah, we got a lot of good stories.
Yeah. Oh, God. In the 12 years I've chased between U.S. and Canada, I've seen some stupid things. I've seen some amazing things. I mean, you never know what you get when you're doing storm chasing.
For sure.
Oh, I bet you. I'm just looking at some audio settings. Sorry, I'm just trying to tweak a couple of things, but we won't touch it.
You should control R on your weatherwise there, so you can get rid of your tornado watch.
Oh. So, okay, I was asking how to refresh, and then I see you in the chat. What? So whenever it expires, so I'm learning something new here. So whenever it expires, I just hit Control R and it kills it off?
Most times, yes.
Okay, well, we learned something new today. That's how I know it's been a good day.
I think in their the way that the app works, I guess, is that when it says expired, it just takes it off of their system completely on Weatherwise's side.
Well, I have it set that when something is on, warnings and watches only as active ones. There's a toggle for that. So I thought it
Oh,
would have come off on its own, but this is a good. Oh, they've severe warned this. Let me zoom
oh
in,
yeah.
folks. They are severe warning this storm that is right near Elfros. You can see that little pink pixel of hail right over Highway 16. You can see all this lightning and rain, and this is slowly moving towards Fishing Lake, but it's been hanging out there. I'll read the thunderstorm warning here. They're just tracking a severe thunderstorm capable of producing damaging wind gusts, quarter-size hail, and heavy rain. I'm just going to take a look. So it is rotating way up in the updraft. This is, again, very high up, but I'm not seeing, the problem is we're not underneath the storm, so we can't see what kind of winds are on the surface, but those are the warnings that are going out. The storm back to the southeast, which is... what is that town again? Shiho. This one is starting to look a little disorganized and looks like it's coming apart somewhat. So we'll continue to monitor that one. But that is what this severe warning is for up to the northwest. So this is our core of our precipitation, and it's essentially heading very slowly in that direction. So these storms are crawling. Unfortunately, Environment Canada hasn't put out let me see if they've put out any information as to speed. No, they haven't yet. So we'll monitor that if they update it. But that storm is moving northeast, and then we'll come back down to here. And I honestly think these are just pulsing storms at this point. They're just gonna go nowhere essentially. So north of Balgoni, and I hope I'm pronouncing that right. Sounds Italian to me. Anyways, there's a bit of hail tucked in there. Where you've got these kind of pink pixels and dark red. So small, it just moved up on that scan. So the hail has moved a little bit further northeast. That's our scan right there. So around the 734, 364 crossing, that's where that hail would be tucked in. Is there any other hail that I can see? And there isn't. There may be some on the storm northeast of McLean, but very skeptical that there would be any hail in that, kind of to the northwest of Capel. And let's go back to these two storms up here. So this storm does have some intensity on it. I'm going to continue monitoring Braden's social media because it's starting to get that hail core intensifying on it. It's somewhat by itself up there. Let's see if they've updated any information on the thunderstorm warning. No location, no... Oh, I clicked it and now watch. Did it update now? There we go. This is what I was looking for. So storm is moving northeast at 30 kilometers an hour. I'm a little bit skeptical of that 30 kilometers an hour because it's just been parked there basically, but they're the experts. So 90 to 110 kilometer hour winds, 2.5 centimeter hail, quarter size roughly. Heavy rain, 15 to 50 millimeters. Locations in the path: Elfros, Kylemore, Leslie Beach, Chorney Beach, North Shore Fishing Lake, Ottman, Murray Beach, Kuroki, and Margot. Those are the ones they're listing in the path of this storm. And again, our hail core, or our main core in the storm, is right here, marching essentially northeast at this point. So I'll back that up so you guys can see that's heading up towards Highway 5. So it's right now just on the edge of Highway 16, moving up to Highway 5 as it travels northeast. So that's where it's going from. Kathy saying, thank you for this great reporting. I'm in White City, Saskatchewan, following your channel now. Awesome. Really appreciate that. Helps us grow the platform. So thank you very much. Chris Beckett saying just pea-sized hail in that cell if it's the same that just went through Regina. So that's for the storms back to the south, southwest of these ones here. So yeah, it's, again, I'm not expecting large hail in this at all at these point, especially with these pulsating updrafts. I'm just going to delete out this. So we'll see whether they update here. We're still only 4 minutes in, but those are just regular storms with maybe obviously isolated heavy precipitation with some lightning. The two storms in question up here on Highway 16 are the ones that have my attention. The one around Shiho looks like it's dying. It's definitely looks like it may even be splitting if I had to guess here, but I could be wrong. Oh no, that's just clustering up. It's another storm coming into it. So a storm from the south is slamming into it, and that's what's weakened it on these last few scans. So we'll see if that picks up any intensity. Are those TBSSs? Those are TBSSs on those. So I'm going to highlight this. These spikes right here. These are what we call three-body scatter strikes, and usually you'll see that, or when you see that, is when you have a lot of density in hail falling on these storms, and I'm highlighting them, and I'm going to show you where the radar is, and you can basically draw a straight line to the radar, and all that is what's called a TBSS. And I'll show you the line. I mean, I'm not that straight, but anyways, not the artist. So those are basically a shadow of the hail falling through the atmosphere being projected onto the software. There's nothing actually there in reality looking out in front of this, more than likely, and those are what we call TBSSs. So they do show up sometimes, and that's a good example of it. So what else have we got going on here? Nice job, all storm lovers. Since July 31st, 1987, have not chased but shot video of a lot of storms. Self-educated on severe storms and once a weather watcher in Edmonton. So July of 87, is that the Edmonton tornado?
It sure is.
I was just going to say, I mean, so Connor is like Rain Man with dates. I kind of remember them, but before I speak, I want to confirm with somebody else, but I figured, so did you, Colin, did you live through the tornado itself, or is that just what triggered your interest in storms when, what was that, Dark Tuesday or something like that? What did they call that?
Black Friday.
Black Friday, sorry. Oh, like the sale? That's funny.
Dark Tuesday is better, though. I like it.
We had Black Friday before the U.S. had Black Friday. They stole it from us. Anyways, yeah, that was one of the largest tornadoes in Canada. Actually, I think it's the largest physically. Like, I don't think there's anything.
That's actually a good question. You know what? I'm going to do some research.
I'm pretty sure it's the largest physically tornado. That doesn't always mean strength, folks. You can have, well, today's the 19th anniversary of the Eli, Manitoba tornado, which is the strongest tornado ever recorded in Canada. That was an F5, but it was like a needle compared to, for example, the Edmonton tornado, which was a very large cone tornado or wedge tornado, obviously much wider, but not the same intensity of winds. So anyways, we posted on our Facebook page, one of our good friends, Shannon Boleski, that she lives out Winnipeg, Manitoba area, and that's her first tornado, was the Eli F5 that happened 19 years ago today. Rice without rice without their spoon, I think, is what it is. Thank you so much for not being Gen AI. I'm anti-AI as much as possible. It's one of those things that's going to be hard to ignore. But they just updated. This is our latest scan, 559. That hail core is persisting on this storm right here. It is northeast of Highway 16, slowly going up towards Fishing Lake and Chorney Beach and Kuroki. Those are the ones that are in line with this. This is going to be tossing some larger hail. We're getting into probably quarters. Maybe even a little bit bigger than that. We'll see whether Braden has anything. I would bet my bottom dollar that Braden's on that. And 35 seconds ago, he posted something. So I'm going to bring it up here, folks. This is the storm that we're looking at here. This is Elfros. So let me bring it up and I can share that with you. So this is the view of the storm from Braden Morrisseau. So this is literally just a few seconds ago. A couple of birds flying across the screen there trying to get out of the path of this. But that's right there from Braden Morrisseau. So you can see that, flying saucer looking storm at this point. So he posted that supercell southeast of Elfros. So that's that one right there. And that was posted just seconds ago from Braden. So he does still have service out that way. What else were we talking about? Sorry, I'm just jumping around here. Y'all stay safe out there, A. Yeah. I never say A. It's funny. I've chased in the U.S. and all my American storm chasing friends, they're like, you never say A. I don't know why I don't, but I've been Canadian my whole life, 51 years, but I don't say A for the most part. So weak storm developing west of Regina. Couple of very minor showers, basically nothing of any significance back that way. And this looks like it's weakening all around Regina to the east of it, southeast. These are not maintaining any real intensity. I'm looking here by Melville. Keep an eye on that one south of Melville. It's kind of in that arc, and you can follow the arc on this rotation. You can kind of follow how this is all spinning, and this will go back. My mouse work is terrible. That's horrible.
A little bit more wind shear up there where Braden is, so this makes a little bit more sense.
That's what I figured. I said those are the two that kind of stand out to me. We're unfortunately running. How far north does Sasquatch go? Does it go further than that, or are you getting right on the edge of it?
No, I have it on full disc, so it can go all over the place.
Oh, okay. That's really handy.
You can probably do that on WeatherWise too.
Yeah, I'm just taking a look here. No, I've got, oh. No. Oh, wait. Actually, I do. There we go. Okay, we see further now. Perfect. See, this is why we're a team. Give me a sec.
Big old anvil on that thing.
Yeah, I'm going to turn off radar and pull up. So these are our two storms that we're talking about. You can see those, what Connor was just referring to as anvils. This is your edge of your anvil, and then it stretches out a little bit. And then there's another storm tucked right back in here. Same idea. These are the updrafts going up in the sky, and that's your two anvils off these two storms up that way. So let's turn off satellite, turn on that, and then we're going to look from a different radar. There we go. So those are where those anvils go up on the imagery, and they're offset, obviously, because there's a height difference with what we're looking at. But we'll wait to see here. Hopefully we've got another scan on this storm. Again, this is the one picking up the most intensity, and it did go down on that last scan. The hail core has shrunk a little bit, so a little less pink. On that one, and the storm to its southeast here, basically, is this Shiho right up here? Yes, south of Shiho, that is coming apart. That is no longer a severe storm. Would not meet the parameters for that. The only one currently still severe warned would be kind of southeast or east of Elfros. So that's the only storm left in that area that is packing a bit of a punch. And then these ones down here are just some isolated heavy rain showers happening in pockets. I don't see a single scan of hail down here. None of these are severe warned. Some of them don't have any lightning on them at all. And the only other one that has my attention is kind of south of Melville. We'll see if that one continues to pick up any intensity. I'll take a look at satellite on that one. I don't see it showing up on satellite right now, but it just got going, so it may be kind of underneath the anvil of another storm. So we will watch that, and then I'll look in the southeast corner here of Saskatchewan. The rain has almost moved out of that southeast corner. It's moderate to light rain at this point, but it is still raining there. Even if it's moderately raining, it's been raining for probably 4 hours in that corner, so not a lot of fun. What else is going on here?
I have found the widest tornado in Canadian history.
Oh,
It was in 2020, actually, June 8th of 2020 in northwestern Ontario, near on Brooks Lake, approximately 35 kilometers northeast of Nestor Falls,
okay.
and it was 2.4 kilometers wide.
That's like in no man's land.
Yeah.
Oh, good God. Okay, that's no fun. 2.4 kilometers. Yeah, that's what is that? A mile and a half almost wide? Yeah,
Yep,
that's
exactly
that's
a mile and a half wide.
yeah, it's a big tornado. My math still works. That's good. There's some showers kind of to the southwest of Saskatoon right now, but that's all they are. Heavy precipitation here. Not much in the way. There's no lightning. These are just regular showers, so nothing to report again. And the severe component is dropping as this all marches eastward. So it's, again, it's good for everybody. The only area right now would be this Elfro storm. That one there is the only one packing a real punch right now.
Man, it'd be nice to have a radar over there.
Yeah, absolutely. Longer John, good to see you in the chat. Always from the Perth area in Eastern Ontario. Yeah, we're definitely haven't seen anything really severe in Eastern Ontario this year yet. We haven't had a single event, have we? I've covered so much I'm forgetting.
Aside from Tuesday or last Thursday.
Oh yeah, sorry. That was our first severe.
Yeah, we had. So that was, what was that? June 18th. So we had June 18th, and we had May 17th, Peterborough area, London. That's not Eastern Ontario, obviously.
Yeah. No, I forgot about Tuesday with that because that wasn't even on the radar in terms of having severe storms there. We thought they were going to be in Quebec, and they fired in Eastern Ontario and went kind of a little bit cuckoo. So, yeah, only on Thursdays. We had thunderstorm Thursdays last year. That was one of our things. Every Thursday, almost like clockwork, we had storms. So, evolutionizers are saying, well, will there be any tornadoes in Ontario this next month? That one's a hard one to call. Tornadoes don't announce themselves that far in advance. They don't send out, unfortunately, that information. So you'll have to stay tuned to us. Watch our Facebook page. We do put out forecast for high-end severe events, and especially if there's going to be tornadoes, that's something that we will put out on our page, or track us here as we go live, because we would cover that kind of thing. So Evolutionizer also saying Saskatchewan always getting these those tornadoes. We've had funnel clouds today, and we had one that may have touched down according to Braden Morso, so we haven't had any confirmation on that, but again, I trust what that man says. So he had one that was, we showed up on the stream here, if you go way back to the beginning of the stream, that was by Meacham, I believe was the town. Let me swing back here to Saskatoon, and I'm just trying to see, it was somewhere along here. I'm trying to remember where it was, up here somewhere. Vonda, Prudhomme. I swear it's there. It is. I knew it was right there. So yeah, Meacham was the other one where we had that really long laminar funnel that came almost right to the ground. So, but again, no confirmation of any tornado at this point. So, what else have we got here? Starting to rumble out here. Corey is out. Where was it? East of, there was a lake. I remember you talking about a lake here. Somewhere. It's probably disappeared off my map because it's, oh, Good Spirit Lake. You're out that way. So yeah, there's definitely going to be thunder and lightning headed your way, but the rain and precip has subsided. It's not as strong as it was, so that's the good news there. So Lori saying the thunder has been going nonstop here in Sheeho, Saskatchewan for some time now. And that again is that same storm we're just talking about right here. Heavy precip, and it is crawling on along that Highway 16 corridor. Hasn't really moved a whole lot. So, yeah, definitely had a little more intensity back there when we were, I'll go back a bunch of frames here. So the storm got going here straight in the center of your screen, and you can see how the lightning picked up. Those reds got really dark, purples got in there, and now it's kind of gotten yellow and orange, weakening as well. So this is our latest scan for the storm east of Elfros. Still a solid hail core signature on it. And that would be right in this pink area here. Still a lot of lightning, and it is moving up. So precipitation is going to start picking up on Fishing Lake, Leslie Beach, Charney Beach, and northeast of there. So it is marching roughly in this direction, and doing it very slowly, but that's where it's headed at this point. And that's why we still have that severe warning out in that area. So let me swing back down here to... so right here, 364 Edenwold. Again, hopefully I'm pronouncing that, just northeast of their strong hail signature showing up on radar here. Pea-sized hail roughly would be my estimate, or smaller in that neighborhood. But that again is moving northeast as well, but that is again east of Edenwold. And marching northeast from there. So that's the only hail signature down there. They haven't severe warned these storms yet. They haven't met the parameters for that. So that's why we're not seeing any severe warnings down there yet. If that continues to intensify, we will get some of these darker or these bigger yellow boxes showing up there as well. So what else? Evolutionizer saying, is it rare for storms in the Northwest Territories because there are thunderstorms watch on the radar you're using, or the app we're using? We do have a thunderstorm, it looks like watch right out here. So they have some really warm temps up there. That's what this is. It's a heat warning. And you can see that up there, it's 32 degrees Celsius. But way south in Saskatchewan, it's 15 or 16 degrees, whereas up there, the temperatures are 29, 32 degrees. So that's what's giving them the potential. It's rare that you see that kind of topsy-turvy temperature compared to further south, but the storms definitely happen up there. The radar coverage is non-existent, basically, way up there, but they do happen up there. What else? Logger John, enough rain here. Now we need some heat, maybe next week. And yes, we've definitely had a lot of rain. That has been the theme. We've had a lot of rain. Southern Quebec has had a ton of rain. Manitoba, Saskatchewan, Alberta, ton of rain. That's the common theme. So. Colin saying that he was on the west side of Edmonton in 87, but close enough. Yes, that's a storm I definitely would not want to get too close to, unfortunately. So yeah, definitely one of those things I'm sure you remember for a lifetime. If you witnessed that tornado, I know I would. I can, out of all the tornadoes I've seen, the bigger ones, I can go right back to it at the drop of a hat. So.
I think that 32 up there in the Northwest Territories might be wrong.
Oh yeah?
Yeah.
Well, there's a 29 just up the road from it.
Yeah. Let's see. I'm wondering about that, if that 24 is like really high elevation, and that's why it's so close together.
It could be because this right now 28.7 in just south of Fort Simpson, and then obviously this one here reported 31.6 an hour ago. So we'll see if that changes. But yeah, they don't have elevation on those. So I mean, if you use Google Maps, you can probably figure it out. So, but yeah, we'll see whether, this updated. The hail core has disappeared off this storm to the east of Elfros. Still very heavy precipitation and lightning in it, but the hail core, the pink pixels have gone away on this latest scan. So we'll see if that continues to be the case. We do have the storm near Shiho is weakening as well. Most of the red is gone and we're down to yellows and greens. So that is a good sign for up there. They have severe warned this little storm, this nugget, south of Melville. And it would be because there's this pink pixel here on Highway 22, just to the west of Killaley. So that storm there just got this severe thunderstorm warning, and they're just saying tracking a severe thunderstorm capable of producing damaging wind gusts, up to quarter-size hail and very heavy rain. So that is as of just now. And again, the storm is moving. I'm just going to bring it up here to our, it's almost parked there. This is crazy. It's just sitting there. It's not even really moving. I know who lives in Melville. Sean lives in Melville. Anyways, storm chaser.
I forgot about that.
Yeah, he lives right around that area. Fort Capel to the southwest, there is some hail now tucked in, picking up a little bit of intensity. I won't be surprised if they severe warn this storm. Just again to the southwest of Fort Capel, there is definitely a decent hail signature in there. They have updated this warning, so let's just take a look. I love this one. So they're saying Environment Canada tracking a severe thunderstorm. Obviously, it's located over Killaley, moving slowly to the northeast because it's not even moving. It's basically crawling, I guess, would be. You could walk faster than this storm, basically. That's why I was curious what the motion would be, and it's moving slowly to the northeast because that's the only way you could describe it. Maximum.
Yeah, it's literally just sitting there backfilling.
Yeah, that's exactly. It's just cycling, basically. So damaging winds up to 110 kilometers an hour, 2.5 centimeter hail up to that size, and then up to 100 millimeters of rain because it's not moving. So they are concerned about that one for the rain around Neudorf and Killaley. Hopefully I'm pronouncing that remotely close. So that is this storm just south, south, almost directly south of Melville, and you can see that this storm is not moving off that spot. It's just sitting there and dumping rain. It is crawling. That's going to be some flooding, unfortunately, in that area because it's just sitting there producing a whole ton of rain. So that's why that one is severe warned. We'll keep an eye on it, and we will see our next scan here. We're still a few minutes out for the ones to the north on Highway 16. But again, that hill core did disappear off this severe warned storm east of Elfros, heading up towards Fishing Lake, Kuroki, and Chorney Beach, roughly, to give you an idea. The rest of it is pretty straightforward. So one hail core back here, and it's pretty decent. I'll be surprised if they don't severe warn that. And I'll grab a bite to eat before I... I'm going to take a look there, Evolutionizer. Give me 1 second.
So Lemberg, Evolutionizer. Lemberg is going to be to just to the west of that severe thunderstorm. You're actually technically included in that severe thunderstorm warning box for that storm we were talking about. That's kind of just sitting there, not moving. But to your west, there are a couple more minor thunderstorms at this point. A couple of them are showing a little bit of a hail core, but otherwise they're not very windy at all. Just some rain and thunder there for you. So nothing really to worry about for you at this point.
Yeah, they've severe warned this one here to your east from Lemberg because of rain. They're calling for 50 to 100 millimeters of rain, so that meets the threshold for severe. It's not actually because of hail. It's just because that storm has decided to pull up a parking spot and drown that area with precipitation, unfortunately. So... And then, okay, you're tracking it with us. That's cool. So yeah, Evolutionizer. Yeah, absolutely. We love, educating, informing people as to what's going on and how to watch it and how to, pay attention to all the radar. So I'm curious what the next scan is going to be like. We should have this at any moment, a new scan for this storm to the east of Elfros. There you go. It just came up. There's a couple, the precipitation core picked up just a little bit right over Foam Lake. It has 2 pixels of pink, so we'll see if the next scan continues to pick up or if it dies off. The storm southeast of Shiho, I believe. Just heavy rain at this point, no hail in there. That is starting to die off according to the last few scans. The storm by Melville, still continuing to sit there and rain. And then we still have this hail core back here. Pasqua, kind of to the west of Pasqua, I believe. Hopefully that's how it's pronounced, or Pasca. It could be one or the other. And I apologize again, not familiar. So I'm just, shooting from the hip. Let's take a look here. A couple of storms popping around Regina. North side of Regina, this storm might have a little bit of hail on it, but I'm just looking here. Yeah, that could be hail. This one's moving a little quicker, but if we zoom in, there's 1 pixel right over Maple Ridge. So if anybody's out in Maple Ridge in Regina, you could let us know, but this is moving northeast up to the 734. But it's a small cell. I bet it's just very heavy rain at this point. Not sure if there would be much hail in it as well. So we'll see whether that's good. Mark, good to see you, sir. always fun to see you in the chat. His eye, Tornado DiCaprio. Yeah, Mark is one of the creators, actually, of Outbreak that we were talking about a while back there. I don't know if Grayson's still in the chat, but we were talking. He's bought himself a copy of Outbreak, so he's looking to join our Wednesday night Outbreak League. It's going to turn into that. We're going to have a league of people playing Outbreak.
I'm okay with that.
Mm-hmm.
Mark, I'm still a little disappointed you didn't rig Fognado for us.
You have to explain that.
Yeah. So for out of context, nobody knows what that means. Fognado is just a really fun scenario in the game Outbreak that we play, where there's just a whole bunch of tornadoes going on, but then it gets really foggy in the game, and then a giant tornado comes out of the fog, and you intercept it in your vehicle. It's just a really fun scenario.
I was just noticing a comment that I pronounced it correctly. That's awesome. Thanks for letting me know. Hyacinth, I believe. Bucket. Thanks for letting me know that I am pronouncing it right. Hopefully I remember it for the next stream too. That's the other the other thing. But the more practice we get, the better we'll get at it. So this is a kind of an overview of what's going on. Again, our 4 boxes that we have here where those severe warned storms are. The one south of Melville is for rain because that storm has just parked itself there. I'm curious what will happen as the storms from the southwest come into that area, whether it'll push it off of that area, but not 100% sure that'll be the case. And then we have some storms firing, obviously along that 16 corridor. And they are the only one that's severe at this point would be the one over Foam Lake right now. That's the only one that's still kind of considered severe. The other to the southeast of Shiho has sort of weakened, and then we have quite a bit of precipitation around to the west and southwest of Fort Capel. So that's the other area. And then we have one little storm trying to get its act together here on the north side of Regina. We will monitor that one in the next scan. We're about 2 minutes out from the next scan, so I'll leave that cycling here and grab another bite to eat before that happens.
Velocity looks so interesting on that one south of Melville. I would love to see what that's doing on the ground for that little storm.
It would be really cool if it was like a little corkscrew updraft or something and just sitting there just turning away. I know that's not the case, but yeah, it's got some rotation in it, but it's just parked there. So yeah, Sire 605 saying Regina storm popping. Mark saying, yeah, the one south of Melville is so stationary. They're actually calling for 100 millimeters of rain out of that little bean that's sitting there. So yeah, Mark is from Montreal, and he definitely was dealing with all that heavy precipitation 2 days ago. Again, some areas getting 170 millimeters in the southern portion of Quebec, which is, again, it's 170 millimeters would be 8 inches, I want to say. Roughly. I don't know why I stare at the ceiling when I'm doing math in my head, but that's what I do sometimes. We all have our quirks, right? So this is the latest scan here. Little storm, couple of beans of pink up here. This is just to the north side of the subdivisions here. Lakewood, I don't think, Diefenbaker Drive, just to the north of that. On the 11A, there's maybe a tiny amount of hail falling out of that in the Regina area. Fort Capel, so the hail has picked up just to the southwest of you, north of the Highway 10. That is moving into Fort Capel if it stays that way. So we'll see if that's the case. Actually, I'll delete this out. So that is heading northeast towards Fort Capel. What did they update here? Okay, they've updated the severe warning for the storm to the north here over Foam Lake. So I'm going to click on it. The severe thunderstorm associated with this alert have weakened or moved out of the area. So they have dropped the severe warning for this storm that is over Foam Lake. It is currently still dropping a ton of precipitation, but obviously, has not meeting the severe component anymore. So that, and I'm curious if I hit Control R, no, it's still there. So it's weird. I don't know why some of them disappear and some of them don't. But I'll keep an eye on it. It says expires in an hour. And the Melville, Saskatchewan storm south of there is moving a little bit north, but it's essentially just sitting there. It would be barely moving at all, which obviously is not good for the amount of rain that tiny little storm is going to drop. And we'll touch base here in the southeast corner of Saskatchewan into southwest corner of Manitoba. Still raining out here. It is almost moved out of the area, but it is moving very, very slowly. And then let's take a look and see if our rain totals have gone up on this. I think I'm starting to see orange in here. So let's take a look. Yeah, 5.8 inches is the highest I read here, just on the North Dakota Saskatchewan border to the west of Highway 8. This would be just southeast of Carnduff, but you can see this green. That's a lot of rain. There's 2 to 3 inches of rain in some of these areas, so significant soaking. And you're talking, 75 millimeters roughly of rain wherever this green is, which is crazy. That's a large area that has gotten it, and obviously right on the Manitoba, Saskatchewan border and the North Dakota border, there's 4.6 inches. So you're closing into 100 plus millimeters of rain in that corner. So lots of precipitation happening in that corner today. And continues to do so, although it is reduced, but it is doing it. It's walking slowly eastward. Let's just take a look here. Yeah, I'm just looking at all our storms here. The most intense precip is right to the southwest of Fort Capel right now for hail. Let's jump back.
I can see them warning Fort Capel soon.
Yeah, if the hail core stays on this next scan, which should be 2 minutes from now, then I definitely would think they would have, severe warn it. What is beeping? Let's zoom all the way out. It's the warning out in Quebec that's being dropped in northern Quebec. I'm going to drop our temperatures. We don't need those anymore. We were monitoring that earlier, but no longer really relevant. A little storm here southwest of Milestone where all the other storms were getting going earlier today. Heavy precipitation, but tiny little bean out that way. So we'll wait here. We've got another minute or so before the next scan comes in. We'll watch this Fort Capel storm just to see what it's doing and whether it's intensifying that hail core or not. Okay, so hail core is still there. It has shrunk, so that's good. It's just about 6 pixels or 7 pixels, so that's less than what's there. It's still kind of to the southwest of Fort Capel. Mark making a comment, Fort Capel is clearly French, but it doesn't make sense in French either. If you ever do an on-stream class about the origin of town names across Canada, I'd watch it. And there's a lot of names out west, like Manitoba and Saskatchewan, where there's French influence for sure. Yeah, I've always been curious about some of the places, and my favorite. Yeah, so Mark's gonna get this. Anybody who speaks French. So there's a town called Souris, and it's basically souris, which is mouse in French, and they call it Souris. And first time I heard it, I went, "What?" Anyways, neither here or there, but if you speak French, it stands out to you. Okay, so south of Regina, we've got a storm with a little bit of hail west of Estlin. So there's a hail signature showing on this storm right here, pea-sized or smaller, again not meeting the severe component, but that is south of Regina. Fort Capel, they just severe warned the Fort Capel one. So that's for this hail core in the Fort Capel area. We'll pull that up here. They're just saying they're tracking a severe thunderstorm capable of producing damaging wind gusts, quarter-size hail, and heavy rain. And again, that would be for this component right here and moving in that general direction. So that's going to come into Fort Capel. It did weaken on the last scan. If it continues to weaken, there may not be any hail that gets in to Fort Capel, but that's being severe warned. This storm is still parked over 618 and 22 right near Kalele. That is just continuing to rain there and not move off. And the storm north over Foam Lake is weakening as well. Still very heavy rain, but no hail core in it anymore. So that's also good news. What else? Okay, so I've got some other questions. Good rain in the Perry area. I don't live there. I live in Ottawa. Oh, you live in Ottawa. Well, there you go. I live just south of Ottawa. After asking about any updates about Regina City around downtown, right now there's storms to the south, but for now, let me zoom out here. There was a storm crossing to the north that was packing a bit of a punch. You may see rain showers tonight, but the severe component is falling significantly. So it's definitely one of those things that as this moves or this event moves through, the severe thunderstorm watch is being receded back eastward at this point. And once we get to dark, the potential will drop significantly just because of diurnal heating lacking from the sun being over the horizon. So they've now probably updated the information on the warning. So yes, over Echo Valley Provincial Park, moving northeast at 30 kilometers an hour. Locations in the path. Echo Valley Provincial Park, Biseta. Hopefully I'm doing that one right. Fort Capel, Fort San, Lebret, and Balcars or Belcaires. That's the locations in the path of this hail core right around the Fort Capel area. So we will update you on the next scan on that one. Mark St. Connor called that warning. Absolutely. Gold. Yeah, he gave you a gold medal for that. What else? Got hailstorm from. Oh yeah. In Ottawa, there was hail. Yes, there were some surprise hailstorms in Ottawa the other day. After, you're welcome for the update. And again, we're starting to trail off here in terms of the severe side of things, I think. I'm going to kill off all of these sections here. So again, just to recap things, Fort Capel, a bit of a hail core to the southwest. This storm has parked itself south of Melville and is just pouring rain there. And then the warnings to the north, I'm actually going to take a look and do Control R. And they're still showing there. This one is expired. It says expires in 1 hour, but it hasn't gone down at all. So the time, I mean, that's what I'm trying to say. And then this one to the south by Shiho has expired quite a while ago, and that one's going to disappear too. So the two storms along 16, those severe thunderstorm warnings have expired. Those storms are weakening, however, still there. Still a decent amount of rain in them and lightning, but again, the severe portion of it is dropping. So we are now looking at only a few spots where we have some storms that might get the severe warning, but we'll keep an eye on it just to see where things are at and update you folks as we go through this. So again, thank you to everybody who has subscribed today. Anybody that's become a member of our YouTube channel, thank you very much. Hopefully you, if you did subscribe, please hit that notification bell so you know when we do go live. It helps us, it helps you actually know when we're covering stuff. And we always put what area we are covering at this point. So let me zoom in onto the Fort Capel side of things. Most of the pink is gone. There are only a few little areas just to the west of Fort Capel and on the northeast side. But again, not necessarily that there's hail there. If it was, it would be very small, pea-sized or smaller at this point. Storm is still parked here, but the intensity has dropped south of Melville. So let's just take a look here. You can see on that scan previous, there was a bunch of red. Now we're mostly orange and yellow. So maybe that storm is starting to lose that precip core, which would be good because it has just been parked over there. These storms above Highway 6 or along Highway 16, the one over or just to the northeast of Foam Lake, still a lot of rain in it, but it's almost done and it is weakening. The one southeast of Shiho, again, just rain heavy with lightning. And let's take a look at Regina. So the storm north of Regina has lost the precipitation core on it. It is dying off a little bit on that last scan. The same thing for this storm at Estlin. It had some purple in it, or pink, I should say. You can see that right here on the previous scan, and now it's gone. So again, another pulsing storm. Lots of scattered thunderstorms around the area south of southeast of Regina, moving northeast. And again, this is just kind of cycling up at this point. So we'll walk that through and let it do its thing. What do we think these storms will be like once they get into Manitoba? Once the sun goes down here, I know it's like 9:14 p.m. in Saskatchewan when the sun is going to set. So we're still almost 2.5 hours from that. But once the sun sets, these storms are going to weaken and they're going to be just rainstorms at this point. They're not going to be severe. Let's put it that way. I'm going to look at temperatures out front of this. Let's have a look. And I want to see what the temps look like in Manitoba. So Manitoba, the temps are 19 and 17. And by the time they get out there, you're even going to be cooler than that because, again, once the sun goes down, we do lose that heating. So these are just going to be rain showers. You do have a special weather statement on the west side of Manitoba, and they're calling for 15 to 50 millimeters of rain by Wednesday morning. So it's going to be an extended event of rain, and the severity of it, as soon as that sun drops, you're not going to have any issues. So, and in fact, I think these are starting to die off at this point right now. We only have 2 severe warnings left. One is for Fort Capel. Well, that's the strongest storm right now, or cluster of storms there. The one by Melville is simply because there's a storm that's stationary and dumping a ton of rain over one area. So that's why it's severe warned. The rest, again, the rest is not anything too bad or even meeting severe parameters.
That's another little interesting one south of Melville there. Not the one that was sitting there, but the one directly south of it.
That's catching up.
Yeah, it's got a little bit of inflow there on velocity.
I'm actually sorry, my mic's far away because I'm eating, but I'm curious what happens if it slams into it, whether it pushes it off or whether they combine. I'm really curious, but it's not moving super fast either. Storms down by South Carry the Kettle. It's an interesting name. Those storms moving northeast are moving a lot faster, so I'm curious what will happen if they interact together. So, but yeah, so now I think we're kind of on the, not the tail end, but we're starting to see things subside a little bit. They did take a long time to get going. Braden Morriso here again. If you guys don't follow him, I'm going to bring this up. This is a picture. He's on X out of Cochrane, Alberta. Phenomenal storm chaser. And he's on Facebook as well, but he's just posting some footage of some of the hail he found. So there's definitely some good 1 inch plus hail in that little handful there, but roughly 1 inch hail. And this was posted just now, quarter to loony sized hail northeast of Elfros, Saskatchewan. So that is the one storm that is over Foam Lake. So this was posted by Braden just a few minutes ago. So again, hail still falling out of some of those storms, and this may be hail that's been on the ground for a little bit too. I'm not 100% sure because obviously I'm not there with Braden, but that could be hail that's been sitting in the ditch for a little while. Where are we? So 647. So this is our latest scan. There's 2 pixels of purple to the northeast of Fort Capel, but that's the last of it there. A storm is dying south of Melville. It has more orange and yellow in it, but it is still sitting there raining. And then all the storms to the north on the 16 are dying off. Those ones are done, essentially. So at this point, that's where things are at. They're looking pretty good for everybody. I don't expect much to take off here to be able to do anything too crazy. While you were at dinner, Connor, we were tracking trains on radar.
Oh, yes, that's the best.
I was watching stuff out of Regina, and I'm like, what are these 2 little dots going? And they went all the way to Moose Jaw, and I was like, that's got to be a freight train. And sure enough, that's exactly what it was. I don't know if you'll see it. No, it's further back in the scan. I'm just looking. They were very obvious, like we were doing the other day. And actually, I think you can even see traffic on the Trans-Canada. So this is the Trans-Canada right in the center of the screen, and you can see all those dots sticking to the Highway 1. That's traffic, probably transport trucks or something along those lines. Radar just picks up some weird things sometimes. So if you didn't watch that earlier, I was showing that you can pick up trains once in a while.
It's nice that we can rail fan on here too.
Yeah, well, the only thing is we know it's a freight train, but it's only 4 pixels long. So anyways, Okay, we'll watch a few more scans here. Oh my God, we've been almost for 6 hours on here. Thank you for whoever's, the folks that have been in and out, those that have stuck here for the whole time, whether you've been here for 30 seconds or 6 hours. Thank you very much. We really appreciate it. I'm thinking I'm going to wait a couple of scans here, Connor, and if we don't see anything pick up at this point, I think we'll probably be ending the stream if we don't see any intensification on anything, because I don't suspect anything is going to get much worse at this point. It's just the environment's been sort of raked over, and the potential isn't there. Would you agree with that?
I completely agree. Just little hail cores at this point.
Correct. They're pulsing storms is essentially what they are. So, okay. Okay. Just going to finish trying to eat my sandwich.
What did they update there?
They're dropping it. That's the special weather statement for possible funnel clouds. So, what started off our show today was with these funnel clouds that were being reported. This big gray box is now expiring. So, the special weather statement is done with. So, anybody around Saskatoon, basically, I'm going to draw a line here. So, no more funnel cloud issues. That's one thing for sure. Essentially, if you are. Wow, that was terrible. Let me move down here and retry that. Oh my God. What was going on here? I'm tired, apparently. If you are to the east of this line, there's still some storms, obviously, on the right-hand side of that. To the west, that is just rain. There's no severe potential back there to the west. If anything was to happen, it would be extremely low end. But back to the west of this line, so to the left, you are, other than you're going to get rain, there are definitely going to be rainstorms, that kind of stuff, but nothing severe back here. The funnel cloud advisory is over and done with. Right now, we're just watching these storms in this area here. And again, they are weakening as well. So we are kind of tailing off at this point. We are 6 minutes into this cycle, so I'm going to wait for the next scan to come out and we'll take a look at things. But I believe the show is mostly over with for the most part, mostly because it's getting close to where Curtis lives, and we know he doesn't, those storms don't like Curtis. So Curtis says we need a fun with flags segment. Big Bang Theory. That was an awesome series. That was one of the best series out there. Sheldon. Yeah. Fun with flags. I don't know what we would do in storm chasing that would be the equivalent of that. I don't even know what would be a good comparison. Okay, let's watch. Fort Capel. This is our latest update. The hail core has disappeared off of this to the northeast of Fort Capel. So that's a good sign. This little storm is still there, raining at 618 or 22 right to the west of Kalele. Lots of rainfall there just in a short amount of time. No hail tucked into the back here to the southwest near Regina and kind of south of there. I guarantee you this is being dropped. Yes, so this thunderstorm warning for Fort Capel has been dropped because those storms have moved out and weakened. The only active severe right now, oh no, that one's even expired. So the one south of Melville has expired. This one up north has expired. So all our severe warnings have expired at this point. So right now we do have thunderstorms still tracking northeast. I will play the cycle here on the radar so you can see how things are progressing. But the severe threat for this evening is slowly but surely dying off. At this point, we don't expect much else to happen. And as this continues into Manitoba and on the far eastern portion of Saskatchewan, temperatures are just dropping and the conditions are not there for any kind of high-end severe event. So people can sleep soundly tonight and not have to worry about it. Enjoy your evening, that type of thing. So yeah, that's where we're at right now. I'm going to wait another scan and then we'll probably call a stream at this point. And Curtis said, and the storms do hate me. Yeah, well, you know, it's like me in Kempville. I've got a storm shield at this point. Sorry, guys, we have a chat going on and they're making fun. And now they're saying that we should have a segment called Towns with Tom. I don't know if I could make that entertaining in any way, shape, or form. Anyways, see, this is what I was talking. If anybody's been watching for a while, I was saying that we have fun with it when we're talking about weather that's not serious, where you don't have to be as concerned about it. If we do get those tornado warnings or, you know, a strong straight line winds, if it's serious, my demeanor changes. But when we're talking about stuff that we don't need to be super concerned about, we try to lighten the mood. That's essentially what this platform is about. There are other platforms that will call for the end of the world every time there's going to be storms, severe weather, everybody's going to die. Like, it's just, it's always hyping everything up and, you know, putting out warnings that aren't required, all sorts of different things. So we don't do that. That's why we exist. And we try and give you guys the accurate, realistic outlook as to what's going on with weather. We won't be perfect. We will make mistakes, but at the end of the day, we learn from them and we adjust. So, okay, so I'm going to wait for one last scan here. As we look at this, all of these warnings have dropped, so they are no longer active warnings at this point. I'm going to see if I can do a refresh and they'll disappear, but they don't because my software hates me. I don't know. So these are all expiring very soon. And I'm just looking to the south here, seeing if anything. Actually, I'm going to look in the southeast corner. The rain has almost completely moved out of there in the southeast corner of Saskatchewan. Obviously, still very light showers along that North Dakota border, and then a little bit more moderate on the Saskatchewan-Manitoba border. But that corner is going to be out of the rain, out of that bigger pocket of rain at this point, and hopefully not going to see a lot of it overnight. What else have we got going on? Yeah, so we're looking pretty good, folks, here. Obviously, you know, we've been going just shy of 6 hours at this point. Came on much sooner than we normally would, but again, had to do with those funnel clouds, and some of them were, we call them SLCs, scary looking clouds. Some of them were getting pretty close to the ground, but luckily cold core funnels don't tend to get to the surface. That's just historically speaking. It has happened, but it's not, it's very uncommon. So, okay. So what time? 6:53 p.m. We're about 6 minutes into this cycle. So we got about 2 minutes till the next scan comes in. I'm going to look up at Saskatoon, just see what's going on up there. Give you guys a bit of an overview of this rotating system. And you can see back to the west and south of Saskatoon, it's just regular showers, no lightning. The only place we have lightning left is kind of to the east and maybe a little bit northeast of Saskatoon. But overall, everything is weakening off at this point. And then let's go back to this one here.
It's cool seeing the low spin like that.
Yes. Yeah. Especially on the satellite, it was cool to see. Like you can see it on the right hand side, how that's all spinning on above me between Connor and myself on the stream. You can see that satellite imagery. I can go full screen, but yeah, you can definitely see how that thing is just spinning and rotating as it moves across Saskatchewan. It's only halfway across Saskatchewan right now. Still going to be most of the night before it gets to the other side. So slow and steady. This one's like the turtle in the hair. It's the turtle for sure. It's walking at this point. So 6:59. This is our latest scan. So let's look at things. Everything is dying off. Let's just take a look here. One little Ituna cell that has a bit of hail in it, but it would be tiny hail. That is all to the east of Ituna, and then the storms up there are basically on 16, have essentially weakened drastically. So again, I think we're at the end of this stream, folks. I appreciate everybody who stuck around this evening. You guys can relax this evening, and mostly showers and maybe a bit of thunder, but that's basically it. So the severe stuff is over with for the most part. So what else is here? Tom, if you change your mind and decide to hype weather up, I would suggest doing so for a cold spell in Whitehorse next winter. Can't hype that up enough. Yeah, we could do like high-end snowfall rate or something like that. So, yeah. Anyways, what else have we got going on here? Just reading the last of the comments and going from that. Okay, give me 1 second here. There we go. And so, yeah, we're good. So anyways, at the end of the day, thank you very much for everybody being here. The severe aspect for Saskatchewan is over. All of these warnings that are in bright yellow are over with and expiring, and storms are going to start to weaken even more and will be over with. So again, thank you so much from Connor and myself. We will catch you on the next live stream. Keep an eye on our Facebook page, and obviously if you have subscribed to the channel, turn on your notifications and you'll know when we do go live.
Thanks for watching.